studios have held back artists for far too long. The system is set up to reward the studios and not the artists. In this polarized world, where everything is viewed through a political lens, it used to be entertainment that allowed us to escape. Whether it was a great movie, music, or a favorite entertainer, we always had those mediums to free us from our daily lives. At Creado, we are developing a brand new solution built with the artists in mind, empowering them to deliver original content directly to an engaged audience. Whether you are an investor or you simply want to support our mission, you can become a member today. We are ready to take the next step to bring this to market, but we need your help. Join our mission today at creado.media, and together we will let freedom stream.
How's it going, everybody? This is the AlphaWarrior Show. I am your host, Alpha. Episode number 98. We are almost going to hit that century 100 episode mark. So a couple of those away. I do want to say tonight is it's a special show for a couple. All the shows are special. You guys are Alpha. You always say this special. They are. I mean, that's just the caliber of guests that, we're continue to be blessed with. God's mission. He's the one directing the path of truth and the part that I play in it. But tonight's particular show is special to me because it involves something that changed my entire life. I was a youngster, and I joined the Marine Corps, prepared to go to war because of 9/11. And a lot has changed in my perspective of 9/11 in the last 20 years, as I would guess for a lot of people. And I know a lot of us, especially in some of the chats and the virtual town halls that I've been a part of, we all know that there's just something ain't right about it. Some of us have dug into it. Some of us have seen some clips about it. And we're like, okay, this doesn't add up. Well, tonight, our guest, Mr. Dave Vonkleist, he put together what I think is probably the most impactful, red-pilling film that exists to date. And he's definitely one of the pioneers of people. He one of the first digital soldiers is what I can say, that awakened a lot of us, especially someone that you guys know that I look very up to a lot. He'll be joining at the tail end of the show. But I want everybody to pay attention to all the details, because it's one thing when we say, well, this is what I heard. It's another thing when the receipts are there. And this man put so much work into putting together something that has the receipts, has the videos. And I think it's going to be a game changer for a lot of people. And I think we have to rewind the clock. We're all fighting. You guys know, I always talk, we're in an information war, a propaganda war. It's the war of the minds. And the only way you can defeat propaganda is to hit it with mass information of truth. They want us to respond emotionally. They want us to respond kinetically, because then it turns their lies and their narrative into something that's true. And that's not how we respond. We respond with truth, because the more people we wake up, the less power they have. Their power is in control. And that's why truthful, factual information on what has happened in our country needs to be told. And tonight, like I said, 9/11 is if you have never heard the quote unquote conspiracy behind this, you are in for a show tonight. So one thing I want to do to introduce my guests is, you guys know lately I've been telling you about the term black pill. And like I said, I'm guilty of it, where we've been saying, oh, this person's black pilling, or this person's coming with black pill information. And I said, we got to stop doing that, because black pilling is becoming the new conspiracy theory term. And we know where conspiracy theory came from. We know what the CIA's intentions of it were. It was to put a scarlet letter on people that tried to try to bring truth to the surface, or a different perspective to the surface. They tried to change it and ridicule or embarrass people. It was the scarlet letter. And I think we're doing that right now with black pill. And that's the other reason tonight's show is important, because I think we need to move away from saying, oh, they're black pilling. Sometimes the factual information hurts Sometimes the factual information may scare us, it may even cause concern. It may even be something we don't want to hear. But if it's facts, we got to talk about it. And if we start to make blackpilling the scarlet letter, we're going to, just by human nature, we're going to make people afraid to come forward with information that maybe isn't so sunshine and rainbows, but it's still factual. So no one better than to explain that is tonight's guest. So I'm going to play this video and you guys are going to understand exactly what I'm talking about. So enjoy this.
It's been said that all truth passes through three stages. The first stage being denial, the second stage being violent opposition, and the third stage being widespread acceptance as common knowledge. Well, as you view this documentary, keep in mind that people watching will probably fall into one of those three categories. One group of people will absolutely deny that what they're seeing could possibly be true. The second group of people will be violently opposed to this kind of information being released, and they'll do everything that they can to discredit the messenger rather than pay attention to the message. And yet there will probably be a third group of people that will sit back in their easy chair and say, I'm not surprised, I knew it all along. With this in mind, let's begin by playing a little word association. I'll say a word, and you think of the first word that comes to mind. Conspiracy theory is what most people think of. We've all been conditioned to associate the word theory with the word conspiracy, because after all, no conspiracies could possibly be true. They're all just theories, aren't they? Well, in the phrase conspiracy theory, there are two words. The first word, conspiracy. The second word is the active word, theory. By definition, a theory is a supposition, an idea, a concept, a hypothesis. Let me give you an example. In theory, if I purchase a raffle ticket, I could win a prize. Now, as long as I don't purchase a raffle ticket, my win is theoretical. But once you purchase a raffle ticket, the win is no longer a theory. It becomes a possibility. And the more raffle tickets you purchase, the more possible and eventually probable the win becomes. Such is the case with a conspiracy theory. As long as there is no evidence, it is a conspiracy theory. But once you have a piece of evidence, no matter how flimsy or circumstantial it may be, it becomes a possibility. And the more evidence that is gathered, the more possible and eventually probable the conspiracy is.
Friends would walk up to me and just be like, what?
Let me pause that so you guys don't hear it because it's still in my background. So there you have it, you guys. And that's what we're going to cover. So we're going to break to a quick commercial because, you know, Alpha's got to keep the lights on. And when we come back on the other end of this, I'm going to have Mr. Dave Vonkleist, and you guys are going to be in for a red pilling show. Guarantee it.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and my employees and I want to thank each and every one of you for your support by bringing you the MyPillow that started it all. MyPillow's patented fill adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position. Because it works, we've sold over 70 million MyPillows, and now I'm bringing it to you for the lowest price ever. For example, you get my standard MyPillow, now only $19.88 with your promo code. Now's the time to get them for your friends, your family, your neighbors, everyone you know. MyPillows make the best gifts ever. In the times we're in, one thing we all need is getting a great night's sleep. So go to MyPillow.com or call that number on your screen now. Use your promo code and you'll get my standard MyPillow for only $19.88. For a more custom fit, my Premium Queen, only $24.98. Or my Premium King, only $29.98. This is a limited time offer, so order now.
I swear, has anybody ever seen Mr. Lindell mad? I love that guy. Listen, you guys, you want to support a Patriot? MyPillow.com/alpha. If you're old school, you want to use the phone, tell them promo code alpha. It's Christmas is around the corner. Take your family members nasty pillows or something like that. Get them something nice. And if you're like, well, I got everything, buy something for Alpha. Send it to me because I don't have everything, you guys. So with that, let me bring on our guest tonight, Mr. Dave Vonkleist. How are you doing, sir?
Howdy, hi. How you doing? I'm flattered that you invited me to come on the show, and it was interesting seeing that clip with my red sweater all those years ago. Oh my God.
Well, you know what? So I was telling one of my friends yesterday in one of the Twitter town halls, I'm like, man, I'm bringing on Dave Vonkleist, and I go, and we've got to talk on the phone a few times now, and I go, God, he just has an amazing voice. I told him it reminded me of just listening to like quality radio, and something that breaks my heart because it doesn't really seem like we have that anymore. So. And I know I'm going to get comments on that because for one, and I mean, I'll let you talk about your history, but you've been in the industry way longer than I have. You have more time fixing mistakes than I have time behind the microphone. There's no denying that. And I know you've considered, maybe, coming back into the industry. And I'll tell you what, I really hope you do. And this is one of the reasons why, Dave. We have a lot of patriots that have been moved to say, you know what, I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm going to grab a camera, I'm going to grab a microphone, and everything that I've worked on that I've been telling my friends and my neighbors, I'm going to go and tell it to people. And they're doing it. But with that, you and I both know there are a lot of dark entities out there. There are a lot of people that say, you know what, let me dangle a few carrots here, compromise some of these people and lead them astray. And I'll tell you what, it'd be very reassuring to have someone like you with not just your experience and your caliber of investigations, but someone that could be like, hey, listen, all you younglings, let me show you the way to do this and the correct way to do this, and actually have like some solid leadership with experience. Because I think the one thing the movement's lacking right now is the experience. But please tell, for those that don't know who Dave Vonkleist is, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, first of all, I am and always have been a musician. I did not intend to go down the rabbit hole. I tumbled down the rabbit hole. I was just exposed to it, to some information, and it just made my head go, and I just, if you become aware of a lie and you do nothing to expose the lie, you become part of the lie. And I couldn't live keeping information to myself if I knew it was true and correct. And well, like I said, I've always been a musician, a studio vocalist, did crazy voices for commercials for radio stations and TV stations. And my red pill moment was when I was working at the WTNH Channel 8 back in New Haven, Connecticut. Hey, Husky fans, you've got a front row seat of all the action of Big East basketball. Tonight is UConn meets Villanova, right here on WTNH Channel 8. And,
I'm telling you, that's what I'm talking about right there.
Well, yeah, I worked with a guy, his name's Mark Kaplow. He for many years, he was a voice of ESPN. I don't know if you remember that voice. A lot of people might recognize it. But no, I was doing silly voices. And when I was working at WTNH, this was during the first Gulf War. George Bush Sr., Norman Schwarzkopf, Colin Powell, yada yada. And I was in the newsroom one afternoon when they were sending back raw footage from Iraq rather, and I saw our military dozers dozing bodies into a common grave, and I was, oh my God, this is horrible. And then that night on ABC News, Peter Jennings, more Americans get their news from ABC than any other source. And he comes on and he says, well, the bombings continued in Baghdad today, but of course, there were no casualties because America's using smart bombs. No, that's not true, So that's what motivated me to start paying attention. I started listening to a talk radio. I listened to Rush Limbaugh, but I also discovered Tom Valentine and Chuck Harder from the For the People radio broadcast. And then there was William Cooper. Anybody out there remember Bill Cooper? The Hour of the Time. He wrote the book, what is it? It's right over here. Behold, a Pale Horse. If you haven't heard that, that's sort of like a Bible. You need to get a hold of that. Behold, a Pale Horse. Anyway, so I started to tumble down this rabbit hole, and that was in like 90. Yeah, it was in 91. By 95, I was doing a radio show on WATR AM 1320 in Waterbury, Connecticut. And that's how I met Daniel New. You mentioned Daniel New when we spoke earlier. And his story about his son, Michael, really touched my heart. And so I wrote a song. And anyway, I gave it to Daniel and to raise funds for the legal fund. And that was the first of many songs that started to just come, you know. I mean, I just started writing all these songs and doing this radio show. And eventually, like I said, I started tumbling down the rabbit hole. And this was right around the time of the Oklahoma City bombing. And during that period of time, I became friends with Ted Gunderson. He was former FBI bureau chief for Houston, San Francisco, and Los Angeles. He was investigating it. General Ben Parton was another one. And I was also in touch with many of the local broadcasters in Oklahoma City. And I think I mentioned to you on the tail end of the 9/11 in plain sight video are some clips from the original broadcasts. And they were absolutely mind-blowing. So this is why I started to tumble down the rabbit hole. Eventually, I connected with Joyce Riley, and she was an RN, BSN, master's, captain in the Air Force Reserves. She was also a medical malpractice legal consultant and an expert witness. And she and I teamed up and were the American Gulf War Veterans Association. And the website, you'd have to use the Wayback machine to find it, because a lot of it's gone now. But if you go to gulfwarvets.com, you'll have all that information, documents, et cetera, et cetera. So during the 90s, Joyce and I were tearing the roof off the sucker with the Gulf War Vets issue. And we eventually started a show on the GCN radio network, same network that Alex Jones is on. And used to have Alex join me in the morning, because our show was before his. Hey, Alex, who do you have joining you today? Well, today we're talking to Charlotte Iserby from the Department of State and the Dumbing Down of America. Okay, fine. Anyway, so we started doing the Power Hour radio show, and on the morning of September 11th, 2001, we were on the air. Well, I was getting ready to go on the air, and we had our little studio, and I turned on the mic, and we were connected digitally to the network, the GCN network up in Minnesota. And so I got connected, and I said, hey, Jason, how's the level? Check, check, 1, 2. Sounds good? Okay, great. How much time do I have? 30 seconds? Okay, great. Oh, turn on the TV monitor. CNN, Fox, and holy crap. Oh, my God, what's going on in New York? And I'm on in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, listen carefully. I want you to run, don't walk, to your television. Put a tape in, start taping any network you can. Something horrible is going on in New York. Do it now. Go on. And all over the country. I mean, we had AM, FM, satellite, internet, international shortwave. We were all over the world. So all over the place, people were putting tapes in. 3 minutes later, at 9:03, we saw the second tower get nailed. Needless to say, it was a pretty horrible day. And 2 weeks afterwards, GW was on a press conference. And he said, we got to stop showing these terrible attacks on America no more, because America needs time to heal. So they stopped showing the replays. Okay, I get it. At the same time, I started getting videotapes in the mail. I got more videotapes. I had a box of 65, 70 videotapes. I had ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, Fox, but I also had WNEW, WOR, WJAR, WPIX, all the local stations in the New York area. And it occurred to me, because they were not giving releases of these videos. They didn't want it on television anymore. So ABC's got ABC footage. NBC's got NBC footage, et cetera, et cetera. They all have their own footage, and it's not being released. Guess what? I got a box. I got all the video footage. So we started going through it. And that's how 9/11 in plain sight came to be. So we found out that a lot of the stuff that they were telling us just simply wasn't so. So anyway, that's how 9/11 in plain sight came to be. And like I said, no good deeds go unpunished. So I immediately became a pariah. I mean, with a name like Vonkleist, you must be a Nazi, you know? So I started getting all these attacks and everything. But at the same time, As I mentioned earlier, Joyce and I, during the 90s, we were the American Gulf War Veterans Association. We were rubbing elbows with senators and congressmen and military personnel, et cetera, et cetera. They knew who we were and what we were doing, and we weren't full of crap. So I started getting calls from some of the guys in the military. They say, Dave, you're asking some tough questions in that video of yours. And I said, yeah, I'm asking some questions that a lot of people don't want asked, let alone answered. You want to talk about it? Yeah. So I talked to General Albert Stubblebine. I talked to Colonel George Nelson. I talked to Colonel Glenn McDonald. I talked to Russ Wittenberg, who was the pilot usually on Flight 175, but he was off that day. So I went around and I talked with them, interviewed them, and that's how the second film, 9/11 Ripple Effect, came into being. And once we released that in 2007, yeah, that's right, 2007, then things went really quiet. And a bunch of stuff happened in my personal life. Joyce and I started to go like this, and I ended up getting thrown off my own radio show, and my partner pulled a stunt and blocked me from duplicating or selling my own documentaries. And it occurred to me, well, you know, and plus my mom went around the golden corner, and I had to put her in a nursing home. So it wasn't a very happy time for me. So, and I figured that, hey, look, if I can't trust the people in my foxhole, I can't fight the fight. So that's why, one of the many reasons why I just said, hell with this. I'm not doing this anymore. And plus, you know, the 9/11 truth movement, a lot of the activists, and not just in that movement, in many different movements, they get married to the money. They get influenced by the money, as you pointed out in your introduction. And they also are just addicted to the ego stroke. And this is why I started to turn my back on the 9/11 truth movement and the whole patriot movement in general, because they were in it for the wrong reasons. If you're in it for the praise and the accolades and the ego stroke and the money and all that, you're in it for the wrong reasons. Get the hell out. So that's one of the reasons why I just said the 9/11 truth movement had turned into a 9/11 bowel movement, because most of them were full of crap. So that's why I said, okay, that's it. I'm moving on. So I bailed in 2009. I had an invitation to go to South America. And I said, well, why the hell not? I had nothing else left. You know, as the song goes, she got the gold mine, I got the shaft, you know? So anyway, that's sort of like what happened. I went down there for about 6.5, 7 years. And I've come back to the States. And now, as I mentioned to you off air, I'm just sitting here watching the wheels go round and round. But the wheels coming off the car, guys, there's so much fecal matter hitting the air circulator. I'm chomping at the bit. I'm thinking about throwing my hat back in the ring and say, what's wrong with you people? You know, I mean, where is America's testicular fortitude? You know, I mean, the men aren't really men anymore. You know, they are on their video games. Oh, yeah, I got a real anime. Or look, this is me, you know. Oh, gosh, please. Anyway, I've rambled too much.
No, you know, I don't mind it, because you covered some things they're very important, because that's one of the issues that I see. You have content creators or podcasters right now, 2 million people, 15 million people. They have the ear of America. Mm-hmm. But they only talk about what they're allowed to talk about within the box. Yeah. And I'm like, if half of you tomorrow decided to say, you know what, screw this, let's tell the truth, you would impact more than half of the country.
Yeah.
Like that's how much influence you have. But the paycheck just means too much. Mm-hmm. And it's not the paycheck. You're like, well, I don't want the FBI knocking down at my door.
Well, then get out of the movement. I remember people used to say that, oh, I don't want to go to that meeting. They'll be taking down license plate numbers. And I used to say, hey, look, if you're not on a list, you're not doing enough. It's as simple as that. You know, if everybody was to stand up and be recognized, and don't be scared, don't be afraid. How can we be the land of the free if we're not the home of the brave? You know, people don't get that.
And I think, and much credit to my audience, I think one of the reasons our show has grown so fast in such a short amount of time is because they know that I've turned around and looked at the FBI and I've given them the double bird. So either bury me or lock me up, but you're still not going to shut me up, because I still get access to pen and a paper, and I'll write my thoughts.
Yeah.
You know, nothing's going to keep me from telling the truth because, you know, truth be told, I've lived with all the tragedy I've had between the war and law enforcement. I've still had a great life. And I've
Mhm.
got to see things in the world most people will never get to see. And I want my children to have that.
That's
And the
right.
direction that this country is going in right now, they're not going to have that. So
No.
when people ask me, Alpha, aren't you afraid? I'm more afraid of letting this continue and then wonder what my 2-year-old girl is going to grow up into. That
Mhm.
scares me way more than them threatening my freedom. Now,
Absolutely. That's
so
what motivated me to get involved when my daughter was 7 or 8 years old. And like I said, I've always been a musician. And my wife at the time, she was an artist. Oh, that's a real kiss of death. She's an artist. I'm a musician. We're going to make a lot of money, right? But no, when my daughter got to be 7 or 8 years old, I realized that, you know, I got to start getting serious about this world. And that's why I started taking some courses at the local community college, political science, psychology, history, et cetera, and applying that to what I was learning, you know, from the radio talk shows. And they were giving me leads so I could go to the library and look this up and I could get this book and do that. And I started learning stuff. Whoa, what a concept, you know? And that's why I got involved in the first place. Same reason that you're doing it. It was for the generation to come. And nowadays, you know, I mean, I think that's the difference between the Chinese philosophy. They plan for the generation to come. Okay. Our elected leaders think about the next election. That's where their heads are at, you know, and
100%. What did the Chinese say? How are they going to take down America? 100-year plan.
that's right.
That was the level of patience that they had to take down this country. And guess what? It's unfolding. Look,
Yep.
start doing
Khrushchev said the same thing. Give me one generation. Yeah. And Reagan said the same thing. We're one generation from losing it all. If the people don't pay attention, and also if they're betrayed by the media. Now that's another real hot point with me. Okay, I've been screaming about the subterfuge and the propaganda from the mainstream media for over a quarter century. I wrote songs about this. I have 3 albums of politically incorrect, in your face, you lying son of a bitch government music. And it's all free. Just go to YouTube and type in my name. You'll find it all out there. And there's a song called You Won't Be Trusted Anymore. And that's dedicated to the U.S. media. And I was motivated because of the crap that they were throwing at us about the Oklahoma City bombing. Okay, you know, so I mean, I realize that a lot of the young folks out there, I mean, if you were probably too young to even remember the Oklahoma City bombing, there's people serving in uniform right now that they don't even remember 9/11. Happened before they were born. You know, so they look at this as ancient history. But you know, if you forget your history, you're destined to repeat it. So,
and that's one of the things I think is so important tonight, Dave, is the cabal doesn't change playbooks.
oh no,
And and if people want to know, well, how do we figure out what's going on right now? Well, let's just rewind the clock back 20 years and
Mhm.
see how did they do it then? How did they push propaganda? How did they try to suppress factual information? Because if we recognize how they did it, how they were successful at it, then it gives us a way or an avenue to defeat it in today's age. Because this is what I will tell you, Dave, and our government has recognized it. People are not watching mainstream media anymore.
No.
They've turned to not only even Fox, conservatives, patriots are
Yeah.
like, yeah, sorry, you know, we're not going to
Well,
pay attention. I keep doing it. So I got this new camera, Dave, and I
yeah.
got to remember it's cued off by hand signs, so it starts zooming
Really?
in and zooming out. So I got to remember from time to time. I'm like, oh man, because I'm a big use your hands person when you talk. It drives
Right.
everybody nuts. But people are not trusting the mainstream media anymore. So with that, what people are turning to is social media, virtual town halls,
Mhm.
podcasts, Rumble channels like this one. This is where people are turning towards for their information. So this is what I tell people. You don't
Mhm.
think the government recognizes that? You bet your ass they do. So
Well,
what does that mean? So that
even
means
Newsmax is blowing smoke up everybody's butt. They're still pushing the vaccine. You know, I mean, come on, Newsmax, really?
oh yeah,
As far as a news network, I look at Al Jazeera. I'll go online, and I also subscribe to OANN. I really appreciate some of the stuff that they're doing. They're really tearing the roof off the sucker. And yes, RT. I was screaming about RT. I mean, So many respected journalists from the U.S. couldn't tell the truth on the U.S. networks, so they went to RT. Larry King. Oh, he's a communist, right? Come on. Chris Hedges, he was a Pulitzer Prize winning writer for the New York Times. They wouldn't let him tell the truth, so he went to RT. There's a bunch of journalists that went to RT. So
RT is what I relied heavily on to get the truth about what was going on with Ukraine and Russia.
Yeah, think about that. 30, 40 years ago, it was Russia, the USSR, that was suppressing truth. Radio Free America was being jammed in the shortwave. Now they're telling the truth, and we're all screwed up in this country.
No, absolutely. So
I'm going to tell you a little story. Back in '96, this is when I just gotten together with Joyce, and she and I were married, and we were, like I said, we were doing radio interviews and stuff like that. She was a medical malpractice legal consultant, expert witness, and we would go into the law libraries in Houston and pull up all documents on microfiche. We were pulling up congressional records, Senate reports, after-action reports from the Gulf War. We were printing every single page, and we went into duplication. We were selling them. People were buying.
I'm going to pause you real quick, Dave.
Yeah.
Because there is a portion of my audience that is really young, and they're like, micro what? So microfiche, you guys, is a little film that you take in the libraries that had this big, looked like a upside down projector type thing. You would slide the film under it, and it would project the film onto the screen so you can read it. And it was your newspapers. That was our internet back then.
Right.
Was microfiche. So for all I caught the tail end of it, but I remember. So everybody, no, we're not talking about an aquarium fish. This was actually little film. This is actually little film that projected it, and that was our internet. So, but please continue, Dave.
Okay. So anyway, we were printing out all of these congressional records, Senate reports. And as a matter of fact, let me see, where are they here? Let's see, I'll show you a couple of them. These are just the title pages. Can you read that?
Yep. U.S. Chemical and
Biological. Yeah, go ahead.
U.S. chemical biological warfare related to dual-use exports to Iraq and their possible impact on the health consequences of the Persian Gulf War.
Right, and it was Senator Don Regal. Okay, right there. It was called the Regal Report, and this had all the shipments of botulism, anthrax, West Nile virus, plague from the ATCC. Okay, the evidence is here. That's one. Okay, take a look. Here's another title page. We were printing this stuff out.
Human drug testing
by the CIA. Date rape drug. Thank you, CIA. How about this one? Oh, that's just X-File stuff. MK Ultra, right? Biological testing involving human subjects by the Department of Defense. All right. MK Ultra. All right. This is what we were doing. The appropriations bill for 1970. This is where AIDS came from. They said they could create a new infective microorganism that would destroy the immune system. They could do it in 5 to 10 years. They appropriated the money. Then they started a vaccine campaign in Haiti, Africa, and San Francisco. And 5 years later, we had AIDS in Haiti, Africa, and San Francisco. We had all the documents. So Joyce was asked to testify before the Presidential Commission on Gulf War Syndrome. So we packed our stuff up. We had all the documents, and we went off to San Antonio. So when she went to testify, they gave her 10 minutes. So she went up there and she says, okay, well, thank you very much, Senator so-and-so. Here's a Senate report that you were on. You know what's in this document. And I shouldn't have to waste your time or mine going over information that you and hopefully the rest of this panel has. So I'm going to put that here. Oh, Congressman so-and-so, here's a congressional record, blah, 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 blah. You sat on in this panel. You know what's in this document. So I'm not going to waste your time or mine and going over information, rehashing stuff that you already have. Bam. Colonel so-and-so, here's the after-action report from CENTCOM. You know that these guys were exposed to mustard gas and chemicals and biologicals. Okay, so I don't have to go over this stuff with you either, do I? Boom. She says, oh my goodness, I still have 7 minutes left. I'm going to turn the rest of my time over to my husband, and he's going to play you a song. And so I went over and I got my guitar, and the guys are talking in their sleeves, you know, like this. And I picked up my guitar and I sang the song for the Gulf War vets that I'd written. It's called "Where Are the Voices That Care?" And I wanted to sing the song because I give names, times, places. I put it all into the lyrics. I wanted the lyric in the record. Well, lo and behold, after the transcript came out, they'd taken the lyric out. I was pretty pissed off about that. But what happened is about a week or so later, Joyce got a phone call. And the two of us were strongly invited to come to another meeting. I'd never heard that term before. Have you ever been strongly invited to go to a meeting? So anyway, we went back to San Antonio, and I forget, it was a Sheraton or a Hilton or something like that. They had a big room. It's probably about 50 people, 60 people in there. The doors closed. There were some people in uniform, some plain clothes. And the moderator got up, and the first thing he said, he says, "Well, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, if you're in this room, I want you all to know that you have been thoroughly vetted. We know who you are, we know what you're doing, and we're honored to have you all here." I said, "Oh, I'm Twitter-pated." So he proceeded to give a little bit of a thumbnail sketch of what happened to our country in the past 200 years and how we lost our organic constitution in 1871 and became a corporation. I'm sure this, maybe you probably know about this, maybe other listeners don't, but this is the truth. But anyway, he gave a little bit of a history how about the organized crime families, the industrialists, and the bankers all got together and formed a pact to take over this country. And he says it took them decades to do it. They had to be patient. They had to be ruthless. They had to be diabolical. They had to be stealth. But they were persistent, and they carried on, and they got it done. The final nail is when they took out JFK. And I want to tell you, he says, we understand who these people are and what they're doing, and we're not going to allow it to stand. We're going to get our country back, but it's not going to happen in a year or a decade. It's going to take us decades because it took them decades. But we're going to be just as stealth, just as diabolical, just as ruthless, and just as patient because we're the good guys. We are the white hats.
I got goosebumps right now, Dave.
I got goosebumps too, but not until about 4 years ago, because that was in '96. Okay, I didn't put the puzzle pieces together. I didn't know what they meant, white hats. Yeah, I know that means good guys. Yeah, I got that. But that was in '96. So lo and behold, Trump gets elected, and then we start hearing about all these Q posts and all this other stuff. And all of a sudden, I start hearing the term the white hats. At first, it didn't register. But then all of a sudden, it went ding. I went, oh! The white hats. They're back. They're here. I said, holy crap. So this is why I'm paying attention a lot more to some of the Q posts. I realize that there's going to be, rabbit trails thrown out there, misinformation deliberately thrown out there. That's the way Intel works. The 80-20 principle is always at hand.
So Dave, you are the first person outside of myself that brings that part up. I try to remind everybody all the time, misinformation and disinformation is part of this operation. That's why I tell everybody, listen, you got to understand, we don't know which ones are the factual ones and which ones are not the factual ones. So remember that when you're going out there before you put all your eggs into one basket, because we don't know. So, but other than myself, you are the first person I've ever had that actually brings that portion up, because everybody usually works around that side. So, but once again, this is why I'm so excited about you.
Hey, look, I'm nothing special. I'm just a regular musician.
I'm gonna argue that with you, because like the gentleman said back in 1996, you were in that room for a reason. And in my personal opinion, I don't think they've ever stopped keeping an eye on any of you guys.
Well, they say once you get on their list, you never get off. So, and that goes for both sides, the black hats and the white hats. I know I'm not on the Christmas card list of the Pentagon. That's for damn sure. Not with what we did back then. Joyce and I stopped the anthrax vaccination campaign back in '98. because we were Joyce was on with Art Bell. I don't know. Are you old enough to remember Art Bell? Late night, overnight.
So I'm actually going to be coming out on his show to share my story pretty soon.
Oh well, Art Bell passed away a few years ago. George Norrie took over for him.
So then I'm thinking of another Bell then.
Yeah, there's
John B. Wells. Wow.
There you go, John B. Wells.
John B. Wells. John B. Wells is like, oh, Alpha, you gonna get my name wrong?
Yeah.
So well, John B. Wells.
Yeah. Well,
my apologies.
Well, Joyce was on with Art Bell at least almost 24 times. I was on a half a dozen times. And this was when we were pushing all these documents I was just showing you, after action reports, Senate reports. And it says right in there that the anthrax vaccine should be considered as a possible cause of the Gulf War syndrome. And Art Bell says, oh, that can't be true. That can't be true. And says, oh, yeah, yes, it's true. It's right here. And so he went for a commercial break and he checked up on it. He says, yep, ladies and gentlemen, she's telling the truth. As a matter of fact, there's if you look up Title 50, Chapter 32, Section 1520. As a matter of fact, when you go to a commercial break, you might have some fun looking that up. Title 50, Chapter 32, Section 1520 shows you that the government can experiment on you for basically any reason whatsoever. It's in the code. They can do it anytime. Okay, we got contrails, we have vaccines, we have food additives, we got water supply with fluoride, and God knows what else is in there. So, when you go back to the documents, you start understanding, how nefarious things can really be. But anyway, I went down a little tangent.
You know what? Like I said, my shows, always God's direction, not mine, not the guest. Whatever message he wants the audience to hear, they're going to hear it. But I'll bring us back to 9/11. When you started to put this documentary together, what was the first moment in that film? And I'm talking about the first one, In Plain Sight. What was the moment when you were like, holy shit, like this is really bad, if you remember? Well,
the first thing that drew my attention to the problems of the official story was the Pentagon. The lack of wreckage on the front lawn. I mean, the grass was green, that nothing had hit the ground at all. Supposedly it slammed into the bottom of the building. And we had photographs of the facade before the collapse of a 16-foot hole. Now that got my wheels turning, and that was what prompted me to go through all these videos that we've gotten in the mail. The next thing that really blew my brains out was the video footage of both planes as they're hitting the tower. Before the plane hit the tower, there was a flash. Before the plane hit the tower, there's a flash, and it's not just on the south tower. It was also on the north tower. So I was saying, what the heck caused that flash? And then that led me to looking at the bottom of the plane, and there appeared to be something there. I don't know what it was. People would say it's a pod, it's a missile. I don't care if it was Pee Wee Herman strapped to the bottom of the plane. It's not supposed to be there. So I used to, I would be called a pod person or this stuff like that. I don't say what it is. If I was to try to say what it is, that would be a conspiracy theory. I'm not into conspiracy theories. I ask questions. Okay. And that's what sort of pissed off a lot of people because they couldn't back me into a corner. You're a conspiracy theorist. Oh, really? What theory are you referring to? I don't have any theories. I base my questions on the evidence. I could show a picture or a video and say, what is this? Should I be condemned and ridiculed for simply asking that question? Well, that's what I was facing. Oh, if you don't know what it is, you shouldn't talk about it. If we don't talk about it, we'll never know what it is. Why am I stupid or something? Or is it the other way around? I'm just, I'm using logic and common sense, and it seems to be illegal to some people.
I'm monitoring the different chats on the different feeds, Dave, and people are going absolutely nuts. One of the comments, Rachel JK75, she goes, in 1996, he was in a white hat meeting, heart, and all the different chats. That's what everybody's still got.
I didn't know. I swear, I didn't know. I like I said, I'm a musician. I did silly voices in commercials all my life until I started doing talk radio. and I started falling down this rabbit trail. I mean, this a rabbit hole. I didn't know that I was going to end up doing this. If somebody had held a gun to my head when I was 35 years old and said, Dave, you're going to become a national radio talk show host, you're going to be talking about conspiracies, health issues, economics, I would have said, what are you smoking? You know, give me some of that, you know? But no, I had no idea.
I know exactly what you mean, because if somebody 10 years ago would have told me I would have been doing this, I was going to be like, you're crazy.
Yeah.
You're crazy. No, like, no, I'm going to be chasing bad guys, jumping over fences. There's no way I'm going to be behind a camera. You're nuts.
Right.
Did you not see how I was in public speaking? Like, that's not going to happen. But here we are, you know, God's divine plan. When
Oh dear, we have a connection problem.
Dave's, see, we got you back, Dave. Looks like we lost Dave. Okay, you're back.
I'm back. Yeah, well, you were gone too. You went before I did.
Let me see. We'll work through this, you guys. Give me 1 second. All right, there you are, Dave.
Okay. A little glitch in the ether.
So here's something interesting. So when I first started doing these shows, I had no technical errors. Now, I'm not a technical genius, but I know more than the lay person when it comes to, tech. And I used to work for AOL Time Warner. So I know about the connections and things like that.
Okay.
But when I started to get a different caliber of guests, all of a sudden, because I monitor my feed strength. Well, I started monitoring it once I started to notice certain guests. I was like, how's this happening? Like, I'm running hardwire, I even have a booster, so they've pushed me to the point where I have almost commercial grade internet coming in. And even with that, I always run checks before and after. And it's solid. And I mean, and I've tested it. Like, I've opened up so many different programs to really bring my machine to the brink. Mm-hmm. Still no errors. Right now, when I have my show on, I have everything minimized. Like, I only run what I need. But yet 9/11 conversation hits their algorithm and they're like, let's throw a little suppression this way and that way. But like I said, they won't defeat determination. I do want to let the audience know, following the interview I do with Dave, I will be playing the first show from Dave's website, which is davevonkleist.com. I will be playing the 9/11 in plain sight for you guys so you can watch it. But I would also invite you sometime to, over the next few days, go watch in the part 2 of that, which I still need to watch and I'm excited about, which is the ripple effect, where really covers, as I understand it, some meat and potatoes to this. So you guys have
the ripple effect is sort of like 9/11 in plain sight on steroids. Because when I did 9/11 in plain sight, I was down in the basement with the old TVs, the old tube TVs and stuff like that. And like I said, in the years that followed, all the military people that I used to know back in the 90s, they all got back in touch with me. And like I said, that's what prompted me to make the sequel, 9/11 Ripple Effect. So if you get a chance to do that. But also, like I said, enjoy the music, because the powers that be can't stand it when you point and laugh at them. They also don't like it when you write songs about them. Okay, that hits them in a spot that they don't understand. They don't get that part of it. And so, so please enjoy the music. Like I said, there are 3 albums of politically incorrect, in your face, you lying son of a bitch music. And I say that all the time. So hopefully that'll motivate and inspire some people to get involved. Get off of your big fat pimple covered butt and do something.
I think they will too. Here's the other thing to the audience. I think with the level of people, and like I understand, I am still a giraffe, trying to learn how to walk for the first time as far as my red pill comes. But I think it is time, especially us as content creators, we start getting back into Pizzagate. We start getting it back into the Rothschilds, because a lot of us know about it, but there's a lot of people that are barely, well, at this point, it's a red suppository with what's going on in this country. Mm-hmm. And I think we do need to revisit those things. So when you guys go to Dave's website, grab those links, start sharing them out. Let's get all this stuff. Let's bring it back to the surface and piss off some cabal elite people, because it's always great when they're pissed off. So there's a part in the film, Dave, where they brought in universities that did these diagrams of the planes hitting the Pentagon,
Mm-hmm.
but they left out so much of information that pretty much just blows out their diagram. So
Yeah.
they turn to these elite people to say, "Oh, listen, public, this is all perfectly explainable. Yes, a huge commercial airliner can come in and do this, but they don't." They say on one particular part, they say the wings of the plane broke off outside the Pentagon.
Yeah.
But we've all seen enough video that there's no wings or even
Right.
pieces of wings outside. And for those that say, well, the wing can break. Have you seen the size of an engine on a commercial airline? We're not talking a motorcycle engine here. It's the
Yeah.
size of a damn Volkswagen. Like it's a big piece of equipment. Can you give us a little
Hell of
explanation
a
of what you saw?
Volkswagen. We're talking about a Lincoln Continental or a Cadillac. I mean, these are big engines. And by the way, and that's one of the things we had in the 9/11 in plain sight video. The NIST, the National Institute of Safety Transportation, had done a computer analysis of how the plane hit the Pentagon. And we have all these columns here, and here comes the plane, and it knocked out this column and that. And wait a second, look at the plane. They didn't include engines on the plane. Hello? I mean, they focus on the little tube fuselage and the wings, but there were no engines. What's wrong with you people? The engines were big, heavy titanium pieces of machinery. And then there's the landing gear. Those are other big hunks of metal. No sign of that stuff in their own analysis, their computer-generated analysis. I said, oh, my goodness. Boy, that's a convenient thing to leave out of your computer-generated analysis, So they've been blowing smoke up everybody's butt for all this time. And I'm not surprised. Like I said, what got me started was the crap that they threw at us over the Oklahoma City bombing. So, and of course, didn't we just have the anniversary of JFK's assassination? Isn't that today? Oh, my. Sure, that was Lee Harvey Oswald, too. Yeah, right.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I go off on tangents.
When you compare JFK and some of the names and numbers and dates, and you go back to Abraham Lincoln and the assassination there, I'll tell you know what? I'm going to do a show on that because that is going to rock people's socks when they're just like, how many coincidences before statistically impossible to be a coincidence?
No kidding. Kennedy's secretary's name was Lincoln. Lincoln's secretary's name was Kennedy. I mean, it's like, there's all kinds of stuff like that.
Absolutely. So one of the facts that you covered in the film, and here's the thing, it was a very simple fact, but I was just like, how did I not see that? And when we talk about the Twin Towers, and I was looking for a video all day today, but of course they've taken it down. But there was a gentleman who he's a welder. It's generational in his family working with steel. And he actually had a piece of the same grade of steel that the 9/11 towers were built out of.
Mm-hmm.
And he's telling people, listen, this is how hot it would have to be. This is how long the heat would have to be in order just to even barely compromise this grade of steel. And I don't remember the numbers of it. And he does a time-lapse video on it. That's like, I think it was almost like a whole day that he's generating this heat. And he goes over there and he's barely able to dent it. He goes, that's how powerful this steel is. And now when I go look for it, there's this other guy that's done something similar to it, but he doesn't do the time lapse. And it's just a junky video, but he tries to debunk this guy. But he talks about literally these buildings, they would have had to been burning for days, days just to compromise the integrity of this steel. So when I was thinking about that and how they said, well, it was the fire, then it brings me to the Pentagon. And in your movie, it shows, all the walls where they collapse, and you have a book that's open, not burned, wooden tables, not burned. There's just no sign of the same heat damage that they're explaining existed what took down 9/11. And that was, as simple as it was, that was one of the things in the movie that just had such a tremendous impact on me, because I was like, you can't argue one and then say it doesn't apply to the other.
Right.
It doesn't work that way. That's not science.
Yeah. Well, there was when the plane hit the tower, there were a lot of different photographs of the damage. Here's a close-up of one of the towers. You could see the outline of the plane that hit there. And if you zoom in, there was a woman who was standing looking out. She was leaning up like this, looking out the hole. Wait a minute. If it was so hot that it was going to collapse the building, if the fires inside were so hot, and she's standing in the hole where the plane came in, that doesn't wash. And like you said, if it was going to be so hot that it would melt the freaking tower, and yet it didn't burn the book that's sitting on the stool at the Pentagon, it's just, people have to use their brains. They can't just listen to the news and say, And unfortunately, this is what people have been taught. They don't have the critical thinking skills. They're not taught to challenge anything. So they just consume what's given to them by the mainstream media. And this is what the problem is. And I'll tell you, trying to talk to people like that, and we've all been conditioned. I mean, here we are, tomorrow's Thanksgiving. Now, what are the things that you're not supposed to talk about at Thanksgiving or at the local bar or at a party? What are the two things you don't talk about? You tell me.
Politics. I know I got that one. And religion.
Thank you. All right. Well, let me ask you this. What is the best way to stagnate a civilization? Don't talk about politics or religion. Don't talk about it. And we've all been conditioned to say, okay, well, we're in a public gathering. I shouldn't talk about politics or religion. For years, for generations, that's how the news got around. People used to sit at the pub and talk about what this guy did and what that guy did and stuff, and people would learn. But now you can't talk about it. Instead, we got these slogans. You can't fight City Hall. Oh, I'm only one person. What am I going to do about it? I mean, all of these little phrases, we hear them over and over again. That's brainwashing, damn it.
Now, one thing I want to bring up and I want to share, and I want to get your take on this. Okay. And I definitely want the audience to see it because I know a lot of them haven't. I'm going to bring up the clip of George Bush at the school when he gets the message that the towers have been hit.
Right.
Now the audience, because I'm only going to play it once, and you guys can, and I'll put the link in the description so you guys can have it and download it and save it. Because trust me, they take this one down, and you always got to keep going and refining it. But this one looks like it's actually survived for a while, so that's a good thing. But I want you guys to listen to what the teacher is telling the students to repeat. She's teaching them words, and I want you guys to pay attention to what they're saying. So I'm going to bring this up. I'll mute me and Dave so you guys don't have to hear feedback. But like I said, we're gonna listen to the first minute, 5 seconds.
Get ready to read all these words on this page without making a mistake. Look at the letter at the end and remember the sound it makes. Get ready. Kite. Yes, kite. Get ready to read this word the fast way. Get ready. Kid. Yes. Sound it out. Get ready. Kid. Sound it out. Get ready. Kid. What word? Kid. Yes, kid. Boys and girls, sound this word out. Get ready. Steal. What word? Steal. Yes, steal. Read these words the fast way. Get ready. Playing. Yes, playing. Get ready. Must. Yes, must. Let's read these words the fast way without making a mistake. Get ready. Kite. Yes, kite. Get ready. Kit. Yes, kit. Get ready. Steal. Yes, steal. Get ready. Playing. Yes, playing. Get ready. Must. Yes, must. Or to just pick your reader up from under your seat. Open your book up to lesson 60 on page 153.
Wow.
So right there, you guys see Bush gets the notification that the towers were hit.
Yeah.
Kite, hit, plane, steal. Now, I'm not the sharpest tool in the tool shed, but I mean, come on.
Optics.
You know, and there's a picture, and this picture, you guys, was in Jeffrey Epstein's house.
Yeah.
And it's a picture of George. He has one of Bill Clinton, but he has one of George W. Bush. And he's sitting on the floor. There's 2 Jenga towers, and one of them's collapsed. I think the other one's partially collapsed. And George Bush is holding a paper plane in his hand. So listen, I'm just saying, like I said, I know I ain't the smartest or the sharpest tool in the tool shed, but this is the footage that they try to make disappear. And the kids are saying kite, hit, plane, still, must. You know,
What was the last one?
Must. M-U-S-T, must.
Oh, okay, must. Yeah.
So it was kite, hit, plane, still, must. I think that was the right order too, that it comes in. But you rearrange it and it's, you know, kite, plane, must, hit, still. You know, and the interesting thing about, and I didn't realize this until a couple months ago. I was like, why kite? Like the kite kept throwing me for a loop. And then it dawned on me, Alpha, you worked law enforcement, you worked undercover. What's a kite? When you go to the prison systems, what's a kite? It's an undercover message. So in the gang world, there's a little piece of paper and they'll fold it and they'll fold paper to a point where you guys, it would make Guinness Book of World Records. And they'll pass these kites, is what they call them. They'll pass these kites from cell to cell. But kite is something in the gang world, you know, the criminal world. Kite it's a message. It's a hidden message. And I was like, okay, well, we got a hidden message. And then, because that's the first one, kite. And then followed by, you know, the following words playing, and you guys can rearrange it and you see what that turns out to. So what do you think about that, man?
That's, you know, I never even thought about that. I remember seeing that video clip when they whispered in his ear. As a matter of fact, I thought you were going to play the clip that where Bush says, well, we were watching the television in a classroom and we saw the first tower get hit. I thought you were going to play that clip.
I didn't even know about that one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a video clip of George Bush talking about it. Yeah, I was in a classroom and they had a television on there. And I remember I saw that the first plane hit the first tower. And I thought that was terrible pilot, must be pilot error or something like that. So, wait a second. That was not on live television. Why would he say he saw the plane hit the first tower? Okay, that clip is out there too. So there's lots of stuff like this that make you go, you know. So I'm not surprised at all. But I had not put those puzzle pieces together, whether she was reading those words. I mean, I remember seeing that, but I never really paid attention to it. Good on you, mate.
I'm telling you, collaboration brings out the best.
That's right. That's right.
So the other thing I wanted, and I haven't studied a lot about this, but it was brought to my attention, but there was a lot of work going on in the towers before 9/11 happened, a couple of floors below. What do you know about that you can kind of share with me in the audience?
Well, from what I heard, and I've seen some photographs, there were some Israeli students who were art students that were working on some project or something there. And I've seen the photographs, and they had some boxes of equipment there. And I can't remember, but it was something like N18. I remember the number 18 was there. And as it turns out, the letter and those numbers just happen to be the same as a detonator, okay, of sorts. I'm not an explosive expert, but I remember hearing about that, and that they had closed off several levels of the tower, and these students were working there. I also heard that in the days before, there were a couple of electronic shutdowns. They shut down this area of electricity. They shut down this area of electricity. So there was some things that were going on. And then again, we haven't even talked about Building 7, you know. So
let's get into that. But
that's another issue altogether.
Before we do that, I want to bring another gentleman onto the screen with us. So some of my audience may know this. On Mondays, I do a show called Glitch in the Matrix with three other gentlemen. There's four of us. And, we always let each other know what's going on. And I told, this is my brother from another mother, Ron. I said, hey, Ron, I go, I'm having Dave Vonkleist on my show. And he's like, what? I'm like, yeah, man, I'm having Dave on. He's like, dude, that's who red pilled me. I'm like, what?
Oh my God.
So I'm like, well, you want to come on? And he's just like, man, send me the link. And sure enough. So Ron, here's Dave.
Well,
Dave,
hello, Ron.
it is I have to say I don't get starstruck, okay? I'm actually, that's not, but this is a tremendous honor for me because
Oh man.
it was about 20 years ago.
Stop.
Seriously, it was about 20 years ago. I was working for a guy. I don't know if you remember this. Do you remember selling chelation suppositories for the stuff that you guys were doing with the Gulf War syndrome guys? Does that ring a bell with you?
No.
Detoxamin. Does that?
Oh, I remember hearing about. Okay, I remember about that. Yeah, Detoxamin.
Okay.
Yeah.
My dad invented those.
Oh, really?
Really. And
okay.
I was working for the guys that were basically selling those, and I think their relationship was much more with Joyce than with you.
Yeah,
but I know you guys were working. But anyway, he sat me down in his apartment one night, and he's like, "Dude, I got to show you this." And he played 911 in plain sight. And up until that point, I was a very good Republican boy. Whatever Bush did was wonderful. Whatever Clinton did was horrible. And, I was party line down. And the only thing that I think that I was red pilled on would have probably been the JFK assassination. But watching that video that you did was what woke me up. Wow. And set me down. And if you could see behind me, this is actually a picture of my library of books that I have. And I don't watch things. I read a lot, and I watch a lot of video. And when I don't think there's anything on 9/11 that I haven't seen. So I'm very well versed in that day. I probably spent every year I go probably a good 2 to 3 weeks where I go back and I just watch everything again just to kind of keep it in my brain. And I remember when you were talking in the 911 in plain sight with the you were talking about how you found the website Hunt the Boeing by Thierry Masson.
Yeah.
And that was what kind of like you were like, I think you set out to try to prove it wrong.
Right.
And that's what led you to the and incidentally, the video clip that he played at the very, very beginning, that I took that out and put that on my YouTube channel because I value what you said there from the standpoint of conspiracy, relating conspiracy theory to a raffle and buying a ticket, because I think that's such a fabulous metaphor. To let people know, look, you even if you have one tiny little piece of evidence, it no longer becomes a theoretical possibility. It actually becomes a possibility. So, anyway, I just so you know, you are responsible for me losing a whole lot of friends.
And making other ones.
And making a whole lot of new ones.
I was just going to say the same thing. You got to check out who your friends are then.
Right. So, but I've learned a lot. I've met a lot of really interesting people. Being red pilled for 20 years has been a very difficult prospect because I've known things that other people haven't. And, it's like people look at me like I'm crazy, but I have actually I'm wearing my shirt. It says you can ignore reality, but you can't ignore the consequences of ignoring reality.
Oh, that's nice.
And
yeah.
That's the Ayn Rand quote. So, but anyway, Alpha invited me to come on because he knew that I was such a fan. But there's probably 4 or 5 people in the Patriot community that I would classify as like gold star people that I want to meet. And G. Edward Griffin, Jim Mars, you and you're on that list. So it's a great honor and pleasure to get to talk to you.
Well, thank you. I'm really honored, you know, and I was saying earlier, you know, I've sort of like moved away from the broadcasting thing a dozen years ago, just because of my own personal experience. And I was telling Alpha at the beginning of the show, you know, the end of that particular period was not an easy time. So, like I said, I had to back away. But I'm at a point now where I'm so frustrated watching all this stuff, because common sense, it's escaping people. It's not hard to figure out. You know, I mean, for an example, you know, everybody's worried about climate change and global warming and all that.
Mhm.
Why don't people demand that the suppressed technologies be released? Rife technology, Tesla technology, 0-point energy, the Stan Meyer technology. We can't tear down the oil, get away from oil and gas and coal if we don't have something to replace it.
Yeah.
You know, and these idiots are tearing the thing down without having something there to replace it. You know, and this is common sense. I mean, I'm not a rocket scientist. I didn't go to college and learn all this stuff, you know? So I don't know. That's just one example. Why don't people think like that, you know?
Well, if I may interject, you talked about Charlotte Iserbyt and, you know, the deliberate dumbing down of America. You know, a lot of that stuff started going back to the you know, the Reese Committee was the ones that was responsible for investigating quite a bit of the foundational stuff that came out of the 20s and 30s, and you know, that was when they really got a hold of the university system, because prior to World War I, we were an isolationist country, but what they had to do was they had to alter the mindset of Americans to be more globalistic, so that we would be more willing to participate in foreign affairs. And that obviously started over 100 years ago, or right around 100 years ago. But you look at now, and I tell people all the time, history is not taught with the idea of understanding history because of the historical event. It's taught with the idea of cultivating a mindset so that you will gladly and willingly follow what you hear on the media, regardless of whether it's true. And people are not taught how to think; they're taught what to believe. And there's a totally different. That's completely different.
I remember the opening line of the movie Braveheart. I shall tell you about William Wallace. There are those that will say I'm a liar, but history is written by those who hang the heroes.
Yes. Speaking of that, and I'm not that I'm trying to segue, but my grandmother was Wallace, and my great uncle was John Wallace, William Wallace's brother.
Wow.
There's a reason I like Ron. Before I bring us back, I do want to make a comment to this. This is the impact you have, Dave. This is the ripple effect of your work, because your work red-pilled Ron. Because of Ron's red pill, he went down a path that put him, you know, working with another patriot content creator influencer. My story, you know, battling the government, the DOJ and the FBI and all that, put me on a path to where I started looking for content creators. Found out that one particular Scott McKay, Patriot Street Fighter, was going to be in Southern California. I said, I need to get my story out. I need to find this guy. Well, Ron ends up being the point man to make that connection take place.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
And that was the beginning, which ended up leading me to developing my own show. Now, here's where you've saved lives. The most powerful emails that I got were in the very beginning of when I first started. And it was a lady, and I've shared this story a few times. She reaches out to me and she goes, hey, Alpha, part of it's funny. She goes, I tricked my husband into watching your show, and he's not going to take the vaccination now. She goes, he's not going to take it. He's going to survive. And I've gone literally thousands of emails similar to that since then. So you red-pilled somebody. That person got into the industry, being Ron, and Ron was one of the people that helped me make the connections that led me to making a podcast. So the show you're on tonight is a direct consequence of your work.
Now that's what I call a ripple effect.
so I mean, that's just.
Well, I'm honored. I'm glad to have inspired and motivated you. And I know that I really did hit the nerves for a lot of people way back then. And yeah, it's sort of like the iron has sort of grown cold, but the people who were branded with it are starting to show up. So, and I apologize for you losing all your friends, but as they said, you probably got better ones now.
I say that, Matt. I say that, in a sarcastic way. I didn't lose too many friends. I don't think I alienated too many people, but
I did.
It's interesting now because a lot of the people who thought I was crazy, they don't think I'm crazy anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So what I do want to cover before we end the interview and move to the movie is, please tell us about Building 7, Dave, because you're right, that doesn't get talked about enough.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm not the expert on the Building 7 thing. I'm a real simple guy. I know that there was a plane that hit this tower, a plane that hit that tower, and this tower came down and that tower came down. And I remember seeing the video footage of the towers coming down, and I saw the photographs, aerial photographs of the area as the towers were collapsing. And Building 7 wasn't hit. It wasn't hit by debris. I mean, it was standing nearby, but Building 6 got some stuff and Building 4 got some stuff, but Building 7 didn't get hit. And the fires that broke out in the lower floors. Now, how would the fires break out in the lower floors without any damage being hit? I'm just asking a question. I'm not being a conspiracy theorist, okay? However, I did hear a couple of other things. I heard that FEMA had offices in Building 7 and that Giuliani had a control center in Building 7. And I can't confirm this, but I also heard that there was a repository for gold in the basement of Building 7.
Building 4.
Sorry?
Building 4. The gold was in the basement of Building 4. The Building 7 had the second largest CIA station in the country. Okay. Giuliani did have 2 floors as his emergency bunker. It was essentially basically the largest federal building in New York. Okay. And it's very interesting that I think it was Jane Stansfield, who was a reporter for the BBC, reported at like 5:15 or whatever that the building had collapsed while it was in the background.
Right.
And it was called the Solomon Brothers building.
Yeah. It was Jane Stanley. Let's go to Jane Stanley. And yes, we've been told that. Oh, by the way, that broadcast was, I think it was at 5:02 Eastern
that's right.
time.
Yeah.
5:02, and the building didn't collapse till 5:20.
Correct.
So yeah, I got that part wrong about the gold in Building 7. You're right. It was the other building.
But they do give us hints on things that they're going to do with Hollywood movies, because if you remember, what was it, Die Hard 3, when they had that was when they did the bank robbery of the gold in New York. Do you remember that?
I don't remember.
So there was that was with Samuel L. Jackson, and anyway, there was they sent all of the police out to all of the other schools, thinking that they were going to bomb the schools, clearing out, and then they robbed the bank. But 9/11 was so much more than just a terrorist attack. It was a gold heist as well. That was one of the. It was a major bank robbery.
Yeah.
Like I said, you sent me down that rabbit hole. I have done hours of research.
It's my fault, huh? It's my fault.
Yeah, when I
right. I'll wear it as a badge of honor.
When I get on the phone with Ron, Dave, it gets to the point where I got time. Ron, I gotta go, man. I gotta go. Like, the baby's crying, man. I gotta go feed the baby. One of the things that I found very interesting is in the video, it shows all the collapse at the Pentagon. And you see all these cameras on the roof.
Yeah.
But the only footage we got is from a gate checkpoint.
Yeah.
Like, has anybody ever explained why? Or
you can ask why. If you try to explain, you become a conspiracy theorist. Okay? No, you can ask why. But there were video cameras at the local gas stations, the hotels, all around the Pentagon. And we're to believe that the only footage that they had was at the entrance to the parking lot. That's it. You know? As a matter of fact, the footage was so fuzzy in 2005, they claimed they were going to release new footage about the strike at the Pentagon. They baited everybody. They said, we have new footage of the plane hitting the Pentagon. They didn't have new footage. It was the same angle, the same footage, but it had a few extra frames. So Glenn Beck, he was on CNN at that time. CNN contacted me, and they wanted to talk about my film, this 9/11 conspiracy film, 9/11 in Plain Sight. So I said, oh, really? You want to talk about that? So, yeah, we got new footage from the Pentagon. Really? Oh, okay. Well, I'd be happy to come on. Can I bring, I've got some video footage. Oh, no, we can't show video footage. We have to get releases. I said, but wait a second. The video footage is from CNN. You're CNN. You don't need your own permission to show your own footage. Oh, but we'd have to go to the archives and pull it up. Oh, no, that's okay. I got it right here on a DVD. We can do that. I could throw it. No, that's going to mess up the time. Well, how about the photographs? We got photographs of the Pentagon. Well, again, we have to find the photographer and get releases. So I saw where this was going. They didn't want to show the video. They don't want to show the pictures, because that's how I based everything in the film about. So I got an 8x10 glossy of the Pentagon. I stuck it in my shirt. And so here I go into Jefferson City. I was living in Missouri at the time. I go to Jefferson City, and they hook up by satellite to CNN, and they do this interview, and it was a hit piece. Oh, man. But Glenn made an absolute fool of himself. He really did. But at one point, they were saying, they were asking me about this. So I pulled the picture out, and they freaked out. I said, look, here's the picture of the Pentagon before the collapse. Why didn't you ever show this? The collapse didn't happen until 28 minutes after the event. We've got video footage of the actual collapse. But they didn't like that. That's when Glenn started saying, oh, okay, well, what's in Area 51? Is it aliens or office supplies? This is how we started to handle it. So, and I covered that in the second film, 9/11 Ripple Effect. But that's how they handle it, It's so frustrating. They just do everything that they can to link you with the aliens or Bigfoot or Osama bin Laden has two noses. Just crazy crap like this. So
let me ask you. Let me ask you one last question before we wrap this up and get to the film. Dave, if you were to tell somebody what's the most important piece of information that they need to take away from either film, whether it be in Plain Sight or The Ripple, what would that be?
Well, the one thing that most people don't talk about when it comes to the 9/11 examination is the flash. The flash, I find, is probably one of the most important things because, like I said, if you look at the footage, we all saw the second tower get hit. But if you slow it down frame by frame, you'll see on the side of the building, there's a bright flash before the plane makes contact. And we have that from 4 different angles. And at one of the angles, you can actually see the flash reflecting off of the fuselage of the plane. Nobody's talked about that. Nobody wants to talk about that. And then when I went to the original Naudet brothers footage, we all saw the firemen in the street, and then they look up just as the plane goes by and it hits the first tower, and then you hear the guy go, oh, shit. Okay. If you slow that down, you can see there's a flash before that plane hits too. So we're 2 for 2 with the flash. Now, going back to the second tower, we talked earlier about whether or not there was something attached to the belly of the plane. It just so happens that whatever appears to be attached to the belly of the plane is directly in line with the flash. Now, I don't know what was attached to the belly of the plane. I don't know what caused the flash. But as some people in the 9/11 Truth Movement said, if you don't know what it is, you shouldn't talk about it. No, we won't know what it is unless we talk about it. And to this point, and to this date in history, I don't know of anybody else that has brought that particular issue to the attention. So I would say probably the flash and the pod would probably be real important. I'm not saying it's the most important, but that's what got my attention.
No, absolutely. And for the audience,
can I say something about that, Alpha?
Real quick, I just want to let the audience know I just wanted you guys, as soon as we conclude the interview, I will be playing the film for you guys so you can see all this stuff that Dave and myself and now Ron have been talking about. Go ahead, Ron.
Two things. One about the flash. The one thing that I began to hear probably around 2014-ish was the hologram theory. Like the planes weren't really planes that hit the towers; it was holograms. And yeah. I think that that's disinformation put out there to make the 9/11 truth community look foolish, because I don't believe that technology may have existed, but there's no way that actually transpired.
Well, I have my own theory about that.
Do you mind sharing?
Okay. In 2004 is when I released 9/11 in Plain Sight. There was a philanthropist by the name of Jimmy Walter, and he had buku bucks, and he wanted to put together some presentations. He bought a whole bunch. I think he bought like 1,000 copies of 9/11 in Plain Sight and distributed them. And then he grabbed, William Rodriguez. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you've talked to Willie Rodriguez. He was the janitor who was in the tower. He was what they called the key master. He had the key. Then there was another researcher, Eric Hufschmid, Colonel George Nelson, who was in the 9/11 ripple effect, and Morgan Reynolds. Morgan Reynolds, I forget what his position was, but he was in the cabinet of George Bush GW for his first term. So Morgan Reynolds was on this panel. Myself, William Rodriguez, Eric Hufschmid, Colonel Nelson, and anyway. So we were in Tampa, Florida, and we were in Miami, Florida. And this is when I was getting kind of sick of the 9/11 truthers out there who were more concerned with their money and the praise. And that's why I started, saying people, you got to get away from that as your motivation. If you're in it for that, you're in for the wrong reasons. And the point is that they were coming after me and calling me a conspiracy theorist. And as I mentioned before, I don't have any theories. I would challenge them. What theory are you referring to? So they couldn't call me a conspiracy theorist because I was basing my questions on video and photographic evidence. So the only thing that they could do is go after the video and photographic evidence. And like I said, after this series of events with Jimmy Walter had sponsored, shortly after that, they came out with the no planers. They say, oh, well, the footage has been manipulated. It's been massaged. It was faked. Now, I've seen some of the footage and that they say was massaged, and I don't know how they did it, but I mean, it does raise some serious questions. And for all I know, there may have been some sort of glitches in their computers or their video that caused some of these problems. I don't have the answers for that. Mm. But I certainly don't subscribe to the idea that there were no planes on 9/11. I don't buy into the no planer thing. I think that was a rabbit trail that was thrown down to draw people away from the photographic and video evidence.
I agree. I agree. I agree 100%.
So that's my theory on the no planers.
Go ahead, Alpha. I'm sorry. This is your show.
No, you're good. Like I said, Ron will keep talking if I don't stop him, you guys. And I am keeping an eye on the clock.
So it's okay, man. I'm here as a guest.
What I will tell the audience, and you'll see in the film, is you have witnesses on the ground that talk about how they did not see windows on the planes and how the fuselage of the plane was inconsistent. And these were people that were familiar with commercial airliners. So pay attention to that part in the film. I do want to give you a chance, Ron, to let everybody know where they can find you. But before we get to that, Dave, I do see you have a guitar on the couch next to you. Any plans to give us a quick little sample before we say goodnight?
Well, I could do, but the audio might not sound that good because I'm doing it with a microphone in the camera right there. That microphone.
All right, no, that's fine. We'll send everybody to YouTube. Listen, go to YouTube.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Go for it.
I tell you what you could do is you could go to my website, and right on the main page is the video that I made for the title cut of the third album. It's called Forever Vigilant. And I will tell you, although I wrote that song almost 20 years ago, I don't know how God put the lyrics in my head, but it applies more today than it did then. As a matter of fact, let me share a quick lyric. And as this country prospered, there were those who couldn't stand to see those common people as the rulers of their land. A small cabal of rich men then meticulously planned regaining their control with an economic hand. Through many generations and through the countless years, their money paid for influence and their tactics played on fears, until each politician, corporate leader, CEO understood they had to play along, but say they didn't know. Anyway, that's sort of what I do with the musical thing. So if you'd like, you could go to the Vonkleist.com and it'll be right there. Forever Vigilant, there's the video.
An audience, share it. Don't just enjoy it. Please, please share it. Ron, I'll let you say a final good night to Dave, but also where can everybody find you? Because you're out there putting content now.
I am. I am at the Untold History channel. You just go to I'm on Untold History channel on Rumble. If you go to untoldhistory.us, it takes you right to my channel. So, and then of course every Monday night I do the show with you, and then on Tuesdays, Mr-Constitution.com takes you to the YouTube channel, and I with Doug Gibbs I teach the Constitution for an hour every week. So we could just go through the Constitution. We're getting ready to go through to start our next trek through the Constitution here in about a week and a half or 2 weeks. So
outstanding. And Ron, just so you know, I know this guy Dave Vonkleist. I can probably connect you guys. Just
that'd be awesome, man. I don't know. We might be on the phone for 2 hours. But hey, Dave, you are a man after my own heart. I saw your cat.
She's around.
I am a big cat guy. In fact, that's how Glitch in the Matrix got started, is because of the cat.
Yes, it did. Dave, absolute honor to have you here.
I'm honored. Thank you for inviting me.
You're going to be in my prayers that my creator reignites that flame and gets you back on the microphone, because I know they knew you were important then, and you're still important now. So hopefully you get back into pushing some content with all of us. Final words that you want to share with the audience before we say goodnight?
Just get right with your friends, your family, and with your God. Okay, we are at a crucial point in human history right now. And I will tell you that one of the people who I befriended many years ago, and this is going back to 95, as I mentioned him earlier, Ted Gunderson. He was the FBI bureau chief for Houston, San Francisco, and Los Angeles. And he became, they called him a rogue agent because he began investigating the sex trafficking and the satanic rituals that were going on. Now, they can say that it's all conspiracy theory. This is all, Pizzagate, that's not real. Ladies and gentlemen, you better shed that particular disbelief, because that is real. And I think that my personal belief is that if we can bust these people, bust this whole thing open, expose the sex trafficking and the satanic rituals, all the other corruption will fall. I think that's the number one thing. You know, in the Bible, it says, you know, if you harm one of these little ones, it's better that a millstone be tied around your neck and you're cast into the sea. Well, hopefully, you know, it'll be up to God to judge you, but let's just hope that some of us don't get our hands on some of these people beforehand.
Amen.
Amen to that. Amen to that. Both you gentlemen, absolute honor to have you guys here. Audience, stick around. I'm going to run a commercial for us after I let the guys go. And then after that, 9/11 in plain sight. Make sure you guys go visit the website. Make sure you share the videos. Make sure you share the music. Put it on your social media. We have the ability to reach millions within a few hours. Let's take advantage of that. With that, it's been an honor, both you guys. I can't wait to talk to you guys again soon, and I know we will. So good night, Dave.
Thank you. Thank you, Alpha. Appreciate your time.
Nice to meet you, Ron, and I'll be talking to you, Alpha.
Absolutely. You guys, listen, ripple effect. You know, I mean, how awesome was that? Get behind these Patriots. Make sure you're subscribing to Ron's channel. Make sure you're going to Dave's website. Make sure you guys are sharing it out. Now, I know you guys are anticipating, we want to see the film, Alpha. I'm getting to it, but Alpha's got to keep the lights on. So bear with me for a second as I bring up Goldco. AlphaLikesGold.com. Protect your investments with gold and silver. They make it simple. They go to the website, AlphaLikesGold.com. Put in your first name, put in your last name, phone number, email. They will contact you. They will let you know how easy it is to roll everything over or start something new. Obviously, I'm an affiliate and I'm a sponsor. This is what I'll tell you guys. And I know I always get a boot to the rear when I say this. Everybody's afraid of grifters. Everybody's afraid of patriots, and you should be. So if you think that that's my motive with Goldco, then find a company. Just whatever you do what you have to protect your assets that you've worked your entire life to have. Because the clown that's running our president right now is going to run our economy and our stock market even farther than it has been right now. I know a lot of people have been holding on to their stocks thinking it's going to rebound, and it keeps going down. Listen, at least move part of it into commodities and protect something. Like I said, I'm not the expert. AlphaLikesGold.com. They will reach out to you. I'm sure they will have Thanksgiving off like everybody, but I'm sure they'll be back to business pretty soon after that. So get to those guys. Also, I just launched a bunch of new gear this week of some really, really, really cool stuff. So let me grab my commercial, and then after this commercial, I will be playing the video. So no other shows for me this week, but I will see you guys back Monday, 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern. Have a happy Thanksgiving. Remember all the things that you're thankful for. It doesn't matter how bad things are right now. We're still breathing, and if we're still breathing, we still got fight in us. So after this commercial, it'll be the film. God bless, and happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
May God bless the victims, their families, and America. Thank you very much.
It's been said that all truth passes through three stages. The first stage being denial, the second stage being violent opposition, and the third stage being widespread acceptance as common knowledge. Well, as you view this documentary, keep in mind that people watching will probably fall into one of those three categories. One group of people will absolutely deny that what they're seeing could possibly be true. The second group of people will be violently opposed to this kind of information being released, and they'll do everything that they can to discredit the messenger rather than pay attention to the message. And yet there will probably be a third group of people that will sit back in their easy chair and say, I'm not surprised, I knew it all along. With this in mind, let's begin by playing a little word association. I'll say a word, and you think of the first word that comes to mind. Conspiracy theory is what most people think of. We've all been conditioned to associate the word theory with the word conspiracy, because after all, no conspiracies could possibly be true. They're all just theories, aren't they? Well, in the phrase conspiracy theory, there are two words. The first word, conspiracy. The second word is the active word, theory. By definition, a theory is a supposition, an idea, a concept, a hypothesis. Let me give you an example. In theory, if I purchase a raffle ticket, I could win a prize. Now, as long as I don't purchase a raffle ticket, my win is theoretical. But once you purchase a raffle ticket, the win is no longer a theory. It becomes a possibility. And the more raffle tickets you purchase, the more possible and eventually probable the win becomes. Such is the case with a conspiracy theory. As long as there is no evidence, it is a conspiracy theory. But once you have a piece of evidence, no matter how flimsy or circumstantial it may be, it becomes a possibility. And the more evidence that is gathered, the more possible and eventually probable the conspiracy is. You'll be looking at evidence in this documentary, and it will be up to you to decide if this is a conspiracy theory or indeed a conspiracy.
Let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories concerning the attacks of September the 11th, malicious lies that attempt to shift the blame away from the terrorists themselves, away from the guilty.
On September 11th, 2001, 4 events occurred within an hour and 15 minutes of one another. The first event occurred at 8:45 Eastern Standard Time when American Airlines Flight 11 hit the North Tower of the World Trade Center. And then 18 minutes later, at 9:03 Eastern Time, United Airlines Flight 175 slammed into the South Tower of the World Trade Center. And then at 9:43, it was reported that American Airlines Flight 77 had hit the Pentagon. And then finally, at 10 o'clock Eastern Time, United Airlines Flight 93 crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Now, unless this is one incredible coincidence, is it not safe to assume that all 4 of these events are inescapably married to one another? And is it not also safe to assume that if you find one person involved or a party involved with one of these events, they're probably involved in all of them? Well, following this train of thought, since there was no credible claim of responsibility, is it not safe to assume that those involved or those parties involved or agencies or groups that were involved in the events of 9/11 would do anything that they can to obfuscate, distract, or distort or cover up any information that might lead to their discovery? And if that's true, is it not also safe to assume that if you find somebody, a group, an agency, a party that is involved in the obfuscation, distraction, distortion, or cover-up of any information involved in any of the events of 9/11, does it not indicate possible involvement and even guilt in the events of 9/11? Keep this in mind as we look at the video evidence of September 11th.
I mean, it was like a cruise missile with wings, went right there and slammed right into the Pentagon. Huge explosion, great ball of fire, smoke started billowing out.
Shortly after September 11th, as what usually happens, many conspiracy theories began to emerge as to what really happened on September 11th of 2001. And because many of these theories were not grounded with any evidence, we didn't really pay too much attention to them. However, in February of 2002, my attention was drawn to the following website entitled Hunt the Boeing, Test Your Perceptions. Now, the original website was completely in French and was released by the French and drew some very serious questions as to what had really happened at the Pentagon. I mean, after all, we had all seen the big hole that was created by the 757 that had slammed into the Pentagon at 9:43 on September 11th. But some of the photographs that were shown on this website raised very serious questions as to whether or not that's exactly what had happened. Some of these photographs showed a smaller hole, and in some cases showed that there was no way that a 757 could have created this damage. So we began our own investigation, and that started by taking a look at some of the magazines that we all saw at the supermarket checkout stands shortly after the events of September 11th. As I began pouring through the photographs, I had one goal in mind, and that was to prove the French wrong with their website Hunt the Boeing. After all, there must have been some photographic evidence that showed that a 757 had hit the Pentagon. But as we went through all these photographs, we could find no pictures whatsoever showing a tail, a nose, a fuselage, wings, engine, wheels, luggage, seats, nothing. There were no photographs showing any recognizable wreckage from a 757. Furthermore, when you look at the size of the hole at the Pentagon, it was approximately 65 feet across, and the height of the Pentagon is approximately 73 feet. From wingtip to wingtip, a 757 is 124 feet 10 inches. From nose to tail, a 757 is 155 feet and 3 inches in length, and the height is 44 feet and 6 inches. However, when you look at the hole at the Pentagon, you'll find that it's only approximately 65 feet across. How does a plane of those dimensions fit into a hole only 65 feet across? Upon further inspection, we found that the damage at the Pentagon was completely and totally inconsistent with the damage of the planes that had hit the World Trade Center. I mean, after all, the planes that hit the Trade Center created a fire so intense that it fatigued the steel and collapsed the buildings, or so that's what we were told. And yet, when you look at the left side of the Pentagon, you'll note that there is very little, if any, smoke damage or heat damage at all. On the third floor, it's very plain to see a file cabinet with a computer monitor. Neither of them are damaged. On the second floor, you can see a wooden desk. It hasn't burned. And on the first floor, a very curious sight indeed, a wooden stool with a book that is laying and open. The pages aren't even singed. Now, each of the planes involved in the September 11th attacks had embarked upon transcontinental flights, which means that they had a majority of their fuel left over when they hit their respective targets. That means that approximately 8,600 remaining gallons of fuel would have been ignited on the 757 that had hit the Pentagon. Again, we look at the photograph and ask ourselves, is the smoke and heat damage consistent with that amount of fuel being ignited? Ms. Therese Sagnier, a certified environmental specialist and a member of the Environmental Assessors Association, sent us the following letter after a brief conversation we had on the telephone. She had said to us that the amount of fuel that would have been left in the aircraft that had hit the Pentagon would basically have reduced that section of the Pentagon to rubble and would have burned for days. And that 8,600 gallons of fuel had a BTU rate of 86 million. She also stated that looking at the total weight of this aircraft in conjunction with its velocity, the Pentagon should have been reduced to the thickness of a pancake. Also, the fuel spill of 8,600 gallons would have posed a very large soil removal and disposal project. since the contaminated soil would be considered hazardous waste under Title 40 of the Code of Federal Regulations. Another interesting question that is raised is in the photographs of the collapsed area of the Pentagon. If you'll note the upper floor and roof area, it appears that that area simply collapsed and does not show any impact damage from a tail section that was over 43 feet in height. How could a 757 slam into the Pentagon and not have an impact area where the tail section would have hit the upper floors? Shortly after these questions were raised and the topic was open for discussion on our radio show, The Power Hour, these 5 frames were released from a security camera at the Pentagon. The only problem is that the release of these 5 photographs seemed to raise more questions than they answered. First of all, why was the date incorrect in the lower left corner of the screen? Second of all, they really didn't show that there was a 757 that had hit the Pentagon. And thirdly, many people asked, is this the only security camera that was on at the Pentagon? The Pentagon. This is the nerve center for the United States military, supposedly the most secure building in the country. And this is the only video footage that was available of the most heinous attack ever recorded at the Pentagon? Where were all the other security cameras aimed? What about the security cameras that were on in the hallways at the Pentagon? Every inch of the Pentagon is under video surveillance. Where are those video cameras? We also had a report about a gas station whose video camera was pointed in the exact direction where the 757 would have hit the Pentagon. Shortly after the event, it was reported that federal officials showed up at that gas station and confiscated that footage. In addition to all the magazines that hit the newsstands and the supermarket checkouts, there was a flurry of book releases that hit the local bookstores and, in some cases, the book section of your local grocery store. One book is America Attacked, which was released by University Press of California, and it was edited by Sarah Jess, Gabriel Beck, and R. Joseph. In reference to the attack on the Pentagon, on page 194 it states, "The jet had plowed a crater 100 feet wide that ripped away the walls of all 5 stories of the building, collapsing the outermost rings which encircle the Pentagon." In this picture, we ask, do you see a crater 100 feet wide or 50 feet wide? How about in this picture or this picture? It doesn't appear that there was any crater at all. They went on to say that it had ripped away the walls of the 5 stories of the building, collapsing the outermost rings, which encircle the Pentagon. Now, there should be no question that the outer rings of the Pentagon have indeed collapsed. We've seen pictures from one angle, from another angle, and America has seen these pictures. We all assumed that that was the damage that was caused by the 757 hitting the Pentagon. But shortly after the release of the article From Deception to Revelation, we were sent some photographs that were taken apparently right after the event and before the outer walls had collapsed. When examining these photographs, we can clearly see that the area in question had not yet collapsed. In fact, there is very little evidence of a hole big enough to accommodate a 757. The hole that we do see is approximately 14 to 16 feet across. Question: how does a 757 fit into a 16-foot hole and leave no damage or wreckage on the outside of the Pentagon? These are questions that deserve serious scrutiny. Let's take a look at some of the photographs that were taken before the outer wall of the Pentagon collapsed. In this first photograph, we can see the firefighters pulling the hoses away from the fire truck. In the foreground, we can see wire spools that were left on the front lawn of the Pentagon. After all, this section of the Pentagon was under renovation. We'll use these wire spools as reference points. Also, to the right of those wire spools and on the face of the Pentagon, we can see that some concrete facing has broken away. We'll also use this as a reference point as we examine these photographs. Now, to the left of that area where the facing has broken off, we can clearly see that the Pentagon has not yet collapsed. There are some flaming areas, and that area appears to be the only section where there is a hole approximately 14 to 16 feet. Question: how does a 757 fit into a 16-foot hole and leave no wreckage on the front of the building? We can also see that the roof of the building does show fatigue, but has not yet collapsed. In this photograph, an astonished onlooker sees exactly what we're seeing. The Pentagon 16-foot hole and leave no wreckage on the front of the building. We can also see that the roof of the building does show fatigue, but has not yet collapsed. In this photograph, an astonished onlooker sees exactly what we're seeing. The Pentagon had not yet collapsed. And again, there is no sign of any wreckage whatsoever. No tail, no fuselage, no wings, no wheels, no engines, no seats, no luggage, nothing on the outside of the Pentagon. Pentagon roofline is clearly visible, and again, it is under fatigue, but it had not yet collapsed. As we examine this next photograph, let's take a good close look at the lower left corner. You'll see engine 331 from the Metropolitan Washington Airport Authority, and we contacted the fire chief from this engine company. Chief Plower agreed to come on our radio show along with two of his firefighters, but 1 hour before airtime, they canceled. We were told that the two firefighters had been placed on indefinite leave. When we look at this photograph, we can see that the fire retardant foam is being sprayed on the front of the Pentagon. And again, the area in question had not yet collapsed. And you can see right in the center of the photograph, a big area where some of the concrete facing has broken away. And it appears that this is the only major hole in the front of the Pentagon. Again, is this hole big enough to accommodate a 757? And where is the wreckage? In this photograph, we again see engine 331 and fire retardant foam being sprayed on the front of the Pentagon. Note clearly in the center of the photograph, we see the upper floors of the Pentagon, again, yet to collapse. But also notice that there does not appear to be any damage to these upper floors. Question: if the height of the Boeing 757 was 44 feet 6 inches, there should have been some point of impact in these upper floors, and yet when we look at these pictures, there doesn't appear to be any impact whatsoever in the area where the tail should have hit. And again, there is no wreckage visible on the front of the lawn. Now, while these photographs were being taken, videographers from several different networks were on the scene to capture the firefighters in action as they battled the blazes at the front of the Pentagon.
Jim Angle is joining us now from Washington. Jim, what can you tell us about that fire outside the Pentagon? Jim Angle, are you with us?
I can tell you first that the roads around the White House, the streets around the White House were blocked seconds ago. Members of the Uniform Division of the Secret Service ran out to intersections and started diverting traffic. There are emergency vehicles on almost every block around the White House. The road south of the White House, you know, the White House is being evacuated. Federal employees are standing on the street corners in and around the White House, having left the building for fear of another attack. As you come into Washington from Virginia, about 2 miles from the Pentagon, you can see the smoke billowing up from the building. Huge clouds of smoke, so much so that commuters coming into town have pulled over to the side of a busy freeway, what is ordinarily a busy freeway, and are sitting, watching in amazement as the symbol of the United States Defense Establishment goes up in smoke. So there is an amazement all over Washington. People are not sure what to think. You've got a lot of federal employees standing around in this area watching as the streets are blocked off and emergency vehicles rush to and fro. We're not sure what they are up to, but clearly there is concern about the safety of the White House and the surrounding buildings. John.
Jim, do you know anything about what kind of plane?
Be advised, there's floor collapse, structural integrity is compromised. I'll give you a report soon on the interior.
Question: what could have caused this type of damage? What could have caused a 14 to 16 foot hole and pierced 3 of the rings of the Pentagon? Keep in mind that each ring of the Pentagon has an outer and inner wall, each wall approximately 18 inches thick of steel reinforced concrete. That means that each ring consisted of 36 inches or 3 feet of steel reinforced concrete for a total of approximately 9 feet of steel reinforced concrete. Question: could a 757 have pierced 9 feet of steel reinforced concrete and left a 14 to 16 foot hole and no wreckage? If not, what could have created that type of damage? On our radio program, The Power Hour, we have a lot of veterans and military experts that listen in, and many have called up and agreed that it could not have been a 757 that created that damage, but in fact had to be something else altogether. What could have caused that damage? Some call it a bunker buster or a missile. Now, as this controversy percolated through the year 2002, in January of 2003, the entire issue was resurrected when the American Society of Civil Engineers released a report entitled The Pentagon Building Performance Report. The announcement was made on CNN, and they showed an animated video that illustrated how the 757 slammed into the Pentagon and took out 50 support columns. Let's take another look at this computer-generated animation from the American Society of Civil Engineers at Purdue. And as we look at this plane, ask yourself this question: what significant information was overlooked in this computer graphic model from the American Society of Civil Engineers? Well, first of all, the 18.5-inch steel reinforced concrete exterior wall of the Pentagon was omitted. Second of all, you'll note that when the tail section enters the Pentagon, it remains intact. How is it possible that the tail section, over 40 feet in height, would have remained intact as it entered the Pentagon and left no entry point, as is seen in this photograph? Thirdly, and probably the most significant omission of all, is that the engines are missing in this computer graphic model. Despite these omissions, the American Society of Civil Engineers claimed that the plane took out 50 support columns as it entered the Pentagon. When we again look at these photographs, I ask, do you see support columns that have been destroyed? Which support columns were destroyed? How could it possibly be that the American Society of Civil Engineers could release such a report when the photographs clearly show that the entire report is in question? Now let's look at a computer-generated animation that was broadcast on the National Geographic television program Seconds from Disaster, in which they dealt with the attack on the Pentagon on September 11th. In this computer-generated animation, they show that the wings broke off before the plane entered the first ring. Question: if the plane's wings broke off, then why didn't we see any wing parts in the photographs that we examined earlier? Furthermore, in this computer-generated animation, it clearly shows the plane almost completely disintegrating as it passes through the first ring. Question: how could it have continued along its path and pierced another 7.5 feet of steel-reinforced concrete, piercing the second and third rings of the Pentagon, and leave this hole? You can't have it both ways.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. You fooled me, you can't get fooled again.
You know, there are those that see these pictures and hear this information for the first time, and they inevitably ask the question, well, if the plane didn't hit the Pentagon, where did it go? The answer is, I don't know where it went. For all I know, it could be sitting in 200 feet of water in the Atlantic Ocean. But then again, I didn't say that Flight 77 hit the Pentagon. That was NBC and CBS and ABC and CNN and Fox and all the other news agencies. The question should be, if Flight 77 hit the Pentagon, then where is it? And let's keep in mind that if we do find someone, a group, or an agency that is involved in the obfuscation, distraction, distortion, or cover-up of any information about any of the events of September 11th, does that not indicate possible involvement and even guilt in the events of September 11th? Now let's move on to what happened in New York City on the morning of September 11th. These are just a few of the images that are indelibly etched in the minds of every man and woman on the face of this planet that happened to be near a television set on the morning of September 11th of 2001. Most of us will never forget where we were and what we were doing on that day. Now, right after September 11th, many conspiracy theories began to arise to try to explain how and why the towers came down. Well, this is no different than any other major event in history, from the assassination of John F. Kennedy to his brother Robert Kennedy, and from the assassinations of Martin Luther King and John Lennon to the explosion in Oklahoma City that destroyed the Murrah Building in 1995 and the downing of TWA Flight 800. All of these were followed by conspiracy theories to try to explain these events. Well, on September 11th, there was a lot of discussion about explosions that went on around the building and in the building. Some of these reports were televised, but only once. Let's take a look at some of these reports and review what had happened on September 11th.
We're being pushed out as well because there was some concern that there might be additional explosions, possibly other bombs.
The entire top of the building just blew up.
The second explosion and another explosion. We have a report now of a fourth explosion at the Trade Center. There has just been a huge explosion. It almost looks like one of those implosions of buildings that you see.
We heard a very loud blast, explosion. Not clear now is why this explosion took place.
Do you know if it was an explosion or if it was a building collapse?
To me, it sounded like an explosion, but it was a huge explosion. I saw the two buildings. I'm thinking it was a bomb because two of them.
This is actually, we believe, debris from one of the planes that hit one of the towers on the World Trade Center. The FBI is here, as you can see. They had roped this area off. They were taking photographs and securing this area just prior to that huge explosion that we all heard and felt.
We've just heard a virtual barrage of reports of bombs and explosions going off in and around the World Trade Center. But is there any reason to believe that some of these explosions might have been caused by something other than the planes hitting the towers? Rick Sanchez from MSNBC had this to report.
Rick Sanchez has been there throughout this morning for us. Rick, tell us where you are and what the latest is.
Well, I'm in that area, if you're familiar with this area of where West Broadway and Hudson come together, right at Chambers. That would put us about a block and a half away from the site of where the explosion was. That area has just been evacuated because police have found what they describe as a suspicious device, and they fear that it might be something that could lead to another explosion. Obviously, there's a real sense of caution here on the part of police. I spoke with some police officials moments ago, Chris, and they told me that they have reason to believe that one of the explosions at the World Trade Center, aside from the ones that may have been caused by the impact of the plane with the building, may have been caused by a van that was parked in the building that may have had some type of explosive device in it. So their fear is that there may have been explosive device planted either in the building or in the adjacent area, and that's why they're being so cautious.
In the September 24th, 2001 edition of People magazine, on page 34, there was an interview with Louis Caccioli, a 51-year-old firefighter assigned with Engine 47 of Harlem, New York. And he had this to say. We were the first ones in the second tower after the plane struck. I was taking firefighters up in the elevator to the 24th floor to get in position to evacuate workers. On the last trip up, a bomb went off. We think there was bombs set in the building. Well, Louis Caccioli isn't the only firefighter that claims that there were bombs or explosives going off in and around the World Trade Center.
At least 2 blocks, and we started running. Floor by floor, it started popping out.
It was if they had detonated. If they were planned to take down a building. Boom, 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 boom.
All the way down. I was watching.
We've heard eyewitness accounts and testimony from fire officials that indicate that there were bombs, explosives, possibly detonating charges that were utilized in the collapse of the World Trade Center buildings. Is there any reason to believe that detonating charges were utilized in the collapse of the North Tower, the South Tower, or Building 7? One firefighter did say, boom, 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 that's how it went down. And many of the television reporters reported that as the buildings collapsed, both the North Tower and the South Tower and Building 7, they all appeared to come down just like a controlled demolition. Let's listen to a clip from Larry Silverstein. He was the lease owner of the World Trade Center as he gave an interview on PBS.
I remember getting a call from the fire department commander telling me that they were not sure they were going to be able to contain the fire. And I said, we've had such terrible loss of life. Maybe the smartest thing to do is pull it. And they made that decision to pull, and then we watched the building collapse.
Now, we've just heard Larry Silverstein making the admission that when it came to Building 7, the decision was made to pull it, a term that is used by demolition experts in bringing a building down. But what was America and the rest of the world told as to why Building 7 came down?
About an hour ago, World Trade Center building number 7 collapsed, a 42-story building, weakened by the devastation that had occurred earlier today.
We've all seen controlled demolitions on television. Office buildings, sports stadiums, all brought down by controlled charges. And these charges and controlled demolitions take weeks of planning. They have to bring in experts and do a structural analysis of the buildings, study which beams, which girders have to have charges placed on them. And then a team of explosive experts has to come and set the charges, wire them all together in sequence. And then, finally, after everything is clear, they let the building go or pull it. Are we to believe that 8 hours after a surprise attack in New York City, they were able to pull Building 7? How is this possible had it not been planned in advance? And if they did have planned detonation charges in place in Building number 7, is it possible that there were charges in Building 6 or 5 or 4 or the North Tower or the South Tower?
We made it at least 2 blocks, and we started running. Floor by floor, it started popping out.
It was if they had detonated. If they were planned to take down a building. Boom, 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 boom.
All the way down. I was watching it and running.
Ladies and gentlemen, so far we've seen that we were deceived, if not flat out lied to, about many of the events of September 11th. From the controversy about whether or not Flight 77 actually hit the Pentagon, to whether or not there were bombs or explosives or detonating charges utilized in any of the buildings that collapsed in the World Trade Center. And also Larry Silverstein making the admission that when it came to Building 7, they made the decision to pull it. And now we come to the main events of September 11th, North and South Towers being hit by airliners that were supposedly hijacked by terrorists. Let's take a look at some of the clips that we've all seen over and over again. On April 15th of 2004, we received a news release that alerted us to a website that was entitled www.letsroll911.org. Phil Jahan, the webmaster for this website, had taken the video clips that you've just seen and slowed them down and examined them frame by frame, and what he found was astounding. There are several different anomalies that need to be examined and questioned. First of all, what is attached to the bottom of the plane that hit the South Tower? And second of all, what is that brief flash that occurs just as the plane makes impact? Now, when we first looked at this video footage, I said to myself, well, this video footage could very well be manipulated. So I wanted to check it out myself. Well, we went and found the DVD that we had purchased shortly after September 11th entitled America Remembers. This was directly from CNN. We took this DVD and put it in our machine and examined the very clip that you've just seen. Let's take a look at it. Let's take another look at this clip in slow motion, but before we do, keep in mind that sometimes the best place to hide something is in plain sight. We've all seen this video clip, and there have been many publications that have taken frames from this video and published them in hundreds of magazines. Here's an example. On page 3, a full-size blow-up of this picture. And in this magazine, it was published on page 4. And on the back of this book that we discussed earlier, it's on the back cover. I suggest you all take a copy of your magazines and books, and if you have the video footage, take a good hard look. We've all got this. Now let's take a look at this in slow motion. As the plane approaches the South Tower, notice carefully the belly of the plane. There appears to be something attached, and just as it hits the building, there's a flash. Let's take another look in super slow motion. Let's look at this photograph that was taken near Ground Zero. On the right, we see the South Tower, and the smoke that's rising into the sky is emanating from the North Tower, which is completely hidden from view. On the left, just entering the field of vision of the camera, we see the plane just before it hits the South Tower. Note a couple of items here. The engine on the right wing has a shadow, and the shadow moves towards the front of the plane and off of the plane. So the anomaly that appears to be attached to the belly of this plane could not be caused by a shadow. Also note that the item that appears to be attached to the belly of this plane is on the right side. This plane has something that is not symmetrical on the bottom of the plane. When we compare that with the bottom of a regular 767, we'll note that a normal 767 has a belly that is smooth. This plane does not. In the summer of 2003, in Barcelona, Spain, a publication by the name of La Vanguardia did an investigative report on the plane that slammed into the South Tower. After a thorough digital image analysis performed by a Spanish university, the investigators came to the conclusion that the anomaly was three-dimensional in nature and could not have been caused by shadows or reflections. Question: Is it outside the realm of possibilities that an object of this size and shape could be attached to the belly of a plane of this type? Now let's take another good hard look at this video footage. As the plane approaches, it is irrefutable that there is something attached to the bottom of this plane and a distinct flash as it makes contact. Now there are some that would say that this is a trick of light, a reflection. Well, let's keep in mind that if you hold a mirror in your hand and reflect the sun's rays, that reflection only goes where you aim that reflection. So a reflection should only be seen from one particular angle. Let's take a look at this event from another angle. And now let's take a look at it again from a third angle. And now let's take a look at it one more time from a fourth angle. Ladies and gentlemen, you've just seen a very interesting event indeed. Not recorded by one, but recorded by 4 different cameras from 4 different angles. There can be no doubt that this is not the result of a reflection of any sort, but in fact was a flash caused by an explosion, a detonation, a missile. Something happened that was not a terrorist with a box cutter. Let's take another look at the object attached to the belly of this plane and ask yourself this question. Could something this big have gone unnoticed by the passengers, the crew, the baggage handlers, the service personnel at a commercial airport? The obvious answer is no, it would have been noticed. Which raises the question, where did this plane take off from? And was it in fact a commercial airliner at all?
That was not American Airlines! That was not an American Airlines! The plane was a larger plane and did look as large as
and dove to the other side and crashed right in. An explosion was so terrific it looked like it had dynamite in it. The ball of fire that came flying out of that one was even worse than the first one. And we were standing there and I said, I can't believe this. And sure enough, there it was, another plane. The plane wasn't no airline or anything. It was a twin engine, big gray plane.
Mark Bernbach, a Fox employee, is on the phone with us. Mark witnessed this from what we understand. Mark, were you close enough to be able to see any markings on the airplane?
Hi, gentlemen. How you doing? Yeah, there was definitely a blue logo. It was like a circular logo on the front of the plane, towards the definitely towards the front. It definitely did not look like a commercial plane. I didn't see any windows on the sides, and definitely very low. And I'm completely panicked. I'm you're freaking out. I cannot believe what I just saw.
We are all shaken by this. We are watching the video now back live, but the upper floors of the World Trade Center in Manhattan in flames now after apparently 2 large airplanes, we're talking about jetliners here, slammed into the sides right around 9 o'clock this morning. Mark, if what you say is true, those could be cargo planes or something like that. You said you didn't see any windows in the side?
I didn't see any windows on the sides. I saw the plane flying low. I was probably like a block away from the subway in Brooklyn, and that plane came down very low. And again, it was not a normal flight that I've ever seen at an airport. It was a plane that had a blue logo on the front, and it did not look like it belonged in this area.
We've just heard Mark Bernbach describe what he saw on September 11th of 2001 when he worked for the Fox News Network. Well, we spoke with Mr. Birnbach in September of 2004, and he stands by his story. Now let's take another look at the clip where the woman screams, "That was not an American Airlines." There are those that would try to say that we've dubbed in the voice or somehow altered the sound portion of this video clip. This time, watch carefully the woman on the right half of the screen.
That was not American Airlines. That was not American Airlines. That was not American Airlines.
Now, we've just heard testimony that refutes the official report that a commercial airliner hit the World Trade Center. Well, if it wasn't a commercial airliner, it would have to be either a private or a military aircraft, and I think we can rule out private aircraft.
I didn't see any windows inside. I saw the plane flying low. I was probably...
Plane wasn't no airline or anything. It was a twin-engine, big gray plane.
Now, if this was a military plane, that would explain the possibility that there was something mounted on the belly of the plane. Now, Phil Jahan, webmaster of the website letsroll911.org, and many other people have postulated that this indeed was a pod of some sort mounted to the belly of the plane. Many of our listeners are ex-military and have agreed that this is a distinct possibility. When you couple this with the mysterious flash that occurs on the side of the World Trade Center just as the plane makes contact, I think we can probably agree that there was some sort of an incendiary or an explosive that would serve as a match to ignite the enormous amount of fuel that would be dispersed as soon as the plane hit the building. Let's take another look at this one clip, and you'll notice that the flash is a separate event than the contact of the fuselage as it hits the building. Some folks have stated that the flash was a result of the fuselage making contact with the Trade Center building. But as you can see, the flash is indeed to the right of the fuselage, and in fact, as the fuselage makes contact with the World Trade Tower, you can see a reflection of the flash in the fuselage, which further supports the contention that these are two separate events. Admittedly, what we've seen so far in this presentation is disturbing to say the least. To find that we were not necessarily told the truth about what happened at the Pentagon on September 11th, and now, according to the clips that you've just seen and the testimony that you've just heard, there was a whole lot more to the story when Flight 175 hit the South Tower. Well, I needed more information. I needed more evidence that showed that there was something else going on September 11th. And the only way to get more information was to go to the first plane, Flight 11, the American airliner that hit the North Tower. The French filmmakers, the Naudet brothers, were in New York City doing a documentary about the New York City firefighters. And this clip is the only known footage of the first plane hitting the first tower. Let's take another look at this video clip, this time in slow motion. You'll notice that as the plane approaches the tower, first of all, we're too far away to get a clear shot in any detail of the plane. So therefore, it's hard to make out whether or not there was anything attached to the bottom of this plane, as was the case with Flight 175. However, there is another similarity. Just as the plane makes impact, there is a flash. Let's look at it again, and keep in mind that as we watch this plane make impact, this flash occurs just before the plane crashes into the North Tower. This time, as we watch this clip, note the shadow rising from the lower right of the Trade Center tower, and keep in mind that the shadow won't reach the impact point before the plane and vice versa. This is very important because the flash occurs before the shadow and the plane meet. This time, let's look at this clip in reverse. You'll notice that as the plane slowly backs out of the North Tower, it is clear of the tower, and then the flash occurs, indicating that the flash occurred before the plane made impact on the North Tower. One more time, this video clip showing the flash as the plane hit the North Tower. Now, this video clip that we've just examined came again from the Naudet brothers documentary that was being filmed in the streets of New York City on the morning of September 11th. This documentary about the New York City firefighters was going to be assembled at a later date, and it was not televised. In fact, there was no live coverage at all of Flight 11 as it hit the North Tower. After all, it was a surprise attack. So if there was no live television coverage of the first plane hitting the first tower, how do we explain the following comment from George Walker Bush?
What was the first thing that went through your head when you heard that a plane crashed into the first?
Well, I was sitting in a schoolhouse in Florida. I'd gone down to tell my little brother what to do, and you go ahead and sit down. Just kidding, Jeb. And it's the mother in me. Anyway, I was sitting there, and my chief of staff, well, first of all, when we walked in the classroom, I had seen this plane fly into the first building. There was a TV set on, and you know, I thought it was pilot error.
You know, right off the bat, there will probably be some folks out there that will try to minimize or negate what we've discussed in this program and turn it into some sort of a political football. They'll say we're left-wingers, or we're Democrat, liberal types, and we're Bush bashing. Nothing could be farther from the truth. Let's not forget that it was under the Clinton administration that we launched a missile attack in Afghanistan and Sudan to destroy what turned out to be an aspirin factory because they had bad intel that they were manufacturing chemicals. It's happening again, folks. It has nothing to do with liberal versus conservative, or Democrat versus Republican, or right versus left. It has everything to do with right versus wrong. On September 11th, it was reported that the passengers of Flight 93 were in the process of overcoming terrorists who had taken over the plane using box cutters. And in the process, the plane crashed in a field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania at 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Well, if Flight 93 crashed in Shanksville at 10 o'clock Eastern Time, how do we explain the following story that was carried by WCPO-TV Channel 9 in Cincinnati, Ohio? This story was posted on the internet at 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time by web producer Liz Foreman. The headline reads, "Plane lands in Cleveland, bomb feared aboard. A Boeing 767 out of Boston made an emergency landing Tuesday at Cleveland Hopkins International Airport due to concerns that it may have a bomb aboard," said Mayor Michael R. White. United identified the plane as Flight 93. If United Airlines Flight 93 crashed at 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, then how could Flight 93 also have landed at Cleveland Hopkins International Airport, been evacuated, and searched for a bomb, as was reported at 11:43 Eastern Time by Liz Foreman from WCPO-TV in Cincinnati? Which flight was the real Flight 93? Which flight crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania? And now we come to the $10,000 question. How is it possible that in the sleepy town of Versailles, Missouri, in a little production studio, we can do an in-depth analysis and a slow-motion expose of video footage that's been at the fingertips of every major news network all this time? How is it possible that they can show you slow-motion video of car crashes and basketball games, and they can do frame-by-frame analysis of major events in history like the JFK assassination, and yet they haven't seen fit to show you one slow-motion picture of these planes hitting the towers? Why is it that shortly after September 11th, it was decided that it would be too painful for America to see these videos anymore, and so they decided to stop showing them? Maybe now we know why they stopped showing these videos. And maybe we should have nothing but contempt for the mainstream networks for withholding this information. After all, if you become aware of a lie and you do nothing to expose the lie, you then become part of the lie. Has this ever happened before in American history? Have the mainstream media networks ever suppressed information in regard to terrorist attacks in this country?
appears to be the Oklahoma County Bomb Squad. It's their bomb disposal unit, essentially, is what it is, and it is what they would use to, if the report that we gave you just a few moments ago turns out to be correct, that they have found a second explosive device of some kind inside this building, they'll back that trailer down there, and the bomb squad folks will go in, and they will use that that trailer. You see the bucket on the back there, sort of, this is how they would transport the explosive device away from this populated area to try to do something
now
with it.
Confirmed through federal authorities that a second bomb has been found inside that federal building in Oklahoma City. It was an explosion at 9 o'clock this morning that did that damage you're looking at right there, blowing off the entire north face of that building. Again, you're looking at the north face there. A second bomb was found on the east side of that building. A bomb squad is on the scene. That second bomb has not exploded. We don't know quite the status yet, if they've managed to defuse it, but it has been confirmed that a second bomb was found on the east side of that building.
I just took a look down the street at the Morrow building again. I see another bomb truck going, so apparently they're going to try to get out that third bomb that's been talked about. Still a lot of activity around the Morrow building. Security concerns that another one still might go off. That's what everybody's worried about.
At the present time, the medical teams downtown are unable to get into the wreckage to retrieve more of the injured because of the presence of other bombs in the area. I've been told by the police department that just as soon as those bombs are defused, they will permit the medical teams to enter.
Just for a second, we want to update our audience that the Justice Department is reporting that a second explosive device has been found in the AP Murrah building in downtown Oklahoma City. Mike, you're still with us, aren't you?
Yes, I am, and I might tell you in addition to that, that in fact what we were told at the scene a few minutes ago was that in fact 2 different explosive devices were found in addition to the one that went off.
So a total of 3.
A total of 3, and of course then there was mass confusion whenever there were hundreds of spectators in the area, and when they heard that there were other bombs in the building, people were running from the area in the opposite direction as fast as they could.
Utter devastation that one explosion caused, because here's now what we are starting to learn about the succession, or what someone obviously hoped would be a succession of explosions. The first bomb that was in the federal building did go off. It did the damage that you see right there. The second explosive was found and diffused. The third explosive that was found, and they are working on right now as we speak, I understand, both the second and third explosives, if you can imagine this, were larger than the first. So try to imagine 2 or 3-fold happening what we've already seen there. It is just incredible to think that there was that much heavy artillery that was somehow moved into the downtown Oklahoma City.
President Clinton just called Governor Frank Keating, and he says that 3 FBI anti-terrorist teams are en route to Oklahoma City. Right now, they are saying that this is the work of a sophisticated group. This is a very sophisticated device, and it has to have been done by an explosives expert. Obviously,
you talk about the second bomb that was found. Devin told us earlier, we got information that the second and third bomb were bigger than the one that was detonated. 1,200 pounds of explosives in that first one that went off. The second and third devices that were found were actually larger than that. So you can undetonated bombs that were found that were bigger than the device that exploded. And if this other one that they're looking at now turns out to be something, it appears that it was meant for this building to come down, to be leveled, because of the amount of power that could have gone off. Only one explosion, it was obviously tragic enough, but there were 4 bombs set to go off, according to ATF officials.
The question is, why that building? And was it Waco? Is it Nation of Islam? We should find out an awful lot when the bombs are taken apart. I think it was a great stroke of luck. You're mentioning, it's hard to talk about luck on a day like today in Oklahoma City, but it was a great stroke of luck that we actually have got diffused bombs. It's through the bomb material that we will be able to track down who committed this atrocity.
I'm sure many of you are shocked after seeing these clips that you've just seen that were taken from local affiliate stations in Oklahoma City right after the bombing. Many of us never heard about the discovery of a second bomb and a third bomb and the retrieval of a bomb and the statement that we actually have got diffused bombs. This information was suppressed. It was kept from the American people. Why? How many pieces of evidence do we need to prove that there is a conspiracy? In regard to September 11th, we discussed Flight 77. Did it hit the Pentagon? How could it have hit the Pentagon and left a 16-foot hole and no wreckage? And then when it came to Building 7, we have Larry Silverstein making the statement that they decided to pull it, indicating that there could have been demolition charges. And we couple that with the firefighters who were interviewed and stated that it was like demolition charges going off. And then there was the anomaly that was attached to the bottom of Flight 175, or so we thought, Flight 175, hitting the South Tower. The mysterious flash as it made contact, caught not by one, or by two, or by three, but by 4 different cameras. And then there's the analysis of the North Tower and the mysterious flash of that flight slamming into the building. How many pieces of evidence do we need before America and the world recognizes that there is a conspiracy? And now we come to the most important question of all, and that is, who do we trust? The questions raised in this video documentary are admittedly terrifying, but the answers may be even more terrifying. We offer an open hand and not a clenched fist to every man and woman that serves in uniform, whether it be law enforcement or military. You've all taken an oath to protect and serve, or to support and defend the Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic. And you are going to be charged with the responsibility of protecting the American people, the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, the Constitution. Our way of life is in jeopardy, and you will be charged with the responsibility of defending our way of life and the people of this country. The biggest challenge before you right now is, who is the enemy? There are those that would ask the question, why would our government be involved in such a horrendous act of terrorism? Or what would the motive possibly be? Well, let's remember a couple of things. First of all, it's been said that those that forget their history are destined to repeat it. And it's also been said that history was written by those that hanged the heroes. We're now just finding out, and it's becoming common knowledge, that the attack on Pearl Harbor wasn't the surprise attack we were all told it was. In fact, the powers that be knew days ahead of time that the attack was pending. And then there's the Northwoods documents that were released in 1961, in which the Joint Chiefs spelled out plans to attack their own ships, sink battleships, let off bombs, and have terrorist attacks here in the United States to instill patriotism and raise anger against the communists so that we could find an entry into the Cold War. We all know that war makes money. And the events at Pearl Harbor and the very existence of the Northwoods documents should represent a mindset and a clear intent of the powers that be to involve themselves in clandestine operations and to sacrifice the lives of our men and women in uniform and civilians as well, as long as it will legitimize their involvement in some sort of a military conflict. Let's look at the world situation today. The United States is the only remaining world superpower. Russia is our best friend now, or so we're told, and China is our biggest trading partner. Simply ask Walmart or Dollar General or any other major retailer where most of the goods are manufactured in China. Well, if there is no world superpower boogeyman or enemy to be watching over, well then what better enemy to have than a nameless, faceless enemy without a country that can strike at will in any corner of the globe? The war on terror. A war that, as Dick Cheney has said, could last for decades. Yes, war means money. And defense contracting is the largest industry in the country, if not the world. Billions, if not trillions of dollars are awarded to defense contractors every year. And they'll manufacture $75 hammers or $600 toilet seats, grossly overcharging the American taxpayer. Where does all this extra money go? And now we have to ask the question, how do defense contractors guarantee job security and profitability? And the common sense answer is to guarantee that there is war. Well, you might ask, why doesn't the mainstream media tell us about this? Why hasn't Tom Brokaw or NBC News told us? Well, as an example, NBC is owned by General Electric. General Electric is one of the top 10 defense contractors. Keeping this information in mind, it should be easy to understand how and why the United States would create an Osama bin Laden. Osama bin Laden was a CIA asset. He was trained by and funded by the CIA. He was put into power by the CIA, and he had substantial financial ties to the current administration. Saddam Hussein was also supported by the United States government. He was given agricultural credits, which he then used to purchase illegal chemical and biological weapons, according to Senator Donald Riegel's report. Question: is it not outside the realm of possibilities that the United States would create a boogeyman, create an Osama bin Laden or a Taliban or an Al-Qaeda on which they could place the blame of the events of September 11th and other yet to occur terrorist acts? In the beginning of this program, we played word association, if you recall. The term was conspiracy theory. Now, you've seen enough evidence in this presentation to know that we are dealing now with a conspiracy. There is plenty of evidence to support it. The conspiracy theory, in fact, is the idea that Osama bin Laden had something to do with the attacks of September 11th. Let's not forget that on September 23rd of 2001, Condoleezza Rice, National Security Advisor, had stated that they had evidence that linked bin Laden with the terrorist attacks and that they would release that evidence in due time. Well, America and the world are still waiting for that evidence. And in that time since September 11th, we've launched not one, but 2 wars in Afghanistan and Iraq based upon no evidence or a conspiracy theory.
Our war is against evil, not against Islam. We don't hold any religion accountable. We're fighting evil.
What we've seen on this video should give us all cause to stop and rethink everything that we've been told about September 11th. The media and our government have relentlessly pounded into Americans' minds that it was terrorists wielding box cutters that were responsible for the attacks in America on September 11th. And now, after seeing this video footage, we realize that it couldn't possibly have been a terrorist in a box cutter that would have created the flashes on both the North and South Tower. Nor could it have been a terrorist with a box cutter that had that attachment to the bottom of Flight 175. There is one truth that's come out of this, though, and that is that there is a war on freedom. But the war on freedom isn't being waged by those that they say it is. After all, how many of your freedoms have been legislated away by Osama bin Laden or the Taliban or Al-Qaeda or Saddam Hussein? The answer is none. Your freedoms have been legislated away by the very people who take oaths to defend your freedoms. Republicans and Democrats alike. Your Congress, your Senate, your President. There is a war on freedom. And now, thanks to the Homeland Security Bill, the Patriot Act, the Terrorist Bill, the Model States Emergency Health Powers Act, we have thumb scanners and retina scans and face recognition, metal detectors. At the airports, we have body scans and body cavity searches. Yes, there is a war on freedom. And let's not forget what George Bush had said in regard to conspiracy theories.
Let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories concerning the attacks of September the 11th. Malicious lies that attempt to shift the blame away from the terrorists themselves, away from the guilty.
Every nation in every region now has a decision to make. Either you are with us or you are with the terrorists.
Much calmer situation and a much better evacuation. And these people.
My son was ordered! Real question. Let's ask some real questions. Is that unfair? And what about the bunker? You didn't ask him about the bunker, the Office of Emergency Management bunker on fire?
We are getting ready for the next round.
Remember this. Your government funded and trained Al-Qaeda. Repeat it again. Your government funded and trained Al-Qaeda.
And now I ask all of America and the people of the world, where's your line in the sand?
have a message for our military. Be ready. I've called the armed forces to alert, and there is a reason. The hour is coming when America will act, and you will make us proud.
At 8:46 on the morning of September 11th, 2001, the world would forever be changed, and America would forever be altered. A wave of patriotism swept across our country, and the drumbeat of war was heard from our nation's heartland to countries a half a world away. With a war on terror declared, a nation would find itself in an uphill battle that would eventually lead to the destruction of civil liberties and the establishment of a military driven to conflicts based upon political lies and fraudulent official reports. We now begin our investigation into the events of September 11th. What were you told happened that day?
There are some very anguish-ridden people in the world, and they decided to attack us.
2 planes were hijacked by terrorists, and they were crashed into the World Trade Center.
2 planes flew into 2 skyscrapers and destroyed them.
Part of the building was just smashed in and had been burnt, and it was chaos.
From all the film footage that I've seen in the past 6 years, there was 2 commuter jets.
My initial reaction to September the 11th was that it was as advertised, that these aircraft had been hijacked, that it was a big terrorist operation, that we were attacked by Muslim extremists. I kind of just believed the initial story. Was in a state of shock. As reports came out through the news and some alternative news sources that I had been subscribing to, there were some things that were reported by credible people at these accident sites that did not agree with my professional training and my background.
Very strong. Boom! An explosion so hard that pushed us upwards.
He was the last guy pulled out. He was on sub-level 2, and he heard a bomb. And he was omitted from the 9/11 report.
I've looked at various hypotheses about what might have happened with the plane hits on the World Trade Center. And frankly, I haven't come to a firm conclusion. I do think that some of the pod images are suggestive of the possibility of a plane switch. I'm not convinced that that's the case, however.
There was definitely a blue logo. It was like a circular logo on the front of the plane, towards the definitely towards the front. It definitely did not look like a commercial plane.
The plane wasn't no airline or anything. It was a twin-engine, big gray plane.
When I first saw the appendage on Flight 175, this extra piece of equipment, I was looking at the Evan Fairbanks footage, which is kind of bluish, and it's from the underneath. It's off-centered on the fuselage. It's between the engines. It casts its own shadow. It has its own reflection. And when I saw this, I thought somebody's had to have photoshopped this, and I wanted to get other sources to make sure that it wasn't just a product of Photoshop. It was in all the CNN footage when you took their videos and did freeze frames. It was definitely a three-dimensional piece of equipment. It definitely has nothing to do with Photoshop, and it shouldn't be there.
Anybody can see the other piece of equipment right there in the center line on the starboard side of that fuselage. It can't be anything other than an external piece of equipment.
Looking for more video evidence, right at ground zero, Deb Simon and I went down to New York City one day and buying all the pictures from street vendors we could find. We found a picture, which I believe is Rob Howard's photograph, but it was a 35mm print. And I was tickled because you could clearly see, the appendage on the bottom. This is not normal for an aircraft. This is not normal for what we should be seeing on Flight 175.
All the recorded sources, all the different photographic evidence, that was produced by CNN and ABC. They all show this pod. It's there. You can see it with your own eyes. And in my professional opinion, that there was a pod attached to the bottom of that aircraft, and therefore it was not United Airlines Flight 175.
You know, I've never seen the pictures that it's shown the things attached to the bottom of the plane. So I mean, if it's a commercial airliner, I don't understand why they would have anything attached to the bottom of the plane. That doesn't seem to make any sense.
One of the things that jumped out at me when I looked at the footage of the video of Flight 175 as it went into the World Trade Center is it appeared to me that there was something on the under fuselage of that aircraft that did not belong there, at least not with a commercial airliner. Now, I'll tell you where I have seen attachments that look like that on military aircraft. So the question you have to answer now is, was that the commercial airliner that hit the World Trade Center, or possibly was it an aircraft that looked very similar but was a military type airplane?
After compiling a lot of the photographs and a lot of video regarding Flight 175, and there's some CNN footage that shows the whole side of the plane lighting up. And just as the aircraft is penetrating the World Trade Center, there's this bright anomalous event. It's like an orange flash, you know, off to the right of the fuselage.
The bottom of that aircraft was exposed so that there was a large flash just prior to impact with the building. There was a large flash, so large that it lit up the side of the fuselage of that aircraft. It wasn't just a small spark.
There's been some discussion of just exactly what produced this flash. Some of the scenarios have been talked about have been reflection or sparks or static discharge or possibly an incendiary attached to the aircraft. This flash is produced in the shadow of the wing, so I don't think it could have been a reflection. As far as the possibility of sparks during penetration, the radome of the aircraft is a composite material. It's not metal per se. The wings are metal. They didn't produce sparks as they penetrated. So I don't believe they were sparks. As far as the static discharge, the 767, all aircraft have attached to the airframe what's called static wicks that are there to dissipate any static charges that could be produced on an aircraft in flight. In all my years of flying, the only time an aircraft has been statically charged is when you're flying for extended periods in precipitation. September the 11th was a perfectly clear early fall day without any clouds in the sky, so I don't think these aircraft would have been statically charged by precipitation. And the other item or possible explanation would have been an incendiary. And I do believe that this is what the source of the flash was. This flash is produced right in line where the pod was attached. Look at the footage in very slow motion. You can step through the footage with your pause still button on a DVD, and as this aircraft penetrates, you see the enlarged torn area facade where this pod was attached. All this evidence indicates to me that it was not a reflection or sparks or static discharge, but I think it was an incendiary that was associated with the pod that was attached.
Well, the pod could have been a number of things. It could have been even a missile attached. It could have been some kind of explosive attached. But whatever it was, it didn't belong there in a commercial flight.
This is a rocket pod. We primarily use these to shoot 2.75-inch unguided rockets. On the A-10, the primary role that we use these rockets for is forward air control. We shoot white phosphorus rockets that contain a phosphorus spotting charge. A very brilliant white cloud of smoke comes up when the rocket hits.
American Flight 11 was the flight that hit the North Tower, the first tower that was hit. And as far as we know, it was recorded by just one source, and that was the Nade brothers, who were producing a documentary video about New York firefighters. They happened to be in a position to catch American Flight 11 as it overflew New York City and flew into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. Again, as you look at this footage, slow it down just a little bit, you can see this a big flash. This is before this airplane even hits the North Tower, and I would say quite probably that it was also an incendiary that caused that flash.
Pods under the plane suggesting they might be some sort of military plane, and flashes suggesting that they might be igniting large fireballs for spectacular television effect. Personally, I'm not convinced that that's true, but I'm also I'm not convinced that we need to dismiss that hypothesis. I've looked at these images, and some of the pod images, I think, they don't look to me like just optical illusions, like the people who've debunked this claim.
Did the pod have anything to do with the flash? I can't answer it, but I can say this. The pod you will not find, or an external piece of equipment that large, you will not find on the belly or attached anywhere on the external part of a Part 121 scheduled airliner in the United States. It just won't happen. All that does is tell me that airplane was not the airplane that the government said it was.
I have looked at the films of the plane hitting the South Tower, and I have seen the slowed down version. And it is obvious to me that on more than 2 or 3 of these films, there is a flash of some sort that takes place just as these planes are about to smack into the buildings. I cannot tell you what that is, but I can tell you what it's not. It's not a box cutter.
Indeed, the flash couldn't have been the result of a box cutter. So if the flash was the result of an incendiary device, how does that fit into a terrorist hijacking scenario at all? And if, as Colonel Nelson has proposed, there was extra equipment attached to the belly of the plane that hit the South Tower, how could that have been United Airlines Flight 175 or any other commercial airliner for that matter? Keep in mind that these planes disappeared for nearly a half an hour. Surely enough time to substitute a drone in place of commercial aircraft, as was proposed in the 1962 Northwoods document.
One of the scenarios in Operation Northwoods was to take a regularly scheduled commercial airliner and take a similar type plane, paint the tail numbers up to resemble that of the commercial airliner, fly it by remote control out over the Caribbean, and by remote control, blow it up after sending a tape-recorded message saying, "Help, we're being attacked by Cuban MiGs." This was in 1962. I think we had a very sophisticated, more modern version of that plan happen on September the 11th, 2001.
Tell you I'm okay, all right? Here, hold on. You want to call your mother or something?
The way those buildings were constructed, the supporting members essentially melted. And once that occurred, then the buildings started to come down like pancaking, with more and more weight being put on the each lower floor. So then the whole building came down.
Structural damage to the buildings is what I heard on television.
There's never been a modern steel concrete building that's ever collapsed due to fire. Not before, not after.
My testimony was very upsetting for the commission for the simple reason that, number one, I talk about explosions in the building, initial explosions before the plane hit the building. I spoke about seeing one of the hijackers, alleged hijackers, 3 months before 9/11. I told them that I had told the FBI this information, and I kept quiet for 2.5 years, thinking that there was an investigation, a formal investigation by the FBI, and then I realized it was just not going anywhere. There was nothing being done by this investigation. Not talking about the 9/11 Commission, but the FBI investigation itself.
William Rodriguez was a maintenance worker for the World Trade Center for 20 years, and he's traveled the world telling the story about what happened to him on that horrible day. His testimony is one of the most heart-wrenching and emotional that you will ever hear. It is his testimony that was deleted from the 9/11 Commission report. Here's one of the reasons why.
Very strong. Boom! An explosion so hard that pushed us upwards. Upwards. And at that moment, I thought it was the mechanical room where they have all the pumps and the generators for the building, that maybe a generator just blew up on the basement. Now, 20 years in the building, you know something that comes from the bottom and something that comes from the top. And when I went to verbalize that it was a generator, we hear, boom, all the way on the top. The impact of the plane on the top. 2 different events, 2 different times.
His testimony of an explosion below him, just seconds before the plane hit in the upper floors, would obviously destroy the official story of a simple hijacking. But the mainstream media has no interest in telling his story honestly. He was interviewed on September 11th of 2006 in New York City. And listen carefully as to how WABC TV edited his story to make it sound as though he was describing the sound of the plane and not a basement explosion.
Rodriguez worked at the North Tower. He was a custodian responsible for cleaning the stairwell. On the morning of 9/11, he was in the basement.
We hear, boom! An explosion so loud that pushed us upwards on the air. And we started screaming. We didn't know what it was.
It was the first hijacked plane that hit the tower.
Is it possible that WABC and other network affiliates were working from a script on the morning of September 11th, 2001? Let's take a look at some of the other video clips from other media outlets. And these were shot as the events unfolded that morning, long before any scripts could have been handed out.
Tell me where you were, what happened, what did you see, what did you hear?
First, I went on Canal Street, I saw the fire. I saw the 2 buildings. I'm thinking it was a bomb because 2 of them.
Again, there has been a second explosion here in Manhattan.
We understand now there has been a secondary explosion on Tower 2.
There was another major explosion. The building itself, literally the top of it came down, sending smoke and debris everywhere.
We're being pushed out as well because there was some concern that there might be additional explosions, possibly other bombs.
I need you to stop for a second. There has just been a huge explosion.
And then the entire top of the building just blew up.
We heard a very loud blast, an explosion. We looked up, and the building literally began to collapse before us.
It just went boom. It was like a bomb went off, and it was like holy hell coming down them stairs. And then when we finally got to the bottom, they were coming out on a mezzanine level there, and another explosion came right from it. Just everyone flying right in front of me. Everything just went boom.
Tell you I'm okay, all right? Here, hold on. You want to call your mother or something?
They could very well have set off set charges within the World Trade Center. And of course, it went down just like many of the buildings that we've seen on CNN or Fox TV, the Bush Stadium in St. Louis, or one of the famous hotels out in Las Vegas. It just crumbles. It just implodes, and it falls in upon itself. And that's really, I remember on that particular day watching that on the TV monitor and saying to myself, hey, that looks really strange the way it's coming down. I don't think it's necessarily from the plane and the fire from the plane that's doing this.
It almost looks like one of those implosions of buildings that you see, except there is nothing controlled about this.
We made it outside. We made it about a block. We made it at least 2 blocks, and we started running. Floor by floor, it started popping out.
It was if it had detonated.
Yeah, detonated.
Yeah. Take down a building. Boom, 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 boom.
All the way down. I was watching it and running.
I was making my way to the foot of the World Trade Center. Suddenly, while talking to an officer who was questioning me about my press credentials,
We heard a very loud blast, an explosion. We looked up, and the building literally began to collapse before us.
And then the entire top of the building just blew up, and splinters of debris are falling on the street.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
When I began to look at the destruction of the World Trade Center and especially the Twin Towers, it was astonishing to me how obvious the evidence was that the government account couldn't possibly be correct. Of course, the government maintains that the buildings came down as a result of the impact of jet aircraft resulting jet fuel fires, which weakened or melted the steel and led to a pancake collapse. That's indefensible on every count. The buildings were designed to withstand the impact of the then largest commercial airliners, which were Boeing 707s, very similar in their size and mass and fuel capacity to the 767s that actually hit the building. Most of the fuel from these planes burned up in spectacular fireballs. The fires that resulted were relatively modest. The melting point of steel turns out to be 2,800 degrees Fahrenheit. The highest temperature you can acquire with a jet fuel-based fire, which is principally kerosene, incidentally, is 1,000 degrees lower under ideal circumstances. The billowing black clouds indicated these were oxygen-starved or deprived fires that were burning much lower temperatures. In fact, the estimates on all sides are those fires were only running about 500 degrees Fahrenheit, much too low, obviously, for the steel to have melted or even to have weakened, since Underwriter's Laboratory had certified the steel up to 2,000 degrees for 3 to 4 hours. The fire in the South Tower burned only around an hour, in the North an hour and a half. So the fires were too low and too brief in duration to have caused the steel to even weaken. If the steel had weakened, there would have been asymmetrical sagging, it would have been gradual, and you wouldn't have had enough dynamic energy to cause a collapse in any case. The whole theory of a pancake collapse is a physical impossibility.
Molten metal in the basements of all three buildings.
Right.
And yet all scientists now reasonably agree that the fires were not sufficiently hot to melt the steel. So what is this molten metal? It's a direct evidence for the use of high temperature explosives such as thermite. Thermite produces molten iron as an end product.
Okay, we appreciate your coming on, even if I don't understand your theories. We appreciate you trying to explain them. Thanks.
These core columns were discovered after the collapse. The angled cut occurs in exactly the manner that shaped charges slice through steel beams to control the way they fall. Notice the hardened, once liquid metal. Was thermite used with the shaped charge?
The way we do this is by cutting the beam at an angle, which through a series of beams cut at the same angle will tend to make the building shift over and walk.
Building 7, I'm not familiar with what it looks like or where it is.
That's where the command center was. I don't know that much about the structural issues on that building, other than that an intense fire occurred there as a result of debris and such coming from the towers, and that's why that building came down.
I remember getting a call from the fire department commander telling me that they were not sure they were going to be able to contain the fire. And I said, you know, we've had such terrible loss of life. Maybe the smartest thing to do is pull it. And they made that decision to pull, and then we watched the building collapse.
One of the keys to what happened on 9/11 is what caused Building 7 of the World Trade Center to collapse. Many of you are going to go, Building 7, what was that? That was a 47-story steel and glass office building that just totally collapsed down into its own foundation about 5:20 on the afternoon of 9/11. It was not hit by airplanes, didn't have any devastating fires in it. It just collapsed down after the building owner, Larry Silverstein, said, well, I told the fire department to pull it, and they pulled it, and we stood there and watched the building come down.
And they made that decision to pull, and then we watched the building collapse.
Well, industry slang, pulling it means controlled demolition. If Building 7 was brought down by controlled demolition, then why is it so preposterous to assume that perhaps the Trade Center towers were brought down by controlled demolition?
You hear that? Keep your eye on that building. It'll be coming down soon. It'll be coming down soon.
What we know for sure is that these buildings were pre-wired for demolition, and that the plane hits were simply created as a distraction in the way a magician distracts you by showing you one thing while pulling something out of a hat while you're not looking. In the same way, they conditioned us to think that the demolitions were actually collapses caused by plane hits and fires, when we now know that they were not. Building 7, which is obviously a controlled demolition, the collapse of this 47-story building in 7 seconds, for no reason at all, a couple of small fires and a couple of little nicks on the side of the towers. That's a ridiculous story that anybody can see through. And then when you hear that the overinsured landlord of 6 weeks, Mr. Larry Silverstein, basically confessed to pulling it or taking it down in a controlled demolition on national television, no less. I mean, you really see that the whole thing is obviously an inside job. So I think Building 7 is sort of the first thing that we need to wave in the face of everybody who hasn't figured this out yet.
On September 11th, there was worldwide live television coverage, and the coverage continued throughout the day. The interesting thing is that at 10 p.m. London time, which is 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, they reported that the Salomon Brothers building, Building 7, had collapsed. The only problem is Building 7 didn't collapse until 5:20 p.m. New York time.
Now, more on the latest building collapse in New York. You might have heard a few moments ago I was talking about the Salomon Brothers building collapsing. And indeed it has. Apparently that's only a few hundred yards away from where the World Trade Center towers were. And it seems that this was not a result of a new attack. It was because the building had been weakened during this morning's attacks. We'll probably find out more now about that from our correspondent, Jane Stanley. Jane, what more can you tell us about the Salomon Brothers building and its collapse?
Well, only really what you already know. Details are very, very sketchy. There's almost a sense downtown in New York behind me, down by the World Trade Centers, of just an area completely closed off as the rescue workers try to do their job. As you can see behind me, the Trade Center...
Building 7 is clearly visible right behind the reporter. It wasn't until 5:20 Eastern Time that it came down. Buildings 4, 5, and 6 maintained heavy damage from falling debris from the towers, and yet they remained standing. In Madrid, Spain, this building burned for nearly 24 hours, a raging inferno, and it didn't fall. Building 7 received minimal damage and suffered only a minor fire, and yet it collapsed. The collapse of a concrete and steel structure due to a fire had never happened before September 11th. So how did the BBC know ahead of time that it was to come down, unless the cover story that had been prepared for public consumption had been released, in this case, a little too early? I don't think that there's any disagreement in the 9/11 research community that one of the strongest arguments that challenges the official story is the issue of controlled demolitions. There are multiple video angles, there are photographs, there's witness testimony explaining that there were bombs and explosions going off in and around the Trade Center. There's scientific data, all supporting the charge that these buildings were brought down by demolition charges. Well, if that's the case, we have to ask the question, what role did the planes play? There are those out there that get very upset when we talk about pods or flashes or substituted planes. Well, if these planes were indeed hijacked, that would mean that the hijackers would either have to be A, in collusion with those that had placed the charges in the North Tower, the South Tower, and in Building 7, one of the most secure buildings in New York City, if not the most secure building. Well, if it couldn't have been collusion, well, the only other option is coincidence. The hijackers just happened to fly the planes into buildings that were scheduled to be demolished just minutes later. Well, if it can't be collusion and it can't be coincidence, then how could it have been terrorists? All of a sudden, the concept of flashes and pods and substituted planes becomes more plausible, and it doesn't conflict with the idea of controlled demolitions, but in fact supports the contention that the buildings were brought down by controlled demolitions. The countless reports of bombs and explosions going off in and around the World Trade Center were completely ignored by the 9/11 Commission and downplayed by the mainstream media. William Rodriguez's testimony before the 9/11 Commission was completely deleted, or shall I say, censored. Why is there such an effort to suppress information and evidence that might challenge the official story? Why do government officials and the media consistently try to ridicule or discredit those that would be in the best position to shed light on these irrefutable facts? Let's take a look now at what happened at the Pentagon and see if the same methodology has come to play.
No, I didn't. I just saw the aftermath of it, like the destruction of the building.
A less reinforced part of the Pentagon structure was the part that was hit by a fully fueled plane at a speed and at a point in the structure that was able to cause massive fire and explosion, and thus take out that large swatch of the Pentagon that we all saw on the news.
A white plane, a very big jet, was flying in an unusual pattern near the White House over Lafayette Park. Very slowly, it made one circle, and then we have not seen it since.
The official story of Flight 77 tells us that this plane waltzed all over the eastern United States and turned around over Ohio at 30,000 feet, came back and hit the Pentagon at 9:37 in the morning. This was after, at 8:46, the World Trade Center had been hit, virtually almost an hour after the World Trade Center had been hit, and an hour and a half after the first multiple signs of multiple hijackings. We're told that this plane just waltzed into the most protected airspace in the world and hit the world's most protected building, the biggest military headquarters on the planet. This is already highly improbable.
Bottom line, in my professional opinion, based on my years of experience, my study of airline accidents and incidents, it's my opinion that a Boeing 757 did not hit the Pentagon. There would be an abundance of wreckage, and that the official sources have not been able to produce the evidence of any wreckage. Large tail sections, indestructible landing gear, indestructible engines, wing spars, fuselage, seats, anything of the sort indicates to me that a 757 did not hit the Pentagon.
In relation to the Pentagon, it's quite obvious that no Boeing 757 hit the building. There are multiple lines of reasoning that support that conclusion, including, for example, the complete lack of massive debris of the kinds and character that would be expected from a 100-ton airliner with a 125-foot wingspan and a tail that stands 44 feet above the ground. The hit point was only about 10 feet high and 16 or 17 feet wide on the ground floor. You find unbroken windows, undamaged fence, a couple of automobiles. What you don't find is massive piles of aluminum debris. You don't find the wings. You don't find the seats, the bodies, the luggage, the tail. Not even the engines were recovered, indicating that no Boeing 757 hit the building.
You've got a hole that's no more than 10 foot high and about maybe 15 to 20 feet wide that we're expected to believe a multi-tonned 757 jetliner with a wingspan of 125 feet and a tail height of 44 feet, that's 4 stories, folks, somehow managed to squeeze through this one little bitty hole in the ground floor of the Pentagon.
Before the outer wall collapsed, which was about 45 minutes after initial impact, there was only one hole, about 14 to 16 feet. And supposedly, the 757 completely penetrated this hole without leaving any indication of where the wings would have penetrated. Adjacent to this hole, the windows were completely intact, and you can tell by the firefighters' foam that was sprayed around the hole and sticking to the windows. The windows are completely intact, both adjacent where the wings should have penetrated and knocked the windows out, and also directly above the hole where the elevated tail section would have penetrated. The windows are completely intact.
I measured pieces of Soviet equipment from photographs. It was my job. I look at the hole in the Pentagon, and I look at the size of an airplane that was supposed to have hit the Pentagon, and I said, the plane does not fit in that hole. So what did hit the Pentagon? What hit it? Where is it? What's going on?
A Boeing 757 has a wingspan of nearly 125 feet, a length of 155 feet, and a height of 44.5 feet. As was reported, if the plane was flying over 500 miles per hour, common sense would dictate there would be some indication, any indication, of an impact of the tail section in the upper floors. In addition, the heaviest and most massive parts of an aircraft of this type would be the engines. If there were to be any holes at all, they would be located where the engines would have impacted the Pentagon. The ASCE in January of 2004 released its Pentagon Building Performance Report, and along with that, a video computer analysis of what happened when the mysterious Flight 11 supposedly slammed into the Pentagon. Let's take a look at the report. What significant information was overlooked in this video from the American Society of Civil Engineers? Well, first of all, the 18.5-inch steel-reinforced concrete wall was omitted. Secondly, you'll note that when the tail section enters the Pentagon, it remains intact. How is this possible that the tail section, over 44 feet in height, could have remained intact as it entered the Pentagon and left no entry point as is seen in this photograph? Thirdly, and most significant of all, is that this plane has no engines in this computer graphic model. Despite these omissions, the ASCE claimed that the plane took out 50 support columns. In this photograph, do you see support columns that have been destroyed? At the World Trade Center towers, we were told that the fuel fires burning from the planes were so hot that they melted steel and collapsed the buildings in a pancake fashion.
High up in both towers,
The raging fires were now generating 3 to 5 times the heat of a nuclear power plant.
If this were true for the World Trade Center towers, wouldn't the same heat have been generated at the Pentagon?
When we look at the photographs on page 313 of the 911 Commission report, what we see is that to the north side, the left side of the impact area, that the walls on all floors are totally intact. The inner office walls are intact. We see no fire damage as evidenced by the books not burned, the computer intact, the other things in the office desk intact. So when we go back and see the official Pentagon performance report, it said that the aircraft sliced in, taken all of these wall structures, all these support beams. Well, the wall structures are there, the support beams are intact. So there again, the official report is contradicted by the photographic and video evidence.
Other than the 16-foot hole in the E-ring of the Pentagon, one of the most damning pieces of evidence to suggest an official cover-up is an examination of the official flight path of American Airlines Flight 77. The flight data recorder information recovered in the Pentagon wreckage shows the precise speed, altitude, and heading of the aircraft that we were told was Flight 77. If we examine the direction that Flight 77 took on its approach to the Pentagon, we'll note that the flight path is slightly different from that of the official report. This may seem insignificant at first, but how do we account for the light poles that were knocked down, even though they were not directly in the path of Flight 77? Secondly, if we take a look at the altitude of the aircraft, we'll note that mere moments before Flight 77 was to have impacted with light pole number 1 and light pole number 2, it was still 235 feet in the air. How is it possible that Flight 77 could have knocked over these light poles while it was at such a high altitude? Thirdly, if we take a look at light poles 3 and 4, we'll note that they are outside of the flight path of Flight 77 as well. How did these light poles come down? Following the flight path of the NTSB's model of the flight data for American Airlines Flight 77, we can see the flight path highlighted in red. Note that the plane passes over a light pole that should have been knocked to the ground, but remained standing after the event. What would explain this anomaly? Is it possible that the plane that impacted with the Pentagon was smaller than a commercial Boeing 757? After reviewing the photographs and the video footage taken at the Pentagon before the collapse of the outer E-ring, the experts that we've discussed this with, scientists, researchers, physicists, airline pilots, and military experts all agree that the damage seen is absolutely inconsistent with a 757 having struck the Pentagon. It is more consistent, however, with a smaller jet aircraft hitting the Pentagon, possibly a small jet, or a UAV, an unmanned aerial vehicle, or maybe a Global Hawk missile. In this photograph that was taken at the Pentagon, we clearly see some sort of an engine rotor, but the question is this a rotor from a 757, a Rolls-Royce engine? Well, according to John W. Brown, a spokesperson for Rolls-Royce Engines in Indianapolis, he states it's not apart from any Rolls-Royce engine that he's familiar with. It's clear that there's been a concerted effort to cover up information, to distract, and to deceive the American people, and indeed the people of the world, as to what happened at the Pentagon on September 11th. With this in mind, is it not possible that those behind this conspiracy could have removed evidence that would have challenged the official story? And is it not inconceivable that evidence could have been planted to support the official story?
I know from my experience that it would have been highly improbable that even a seasoned American test pilot, a military test pilot, could have flown a T-category aircraft like the 757 into the first floor of the Pentagon because of a thing called ground effect.
The official trajectory has this plane just skimming the ground at about 500 miles an hour as it impacts with the building on the ground floor. That turns out to be aerodynamically impossible. Even a small plane, such as a Cessna at full throttle, would accumulate a packet of compressed gas, which is there beneath the fuselage, that would make it impossible for it to get closer than 15 feet to the ground. Discussions with aeronautical engineers have convinced me that for a Boeing 757 at 500 miles an hour, it could not get closer than 60 feet to the ground. If the plane had been taking the official trajectory, its engines would have been making massive damage to the lawn. Wake turbulence would have been wrecking it. The lawn would have been a mess. Instead, the lawn is perfectly smooth, green and smooth, which turns out to be, ironically, a smoking gun at the Pentagon.
Ground effect and the pristine condition of the lawn in front of the Pentagon aren't the only problems with the official story. The airline pilots that we talked with also have a very serious problem as to whether or not terrorists that were trained on small aircraft were even capable of maneuvering a large commercial airliner at such a high speed and making these very precise maneuvers.
I flew the two actual aircraft which were involved in 9/11, the flight number 175 and flight 93, the 757 that allegedly went down at Shanksville, and flight 175 is the aircraft that's alleged to have hit the South Tower. I don't believe it's possible for, like I said, for a terrorist, so-called terrorist, to train on a 172, then jump in the cockpit of a 757, 767 glass cockpit, and vertical navigate the aircraft, lateral navigate the aircraft, and fly the airplane at speeds exceeding its design limit speed by well over 100 knots, make high-speed, high-bank turns, pulling probably 5, 6, 7 Gs, and the aircraft would literally fall out of the sky. I couldn't do it, and I'm absolutely positive they couldn't do it.
What's unusual about the 5 frames that the Pentagon released is they don't show a plane streaking across the Pentagon lawn. They just show a white vapor trail. The date and the time on the Pentagon frames is wrong. You know, at one of the most secure buildings in the world. And at the bottom of these 5 frames, they have the word plane. It's like subliminal. You know, the word is there, but the plane isn't.
The Pentagon is the nerve center of the U.S. military. When it comes to U.S. security, all roads lead to the Pentagon. Surveillance would obviously be the first step in maintaining safety and security. Take a look at your local Walmart and count the closed-circuit video cameras surveilling the parking lot. Video cameras can be seen everywhere in our society. Are we to believe that the world's most secure building was only capable of capturing the event on video from 2 cameras at one location?
They took over the flight themselves and downed the plane in a field.
I want to get quickly to Chris Kanicki. He's a photographer with the Pittsburgh affiliate of Fox affiliate. He was back there just a couple of minutes ago. And Chris, I've seen the pictures. It looks like there's nothing there except for a hole in the ground.
Basically, that's right. The only thing you could see from where we were was a big gouge in the earth and some broken trees. We could see some people walking around in the area, but from where we could see, there wasn't much left.
Any large pieces of debris at all?
No, there was nothing that you could distinguish that a plane had crashed there.
Smoke, fire?
Nothing. It was absolutely quiet. It was actually very quiet. Nothing going on down there, no smoke, no fire, just a couple of people walking around. They look like part of the NTSB crew walking around looking at the pieces.
How big would you say that hole was?
From my estimates, I would guess it was probably about 20 to 15 feet.
In Shanksville, one of the things that's really remarkable is the Associated Press said that all the wreckage that was recovered from the whole scene could fit in the back of a single pickup truck and a few plastic bags. Now, there's just no way a big plane like that just completely disintegrates or reduces itself down to practically nothing.
The debris here is spread over a 3 to 4 mile radius, which has now been completely sealed off and is being treated, according to the FBI, as a crime scene. That's really all you see is a large crater in the ground and just tiny, tiny bits of debris. There has been at least one report that the investigators out there, and there are hundreds of them, as I said tonight, have found nothing larger than a phone book.
There are lots of oddities about Flight 93, as Colonel Nelson has observed to me. It looked to him as though a bulldozer had been taken, a ditch had been dug that had been filled with trash and blown up. I had residents of the area call me to say that they told the FBI they heard an explosion in the air before they heard any impact with the ground, but the FBI refused to write it down. I have other residents of the area write me and explain to me they were taken to a search area far larger than the officially designated crash zone to look for body parts and aircraft debris, but told by the deputy sheriffs taking them that they would deny it if they mentioned this to anyone. I have a former inspector general for the Air Force responsible for the conduct of air crash investigations tell me that if the plane had crashed as advertised, the debris should have been scattered over an area approximately 1 city block in size. In fact, it's distributed over 8 square miles, which is a scenario consistent with the plane having been shot down in the air, but not one that crashed.
Morning, Cleveland, United 93 is with you at 350. Intermittent light stop. United 93 checking in 350. United 93 at 350, roger. United 93, that traffic for you is 1 o'clock, 12 miles eastbound 370.
Well, I would definitely say after having looked at some of this video footage that I would have to remove myself from the quote believer category, and I can't say that I would be a dyed-in-the-wool skeptic, but there's enough information presented to cast some real doubt on the story as it's been presented, and with a lot of questions coming into my mind related to that. The Pentagon, along with the Building 7 at the Trade Center, those two things are the biggest question marks in this whole scenario. I never realized that there was no evidence, if you will, of the tail section hitting the building in the Pentagon, or even of the engine. And all I've ever seen, like most of the general public, is a blurry image purportedly to be a plane taken by a security camera hitting the side of the building, but so blurry that you can't really see what's going on. So yes, I would say based on the photos I just saw, yes, I would have some real serious doubts and questions about the Pentagon story. There's a lot of information that's been manipulated and that we haven't been shown as the general public.
Caution, you are about to enter the no-spin zone.
Why did you have to tell him you were an atheist if you didn't have any trouble reading the oath? Why didn't you just shut up? What Jimmy Carter should do is privately give Mr. Bush's opinion and shut up publicly. That would be best for the country. And it is our duty as loyal Americans to shut up once the fighting begins. Me. Let's go. Okay. Thank you, Jamie. I'm doing. Yes. Good night. Thank you, Jamie. Don't take a cheap little pathetic shot. I'm telling you that's you're taking a cheap little pathetic shot.
On May 17th of 2006, the Pentagon announced that at 1 p.m. that day, they would release new footage that they claimed would clearly show Flight 77 hitting the Pentagon. In anticipation to the release of this new footage, Kira Phillips on CNN interviewed Jamie McIntyre, who is the CNN senior Pentagon correspondent. During this interview, Kira Phillips asked Jamie McIntyre what his thoughts were on some of the ideas that something other than Flight 77 had hit the Pentagon.
Having been there on September 11th, having seen the plane wreckage and photographed it myself personally, I can tell you that that's nonsense. I had a camera with me. I took pictures of some of the wreckage, some of the parts of the fuselage, a part of the cockpit, until they told us we had to move back away from the scene.
After hearing Jamie McIntyre's statements with Kira Phillips in this interview, we couldn't help but realize that they were inconsistent with his original live report at the Pentagon on September 11th. Let's take a look and listen carefully to what he said on that day.
From my close-up inspection, there's no evidence of a plane having crashed anywhere near the Pentagon. The only site is the actual site of the building that's crashed in. And as I said, the only pieces left that you can see are small enough that you could pick up in your hand. There are no large tail sections, wing sections, a fuselage, nothing like that anywhere around, which would indicate that the entire plane crashed into the side of the Pentagon.
After realizing the blatant contradiction of Jamie McIntyre's statements on September 11th and the statements that he had made on Kira Phillips's interview, we decided to put out a news release on May 18th. In this news release, we quoted Jamie McIntyre's statement on September 11th and the statements that he had made on Kira Phillips's news broadcast. As a result, I received a phone call from CNN's Headline News. I was invited to be a guest on the Glenn Beck program, which is aired daily on that channel. They had asked me to come on the program to discuss some of the controversies and conspiracy theories about what had happened at the Pentagon on September 11th. Now, realizing that despite the fact that they were very friendly and professional on the telephone, this was not going to be a very friendly interview. Let's take a look at this interview, and you decide whether this is journalism or propaganda.
Conspiracy theories, sure, they're fun. They help us keep that dream alive that someday we really will walk on the moon, and that next Christmas, your stocking could be stuffed with an Elvis comeback album. Actually, some aren't so fun. Ever since 9/11, a bunch of theorists, otherwise known as people with active imaginations, no common sense, and a lot of time on their hands, have insisted that explosives inside the World Trade Center brought the towers down, that all the victims in the first plane really didn't die because there were no passengers, and that no plane ever hit the Pentagon.
Ask yourself this question. Does this sound like an introduction for an investigative piece of journalism with an honest desire to get to the truth? Or does this sound more like an ad hominem hit piece with a design to discredit and ridicule the messenger rather than address the issues and the evidence presented?
There's a documentary you can't get off of or you can get off of a website, but for some reason, they're not letting you buy it at Blockbuster. And now available is a director's cut that insists all of it is a hoax. Dave Vonkleist, you produced it. Tell me, sir, how is this not a plane? Right there. Can we freeze that and show that box? How's that not a plane? That's a big white object of some sort. That's right. It's either a plane or a naked Michael Moore headed for the buffet.
Glenn Beck, you're absolutely right. And you've just proven my point. This photograph does show something. It's either a plane or a naked Michael Moore heading for the buffet table. But it could also be an A-3 Sky Warrior jet or a Global Hawk missile. The fact is, this photograph shows something, but it proves nothing.
And yet, Jamie McIntyre on CNN yesterday stated that he had photographed pieces of the cockpit and the fuselage. And Jamie McIntyre also stated on September 11th that upon his close inspection, there were no pieces of recognizable wreckage from any type of a large aircraft. He stated that there was no fuselage, there were no wings, no engines, nothing that you could recognize as a large aircraft.
But what's in Area 51? Is it aliens or office supplies?
The desperate attempt to somehow link me to aliens, an Elvis comeback album, a two-nosed Osama, and Area 51 is nothing more than another example of how ridicule and condescension are utilized in a last-ditch effort to somehow draw attention away from evidence and information that is damning to the conventional wisdom of the official story. Now, many of the Glenn Beck listeners may have bought into this ploy, but to those with the ability to recognize it, it was nothing more than an assault on the evidence and information and an insult to the families who lost loved ones on September 11th. Jamie McIntyre appeared on Anderson Cooper's 360 program in what appeared to be a damage control interview. Obviously, he was responding to our news release and my appearance on the Glenn Beck Show. He was claiming that statements he made in his report on September 11th were taken out of context.
The websites often take statements out of context, such as this exchange from CNN, in which I, myself, appear to be questioning whether a plane really hit the building.
From my close-up inspection, there's no evidence of a plane having crashed anywhere near the Pentagon.
In fact, I was talking about an eyewitness who thought the plane landed short of the Pentagon, and went on to say the only crash site was at the Pentagon.
The only site is the actual site of the building that's crashed in. And
in fact, there were thousands of tiny pieces of the plane, and I personally photographed a piece of the fuselage and what appeared to be part of the cockpit.
And now let's listen to Jamie McIntyre's live report again on September 11th.
From my close-up inspection, there's no evidence of a plane having crashed anywhere near the Pentagon. The only site is the actual site of the building that's crashed in. And as I said, the only pieces left that you can see are small enough that you could pick up in your hand. There are no large tail sections, wing sections, a fuselage, nothing like that anywhere around.
It appears that the only person taking Jamie McIntyre's statements out of context is Jamie McIntyre.
And I think we need to make explicitly clear who she is embracing. There are only two websites that deal with 9/11 that she has linked to on her own blog. One of them is called WTC7, and the other one is the Scholars for 9/11 Truth. These are the worst, most fringe, kookiest, discredited academic crackpots who believe that the Secret Service and the CIA planted a controlled demolition of that building. And if Rosie really wants to have an honest discussion and debate, I dare her, I dare Barbara Walters, I dare ABC to put on the editors of Popular Mechanics to set the people straight about what exactly happened.
Popular Mechanics magazine published this article in their March 2005 edition. It was entitled Debunking the Myths of 9/11. And in regard to what they reported at the Pentagon, they stated, when American Airlines Flight 77 hit the Pentagon's exterior wall, Ring E, it created a hole approximately 75 feet wide, according to the American Society of Civil Engineers Pentagon Building Performance Report. The exterior facade collapsed about 20 minutes after impact, but ASCE based its measurements of the original hole on the number of first-floor support columns that were destroyed or damaged. Let's back up. The article states, when American Airlines Flight 77 hit the Pentagon's exterior wall, Ring E, it created a hole approximately 75 feet wide. But according to the photographs and the video footage taken before the collapse of the outer ring, it's clear to see that the hole certainly was not 75 feet wide. It was the collapse itself that created the 75-foot wide hole, according to the photographs and video footage that was shot before the collapse of the outer ring. And yet the Popular Mechanics magazine doesn't mention the collapse as occurring until 20 minutes after impact. So how can it be both ways? Either Flight 77 hit the Pentagon and created a 75-foot wide hole, or it didn't. The photographs and video footage clearly show that there was no 75-foot wide hole and that the collapse itself created the hole that they're referring to. This type of reporting is disingenuous and misleading, to say the least. And at this point in time, James Meigs, the editor of Popular Mechanics magazine, has refused to debate or discuss this issue. One of the most controversial and divisive issues in regard to the quest for truth about what happened on September 11th is the issue as to whether or not there was any extra equipment attached to the belly of the plane that was reported to have been Flight 175. The Popular Mechanics magazine of March 2005 quoted their expert, Ronald Greeley. He was the director of the Space Photography Laboratory at Arizona State University and is an expert at analyzing images to determine the shape and features of geological formations based on shadow and light effects. Greeley dismissed the notion that there was a photo that revealed a pod. In fact, according to Popular Mechanics magazine, the photo reveals only the Boeing's right fairing, a pronounced bulge that contains the landing gear. Greeley concluded that sunlight glistening off the fairing gave it an exaggerated look. However, on the Art Bell show, Ben Chertoff, who was the science researcher for Popular Mechanics, was interviewed.
If you actually watch the footage in full motion, you can see most of it is just the shadow from the engine as it's flying into the building. But when you see it on the video, there's this enlargement effect that happens from the video, and that has turned into this pod.
Question: how could the pod have been created by sunlight, according to Ronald Greeley, and shadow, according to Ben Chertoff, at the same time?
The most valuable commodity to a newsman is his credibility. And I don't take lightly investigating what happened on 9/11 because it could end up being one of the biggest crimes ever perpetrated in American history.
We've seen several examples of how the media has massaged, manipulated, and created stories to mislead the American people and the people of the world. The BBC reporting 25 minutes before it happened that Building 7 had collapsed. This despite the fact that never in history had a steel structure collapsed as a result of a fire. And yet they reported it before it happened. How did they know? We've seen Jamie McIntyre reverse his own testimony that he gave on September 11th, claiming that those reporting had taken his words out of context. We've seen Glenn Beck utilizing propaganda techniques in an attempt to discredit and ridicule and negate real information. We've seen ABC TV in New York City interviewing William Rodriguez on September 11th of 2006, where they took his testimony where he described the explosion below him and made it sound as though he was describing the explosion of the plane hitting above. Ever since September 11th, talk show hosts on radio and television have discussed these events, some supportive and some challenging the official story. There are those, however, that utilize what some call thug journalism, a technique of talking over, ridiculing, discrediting, and insulting the guest in an attempt to make them look silly. Let's take a look at an example of thug journalism at work. In this example, Bill O'Reilly on The O'Reilly Factor was interviewing Professor James Fetzer, who challenges the official story. We timed this interview, and in this 6-minute and 20-second television piece, Mr. O'Reilly talked for 5 minutes and 1 second, where the guest, Professor Fetzer, only spoke for 1 minute and 17 seconds. The concept of host versus guest seems to have escaped Mr. O'Reilly. In real journalism, a host will ask a question, and the guest is allowed to respond. At that point, the host can engage the guest in a conversation and a debate of the issues. This was certainly not the case in this interview with Professor Fetzer.
You're like the guys who think that the space aliens kidnapped Elvis or something like that. That's where you are. You're nuts. We're both entitled to our opinion, okay? So you're entitled and I'm entitled. And we'll let the folks decide. Well, hold it. You hate your country.
The American government.
Look, you hate your country. You're accusing a man of murder, the president of the United States, of murder without any evidence.
Bill, you're obviously not going to give me a chance to talk about any of these things.
No, I'm not, because you're a nut.
Our website, ST.
All right, we heard your website.
If you want the truth.
Fine.
Bill O'Reilly shouted over, interrupted, attacked, ridiculed, and insulted Professor Fetzer at every opportunity in an attempt to take away any credibility that Professor Fetzer may have had. This is not journalism, but it has, however, become standard operating procedure on many talk shows. Those that do have evidence and information that challenge the official story are very rarely allowed to present that information. There has to date been no open and honest discussion and presentation of evidence and information that challenges the official story. It seems that the only ammunition that these talk show hosts have is to insult and ridicule the messengers because they desperately want to avoid the evidence and the message itself. In this video documentary, we've heard from experts and seen video footage and photographs that challenge whether or not the planes that hit the North and South Towers were actually commercial aircraft. We've seen video footage and photographs and again heard from experts that challenge what happened at the Pentagon on September 11th. We've seen video footage and reporters' accounts of what happened in Shanksville, Pennsylvania in regard to Flight 93, the fact that there was no recognizable wreckage and a crater only 15 feet across. We've also examined video and photographs of the collapse of the buildings in New York City. We've seen how the mainstream media has twisted, distorted, and fabricated information. We've seen how they've attacked, ridiculed, demonized, and discredited anyone who dare challenge the official story of September 11th. With all this information that challenges the official story, we have to ask the question, is there any evidence that supports the official story? On September 23rd of 2001, Condoleezza Rice held a news conference, and she stated, "We have definitive proof and evidence that links Osama bin Laden and the Taliban to the attacks on September 11th, and we will release this information in due time." At the date of this production, we're still waiting to see that evidence. In October of 2001, this video was released and shown to the people of America and the world, and we were all told that this was Osama bin Laden accepting responsibility for the attacks on September 11th. But let's compare the Osama in this video to a photograph of the known Osama. When you compare the two, you'll notice that the Osama in the video has a shorter nose. He also appears to be a little chubbier. As the Osama in the video waves his hand, look carefully. You'll see he's wearing a ring and a wristwatch. Jewelry is forbidden by people of the Islamic faith. You'll also notice that when he signs on this pad, he's signing with his right hand. We know that the real Osama was left-handed. So we have to ask this question, where did this video come from? And why was it fabricated to mislead the people of America and the world? If you visit the FBI.gov website, you'll find the 10 most wanted list. And on that list, of course, is Osama bin Laden. You can pull up his wanted poster, and on that poster is a list of charges that he's wanted for. The curious thing is that nowhere in the list of charges is any mention of September 11th. The Muckraker report contacted Rex Toome, a spokesperson for the FBI, and asked why was there no mention of the attacks on September 11th on Osama's wanted poster. Mr. Toome's response was, "We have no hard evidence linking Osama bin Laden with the attacks on September 11th. Condoleezza Rice had stated that they would release their information in due time. Ladies and gentlemen, when you charge someone with conspiracy to murder 3,000 people, and you have no evidence to back up that charge of conspiracy, that makes the charge a conspiracy theory. That means that the entire war on terror is based upon fraud. We've been told over and over again that this is a war on terror. But is this a war on terror or a war for profit? We know that there are hundreds of government contractors in Iraq right now with countless contracts. Let's take a look at one of these government contracts, a no-bid contract that was awarded to Halliburton. The Houston Chronicle reported that 82,000 gallons of liquid propane fuel were to be transported to Baghdad. But they weren't going to be transported from the United States to Baghdad. They were going to be transported from Kuwait to Baghdad, a distance of approximately 300 miles. I contacted a liquid propane company and asked how many trucks it would take to transport 82,000 gallons of fuel. I was told about 10 trucks. I asked, how much would you charge to transport those 10 trucks approximately 300 miles? I was told approximately $1 per mile per truck, for a total of approximately $3,000. I asked if this was a government contract, how much would the charge be? And I was told that it would be 2 or 3 times that amount. So let's say it would be $10,000. The question is, how much was Halliburton awarded to transport this fuel? The answer, $27.5 million. How many of your tax dollars went to pay Halliburton to transport this fuel? Wouldn't it have been cheaper to have 10 privates drive those trucks that distance? The question is, how much money is coming out of the United States taxpayers' dollars to pay for this war and is being funneled into the pockets of companies like Halliburton? Is this a war for profit? You decide. After reviewing the video and photographic evidence, the number one question that people ask is, well, if the plane didn't hit the Pentagon, where did it go? If the plane that hit the South Tower wasn't Flight 175, then where did it go? Where are those people? Well, we can't answer that question, and if we were attempting to do so, we would be engaging in conspiracy theory. However, consider the following scenario. Let's say that you have to put a loved one on a bus bound from New York to Boston. You put them on a Greyhound bus, and off it goes. A couple hours later, there's a news report that claims that the Greyhound bus bound from New York to Boston skidded out of control, crashed, and exploded. A couple weeks later, someone who happened to be sightseeing with a camcorder shows up with a videotape of the event. And upon examining that video footage, we see that this bus says Trailways on the side. Question: where did the Greyhound bus go? Well, if your loved one was on that Greyhound bus, you'd want to know, wouldn't you? The next question is, should we ridicule and demonize anyone who dares ask, where's the Greyhound bus? Should we likewise ridicule and demonize the person who took the video? Should we negate and ignore the video footage of the Trailways bus simply because we don't know where the Greyhound bus went? Well, that's exactly where we are in regard to the video footage that you've seen. We may never find out what happened to Flight 77 or Flight 175, but the video and photographic evidence screams that we need a new investigation.
Please, brother, dear brother, can you help me find my way? I seem to lost my way. Please, brother, dear brother, can you show me right from wrong to help us get along?
I would like to have every American get serious about being a citizen of the United States of America instead of just being an inhabitant, and start thinking on their own, because 9/11 is the single most important event to happen to the United States since Pearl Harbor.
For those people who question 9/11, who maybe support the work that the 9/11 truth community people have produced, for them to lift their voices. This is supposed to be the land of the free and the home of the brave. Let's be brave. Let's get involved. Lift your voice.
We can't let this stand. We cannot move forward. We have to leave a legacy of the Constitution, our rights, our Bill of Rights, everything for our children. Even if we don't get to enjoy it in our own lifetime, we have to fight for it.
There is some suspicion that what hit the trade centers may have been military planes. Might not have even been the flights that we were told. Of course, this raises up the horrific idea that, well, then what happened to the poor passengers? It's one thing if they were killed as collateral damage in some sort of attack, and it would be a totally different thing if they were landed somewhere, offloaded, and then just cold-blooded murdered. The problem is we don't have the answers to all of this because there's never been a truthful investigation.
I would like to see another investigation. I don't know if I could go with another official investigation. I think we've come far enough. All the people who have gotten involved in the 9/11 truth movement, they may not be able to come up with a definitive story of what happened, but I think we've got enough evidence to demolish the official story. And if that's the case, we need to continue. What was the aim? Why are we in the Middle East? Why did they use 9/11 as a pretext, a false cause, and a lie to get us involved in the Middle East? We need answers to these kinds of questions.
The 9/11 Commission report, it's the biggest insult and slap in the face of the American people that has ever been offered anywhere by anyone. This, David Griffin called it a 571-page lie. He said there isn't a word of truth in it, and he's absolutely right, because truth depends on context, and the entire context that's created in that book is myth, and more myth. That is sacred story designed to influence people's social behavior and their idea of themselves in the world, but it has nothing to do with fact. Myth can be true. Not all myths are false.
If we're going to continue to call ourselves a free and democratic society, there must be answers, there must be accountability. Somebody has to be held accountable for what actually happened on 9/11.
Ladies and gentlemen, justice must be served. The investigation into the attacks on September 11th must be reopened, and the evidence presented in an open and unbiased world televised trial so that those guilty of these crimes be brought to justice and let the punishment fit the crime. So what else can we do? Well, the answer can be seen in our founding documents. The Declaration of Independence states, "But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty, to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security." But let's be clear, no one wants to overthrow the government or abolish the Constitution. It was Abraham Lincoln who said, "We seek not to overthrow the Constitution, but we seek to overthrow those who would pervert the Constitution." We call on all those in uniform that took an oath to support and to defend the Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic, to do just that. We call on all those in law enforcement to protect and serve the people, not those who pass laws that destroy our way of life and criminalize the very activities that make us a free society. Our unborn children will either curse our complacency or they will applaud our activism. The world is watching what we do and what we don't do. The choice is yours. Either we resign ourselves and our posterity to a world controlled by those that would murder, deceive, and enslave us, or we rediscover our heritage, reaffirm our patriotism, and muster the courage to do what we know we must do. If we don't, we never again will be able to call ourselves the land of the free and the home of the brave. We can do it. We must do it. And we will do it. I'm Dave Vonkleist.
There's a million reasons why I don't believe it. There's a million reasons why it can't be true. Open fire, can't melt steel. It's not hot enough. It's nothing new, it's not a mystery. Check out the Reichstag, Germany. There's a million questions still remain unanswered. There's a million questions still to be resolved. Out of 19 Muslim guys, 7 still remain alive. It's nothing new, it's not a mystery. Check out the USS Liberty. 9/11, 9/11. What went down with Building 7? It's a mystery to this day. The building fell with such precision. Free fall speed, no reasons given. Like the towers, it just fell. Fire's not enough. No way hard enough to bring it down. The project for the new American century was added to a year before that day. stakes in order to proceed. A modern day Pearl Harbor it would be. The talking took the play. 9/11 set them free. The project for the new American century. Cold War blood through WND. 9/11, 9/11. What went down with Building 7? Ever since that fateful day, our civil rights have disappeared. A global fascist state draws near, and our freedom slips away. And they don't give a stuff. They made that clear enough. So now it's up to us to bring it down.
Welcome to the next generation of warfare, psychological warfare. In modern conflict, the mind is a potent weapon. Discover General Michael T. Flynn's groundbreaking guide, The Citizen's Guide to Fifth Generation Warfare. Unlock tactics, strategies, and the mindset to navigate this cognitive battlefield that we all find ourselves in. Equip yourself against manipulation and emerge unscathed. Unleash your potential. Order now.
How's it going, everybody? And welcome back. Man, have we been lucky. Extremely awesome guests. Show after show the last few weeks. We're just blessed here. You know, call it divine intervention, whatever it may be. And tonight's show is not going to be any different. This is the AlphaWarrior Show. I'm your host, Alpha, you guys. 9/11. Do you know what happened? Have you researched what happened? You're going to get some information tonight that I guarantee you when you walk away, if it's the first time you've heard it, it may have a huge impact on your life. You guys know why 9/11 was so important to me. We'll get into that when we get into the show. But first, let me get to two quick sponsors because streaming ain't free and I got to keep the lights on. So first on deck, you guys, Goldco, protecting your investments with gold and silver made simple. AlphaLikesGold.com. Diversification, you guys. If you watch my show, you know how I feel about our government and our financial system. Not a lot of trust there. So it's no secret that I'm a big believer in diversifying your money with precious metals like gold and silver. But when it comes to buying precious metals, you need the right company in your corner. And that's why I've partnered up with the top-rated precious metal company, Goldco, because reputation matters. Goldco is a 6-time 5,000 winner for 2022 Company of the Year. And they've helped people like you and me place over $2 billion in gold and silver. And right now they're offering my supporters up to $10,000 in bonus silver when you open up a qualified IRA account. This is your opportunity to protect yourself from our out of control, very corrupt government. Don't pass it up. Grab your phone, go to your keyboard, whatever it is you need to get the job done and take action today. At a bare minimum, at least arm yourself with the information and go to AlphaLikesGold.com. And then our last commercial, and then we're commercial free until the end of this show. America's favorite mustache, Mike Lindell, and I will see you guys in 60 seconds.
My Towels solved the problem that we've all had with towels. You go into the stores and they feel lotiony and soft, but then you get them home and they wind dry you. That's why I made My Towels. They actually work, they're soft, and they absorb. And now I'm excited to announce 2 brand new lines of My Towels. What makes them the best towels ever is they're now made with 100% long staple Shapir cotton. This is a combed ring spun cotton that makes My Towels even softer and more absorbent than ever. And now you get a 6-piece set for an amazing introductory sale price as low as $29.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get My Towels for only $29.98. Or you can get my designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% now on all My Towels. They actually work. What a concept. This offer won't last long, so please order now.
MyPillow.com.
You really gotta love Mike's 80s commercial. The man has a great heart. Make sure you go support him. When you support Mike, you support me and all the other content creators he helps. So now, my guest, you guys, please welcome San Francisco Bay Area architect Richard Gage, AIA, member of the American Institute of Architects and founder and former CEO of Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth. He, along with his courageous wife, Gail, continue to lead the charge toward a real investigation into the destruction of all 3 World Trade Center skyscrapers on 9/11 at richardgage911.org. And as always, you guys, the links are down in the description. So if you're just listening and watching, you don't got to pull over. Everything's saved for you, and all you got to do is click it. Let me bring on the guests you guys want to hear from today. Richard, how are you doing, sir?
Doing great. It's great to be here with you, Alpha.
No, absolutely. And, we talked a little bit pre-show, and I explained to you why, 9/11 is such a big deal to me. So I'll recap it real quick for those that are new, first-time watchers of the show. Was 2 days after 9/11 happened, I was in the recruiting office of the United States Marine Corps, where I would ultimately sign up for infantry and then find myself in 2003 going to combat. And, having been a part of some things that I wish I could forget and other things that are just, a part of war. But it all stemmed off of something that happened on that day on 9/11, which you have done phenomenal work into to find the truth. So everybody has all these questions, and I like where you want to start with Building 7. Because it doesn't seem to get a whole lot of love all the time. So, take us away. Where do you want to start with this?
Yeah, this is indeed Building 7. And it was a high rise that went down on 9/11, and most architects and engineers know nothing about it. So yeah, let's share the screen, Alpha, and we'll get on it here. because we don't want your audience to be the last to know. I know you've been talking about this here and there, but everybody doesn't know yet. I find this always to be the case that 3 towers went down under very suspicious circumstances. And we've been talking about this in 24 different countries, about 700 times altogether, presentations and an equal number of interviews. And yet still America is just not waking up yet about this. So we're going to change that today on the Alpha Warrior Show. I've been to conferences across the country with architects and engineers, and most of them don't know that a 3rd tower came down. I mean, this was a 47-story skyscraper, easily the tallest building in most of our states. And yet it came down, as we'll see, according to the official narrative, by normal office fires. And it was about 100 yards from the North Tower. And here it is standing just fine before the, as the towers had just come down, as you can see, the incredible dust clouds created there. The building stands just fine until about 5:20 in the afternoon, about 7 hours later, when this happens. And the east penthouse on the upper left comes down in an isolated event 6 seconds earlier, and then this happens. Well, what does that look like? You know, we've all seen the old hotels in Las Vegas, for instance. It comes down exactly like that. And that's the proof that we're going to be making today. First, let's listen to Shyam Sunder of NIST give us the official narrative about this building's collapse.
What we found was that uncontrolled building fires caused an extraordinary event. The collapse of World Trade Center 7 was primarily due to fire.
Fires. Well, we should look at those fires. These are the worst fires that we have photographed or videos of in this building. They're few, they're small, and they're scattered. These are big fires, right, in high rises, and not one of them has come down prior to 9/11. No steel frame, fire protected structure has ever collapsed by fire in history. So this is an unprecedented event that NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, is trying to convince the few people that had the attention span to listen to them that it came down by fire. We haven't lost any of these fires, fully engulfed fires, since 9/11 either. They just don't collapse. They're fireproofed with cementitious material, which keeps that steel from rising to temperatures which could cause it to fail. Let's take a look at Building 7 on the left, a series of known controlled demolitions on the right. Is there any similarity?
Wow.
Is there enough similarity to warrant an investigation into the possible use of explosives, especially since we've never, especially since that's the official narrative of how this building came down. It looks exactly like an explosive, and no high rise has ever collapsed due to fire in history. So we need to be looking at the features of typical controlled demolition. We're going to go through these one by one so that we can see, it seems to match all the features of controlled demolition. Beginning with feature number 1, is there a sudden onset of destruction? The building, let's listen to Dan rather.
Now, here we're going to show you a videotape of the collapse itself. Describe that. Now we go to videotape, the collapse of this building. It's amazing. Amazing, incredible, pick your word. For the 3rd time today, it's reminiscent of those pictures we've all seen too much on television before, when a building was deliberately destroyed by well-placed dynamite to knock it down.
What? What did you say, Dan? Deliberately destroyed by well-placed dynamite to knock it down? Well, he's using his intuition, as we all should. And the problem is he's never stated this since 9/11. And in fact, we've never seen, with two exceptions, this building played on mainstream media at all. It's like it's been swept under the rug. I'm one of 90,000 members of the American Institute of Architects. We did not receive one bulletin on this, the third worst structural failure in modern history. It just has been swept under the rug completely. Feature number 2, is there a straight down symmetrical collapse? Let's go to West Street and take a look from there. Yeah, pretty straight down, pretty symmetrical. How hard is this to accomplish? You have to remove all of the interior columns within a fraction of a second of each other, and then followed a second later by the perimeter columns. Any deviation in that pattern at all, and the building will begin to tip over uncontrollably. And there are many examples, in fact, of failed controlled demolitions. So how does that get accomplished by these fires? Do these fires have that level of precision to remove all of the interior columns at once? Obviously not. It begins to be pretty clear here. Let's see how fast this building's coming down. In fact, physicists have determined that it came down at free fall acceleration. That's as fast as a bowling ball falling out of the sky. Well, how does that happen? A bowling ball has no resistance under it. This building had 40,000 tons of fireproof steel frame, moment resisting structure, extremely strong. It can't all of a sudden give up every column on at least 9 floors, because that's the number of floors that had to have been in free fall, because a third of this building's 7-second fall is documented and admitted as being in free fall by NIST after being publicly embarrassed in a conference, a press conference that they held, where they said, well, this is easily measurable, because before they were denying free fall altogether, right? Well, where did those columns go? That's what we're going to be looking at here, because we have the feature number 5, the total dismemberment of the steel structure. This is a moment resisting steel frame building. That's where columns and beams, most of them, are welded to each other very stiffly. Well, how could all of those have failed such that we have a 47-story skyscraper dropping to just in a pile about 6 stories tall? Should have been a 20-story pile. Should have been building. We should have recognized this building at the bottom of any natural collapse, like we do in these collapses by earthquakes. They fall over. We see the columns and beams are not severed one from another. The concrete is not pulverized to a fine powder. So let's go on and see what could have happened to this building. Looking for sounds of explosions, feature number 7 in controlled demolitions. Let's listen to these witnesses. This is Daryl, a medical student interviewed on the radio that evening.
We were watching the building actually because it was on fire. The bottom floors of the building were on fire, and we heard this sound that sounded like a clap of thunder. Turned around, we were shocked to see that the building was it looked like there was a shock wave ripping through the building, and the windows all busted out, and it was horrifying. And then about a second later, the bottom floor caved out.
About a second later, the bottom floor caved out and the building starts collapsing. So these witnesses are hearing explosions before the collapse of the building. Listen to Kevin McPadden, former Air Force medic.
You heard explosions, like boom. It's like a distinct sound. It's not like when in compression, like boom, 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 like floors that were dropping and collapsing. This was boom, and like you felt a rumble in the ground, like almost like you wanted to grab onto something. That, to me, I knew that was an explosion. There was no doubt in my mind.
No doubt in his mind, nor the mind of this gentleman, Bill Rosati.
I was standing like 2 blocks away, and all of a sudden I just seen a big flash, and then I seen the building coming down, and I just seen people just running everywhere, chaotic like.
Okay, that's helpful. Well, what do the experts say? This is Danny Jowenko.
Danny Jowenko is the expert on this in Europe. What did he say?
Dit is controlled demolition. Zeker weten, zeker weten. Er is nagesprongen. Dit is in opdracht gebeurd. Dit heeft een team gedaan van experts.
Okay, and it's very clear. Kamal Obeid, structural engineer, a localized failure in a steel frame building like World Trade Center 7 cannot cause a catastrophic collapse like a house of cards without a simultaneous and patterned loss of several of its columns at key locations within the building. Not going to happen. How about the University of Alaska, who engaged in a 4-year, $300,000 study to determine whether NIST was correct in its assessment of this building coming down by fire? Well, this is one of the top forensic structural engineers in the country, Professor Leroy Halsey, who engaged in this effort, which he put all of the structural engineering materials into the 2 different programs, SAP 2000 and Abacus. And he modeled what would fire do? What would be the effect of fire? Well, he found out that it wouldn't, he found out that, let's see, there we go. On the right is NIST's computer model, which makes no sense at all because it doesn't look anything like the video in the center of what we've been looking at regarding this building's collapse. Well, the University of Alaska said, gosh, once we fail all of the columns in the building simultaneously within a fraction of a second on the interior, and then a second or so later, the exterior columns on that floor, we can get it pretty much to look like the original video of the collapse. And that's the only way. Fire did not bring this building down, they concluded. In fact, temperature was not hot enough to cause weakening of the steel framing. Thermal expansion, NIST's theory, did not result in a loss of support for the beams and girders, and it didn't experience a progressive collapse as claimed by NIST, but a global collapse caused by the near simultaneous failure of all of its columns. So what can do that? Well, we're going to see right now as we look at the evidence of what could have done that. Is there any evidence of ignited thermite? Thermite is an incendiary used by the military to cut through steel like a hot knife through butter. And in fact, that's exactly what has been given to us in the metallurgical examination of the steel by FEMA before NIST took this investigation over in 2002. So this is from Appendix C of the May 2002 Building Performance Assessment Team report by FEMA. What do they find? Never before observed eutectic reactions causing intergranular melting, causing a solid steel girder to turn into Swiss cheese, like we see in this piece of World Trade Center 7 steel. Guess what? Fire doesn't do this to steel. It doesn't happen. Silver dollar size holes they find in the steel. Fires, office fires don't melt steel. Rapid oxidation, sulfidation. Where did the sulfur come from? Liquid iron, that's molten iron. How hot does it need to be to melt steel? 2,800 degrees Fahrenheit. How hot were these office fires? Maybe 1,000 degrees at the hottest. These were not hot office fires. The hottest office fires get typically is 1,000 or 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit. That's less than half the temperature needed to melt steel. This is extremely important. Hot sulfur corrosion attack on the steel. They don't know where this comes from. The author of the report, Jonathan Barnett, fire protection engineer, says steel members in the debris pile appear to have been partly evaporated in extraordinarily high temperatures. There's a problem here, right? It takes 4,000 degrees to evaporate steel, only 2,800 degrees to melt it. And we have the evidence of evaporated steel here. This is a real problem. This is documented by UC Berkeley professor Abulhassan Astani Azal. But he doesn't know how this happened. He assumes it happened down in the pile. Well, we can tell by the temperature, by the color of molten metals like this, what its temperature is. This is a photo from the World Trade Center steel. Dripping molten metal, yellow and white hot, exceeding 2,500 degrees. There's no question about this. Nobody argues about this. They don't touch this evidence with a 10-foot pole. Is there any other evidence of ignited incendiaries in the dust itself? Well, the USGS, the U.S. Geological Survey, gives it to us again on a silver platter in their particle atlas put out in 2005. This is the study of the World Trade Center dust, in which they find billions of what? Previously molten, that's again 2,800 degree temperatures. Iron, where does the iron come from? Molten iron is the byproduct of thermite. And spheres, about the diameter of a human hair on average. You can see them with the naked eye. They're in all the dust samples. They don't know where they came from. They have no clue, no idea. They don't even speculate. But up to 6% of these dust samples are previously molten iron microspheres, comprising up to 4 tons of evidence in all the world of thermite incendiaries. In fact, the EPA says, gosh, they're in all the dust samples, these previously molten iron microspheres. Let's use it to distinguish the World Trade Center dust from common office building dust. So they don't know what it is, but it's a signature component. In other words, it's not even World Trade Center dust unless it has these previously molten iron microspheres in it. Well, where do they come from? Let's do an experiment. Experiment is the arbiter of competing hypotheses. And in this experiment, you have thermite, a small amount of thermite producing thousands of what look like sparks, but what are molten iron microspheres that cool and fall in the pan. That's just because molten or aerosolized liquids like molten iron under high pressure conditions like that form themselves into spheres. That's what raindrops do. So the surface tension of small droplets. Could that be what's toasting the tops of these cars parked around the World Trade Center? Falling liquid molten iron. What else could explain in any rational scenario in this very high heat event? What could explain the toasting of those tops of those cars?
I've never even seen the pictures of those cars before.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. They're just toasted, and they light on fire also. So we have other evidence of unignited thermite in the dust. A team of 8 international scientists, led by Niels Harrit in Copenhagen, are sent 7 independently collected samples of this dust because people had heard about their work, and they wanted them to know, well, what's in my dust? Like Jeanette McKinley from the apartment on the right on Liberty Street, across the street from the South Tower. All their windows blew in due to the incredible explosives that we're going to be looking at. And in these dust samples, this team finds these red-gray chips. They thought they were paint at first, right? But they're attracted by a magnet. So they have a high iron content, Well, that's not paint. They get real curious and they zoom in or do an analysis on the red layer because that's where the iron would be. Yep, they find iron and aluminum. Iron and aluminum, the ingredients of thermite. What's that doing in these chips? This is not normal paint. So they get a nuclear microscope and zoom in 50,000 times and find what? Iron oxide crystals and aluminum platelets, 1,000 times smaller than the diameter of a human hair. Nanoparticles, nanoengineering. And this is set in a matrix, a bed of oxygen, silica, carbon, organic material, which is used in TNT, for instance, for rapid expansion, which knocks things over. That's what explosives do. Whereas incendiaries traditionally work by means of extreme heat, up to 4,000 degrees, in fact. So here it looks like there is an attempt to engineer an incendiary to become more explosive. In fact, the peer-reviewed literature of Lawrence Livermore Lab and Los Alamos Lab have done studies on this. They call it super thermite. It's been studied prior to 9/11. And when they put these chips in a differential scanning calorimeter, a fancy heater, which measures the resultant energy of an ignition, which occurs here at about 750 or 800 degrees, that's exactly what happened with the chips that the team of 8 scientists put in the scanning calorimeter. What happened? But so it's an exothermic reaction is the point here. It's a thermitic reaction. But what also happens when this goes down? We have, in fact, there it is, molten iron microspheres are created with the same chemical signature as the molten iron microspheres that were found not only by the USGS, but R.J. Lee Group, an environmental consulting firm, and with the same chemical signature. So we know exactly where all those molten iron microspheres came from. There is no question anymore. This is called science, by the way. And what this disproves the NIST theory of how these buildings came down, as a matter of fact, and shows how they came down. See, these materials, this is not made in a cave in Afghanistan. This is extremely sophisticated material made only in the most advanced defense contracting laboratories. So if we can get a real investigation by some real criminal investigators who are not involved in covering up the truth, but getting to it, they would find that the red layer, just like the team of 8 international scientists found in the Bentham Open Chemical Physics Journal, the peer-reviewed 24-page paper put out in 2009, they found that the red layer is active, unreacted material incorporating nanotechnology. It's a highly energetic pyrotechnic or explosive material because they engineered the incendiary to become more explosive. So this evidence we have already submitted in 60 exhibits to the U.S. attorney in Lower Manhattan. And we're going to be following up with the episodes of this film series, 9/11 Crime Scene to Courtroom. We've already filmed it. We're in post-production now and editing. And so this is an opportunity for everybody to co-produce the film. Because we are raising the funds needed to co-produce the film, about $25,000 needed. So yes, we're still on the ball, getting this thing done, and it could get done a lot faster if we get some support. But we have to ask ourselves now, okay, that evidence for Building 7 leaves most of us in a very uncomfortable place psychologically, because that was obviously a controlled demolition, right? That's what the evidence shows. 99 to 100% of the people in 700 presentations I've given, when asked, do we need a new investigation? Is this controlled demolition? all the hands go up. So we got to ask ourselves, is it possible that we could have a similar set of features of controlled demolition in the Twin Towers? Building 7 was part of the World Trade Center. It went down on 9/11. It's part of the conspiracy of how all of this happened. So is there a web that we need to follow? Well, just look at these towers simultaneously being shown to show the similarity of their destruction. Do we have a progressive collapse as you might expect in a collapsing building? No, it looks more like a volcanic eruption. Freely flying structural steel trailed by thick white smoke clouds, which we'll get to. A geometry of fireworks. So, yeah, there's something wrong with the picture right up front, right? Let's go through it piece by piece. Is there sudden onset of destruction? Okay, let's look at the North Tower. It's standing still, and all of a sudden, it's in uniform downward motion. There's no halt, no jolt, no hesitation when this upper body meets the cold, hard steel below that would arrest its downward motion. That's not happening. We'll see why. How about the South Tower? It's standing still, and all of a sudden, it's in uniform downward motion. Suddenly. This is not what you would call a progressive collapse. NIST says, well, the top part was so heavy that it drove the rest of the building down to the ground and then destroyed itself. That's their theory. It's called the crush down, crush up theory. But it suffers from Newton's third law of motion, first of all. There's an equal and opposite destructive force when two bodies collide. It's going to look a lot different than that. But this is the subject of a peer-reviewed paper that Zdenek Bazant from Chicago Northwestern University put forth. A very complex paper that took engineers 10 years to decode, by the way. And in it, he submitted this just 2 days after 9/11.
Whoa.
Us are in shock, right? What were you doing the 2 days after 9/11, Alpha? I know what you were doing. You told us you were getting ready to go into Afghanistan and Iraq and get those bastards that did this to us, right?
Yeah.
I was in the same place. I mean, I wasn't ready to go to war, but I felt like it. And so this guy's in his den producing the paper that remains today the key theoretical basis for NIST's column failure theory. They kind of renamed it. Well, wait a minute. As I mentioned, there's an equal and opposite destructive force when two bodies collide. Who's going to win, the Volkswagen or the Mack truck? The Mack truck wins. Does it matter if we drop the Volkswagen onto the Mack truck? No. The upper, weaker, lighter part of the structure cannot possibly destroy the cold, hard, intact steel, which, by the way, is weak at the top. Small steel beams like this, but they get heavier and heavier and heavier as we go down the building until midway, we're 36 inches by 16 inches, 2 inches thick, and heavier and heavier and heavier until at the bottom, we're 52 inches by 22 inches and almost solid steel. Is that Volkswagen just going to destroy this? No.
Not a chance.
Not a chance. Is it destroying it? Take a look. You tell me. The upper part, is it destroying the lower part? I'll make it easier on you. Watch the lower red line here. Is it going down? No. The upper part is being destroyed. It's telescoping in on itself. It's being destroyed itself by something else. If it were destroying the rest of the building, we'd see it. But none of the photos, none of the videos show an upper section driving the rest of the building get down. It's gone in 3 seconds, as we just saw. In fact, it looks more like the volcanic eruption in the Tongan Sea in 2009 with upward, outward arching streamers, a geometry of fireworks freely flying structural steel sections weighing 4 and 8 tons, trailed by thick white smoke clouds. It's not a collapse. If it were a collapse, it would have destroyed this set of interior columns that remain for about 6 to 10 seconds until they also suffer some kind of explosion which shakes the dust off them. And as they then descend frame by frame, you can see the top part of this descending frame by frame through the dust that's been shaken off of it. It's not turning to, the steel is not turning to dust as some proclaim. In fact, this crush down, crush up theory is a lie, therefore, because this steel, it doesn't take account of that steel remaining 1,000 feet in the air. So the building is being destroyed around and outside of these few remaining columns by a set of explosions, which are heard by 186 witnesses in the oral histories of the first responders recorded orally in the month after 9/11. 12,000 pages of testimony read by Professor Graham McQueen. First, he found 156. Now it's 186. We felt the ground shake. You could see the towers sway. And then it just came down. All of a sudden, the ground just started shaking. Felt like a train running under my feet. The next thing we know, we look up and the tower is collapsing. We're going to see again and again in these witnesses, professional, expert witnesses, what their experience is telling us about the order of events. They're seeing, hearing, experiencing explosions. And then later, the building comes down. How important is that? We've been told by NIST that, no, what they're hearing is the building coming down. Not so. It shook my bones. Shortly before the first tower came down, I remember feeling the ground shaking. I heard a terrible noise, and then debris just started flying everywhere. I saw a flash, flash, flash at the lower level of the building. You know, like when they demolish a building, with each popping sound, initially an orange and then a red flash that came out of the building. And then it would just go all the way around the building on both sides. Saw a number of brief light sources being emitted from inside the building between floors 10 and 15. He saw about 6 of these brief flashes accompanied by a crackling sound before the tower collapsed. I saw low-level flashes. I saw flash, 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 and then it looked like the building came down. Do you ever see professional demolition where they set charges on certain floors and you hear pop, pop, pop? When I heard that friggin' noise, that's when I saw the building coming down. An explosion appeared at the very top simultaneously from all 4 sides. Material shot out horizontally. And then there seemed to be a momentary delay before you could see the beginning of the collapse. How specific do these witnesses need to be? There was an explosion on the South Tower, one floor under another. When it hit about the 5th floor, I figured it was a bomb because it looked like a synchronized, deliberate kind of thing. Seemed like on television when they blow up these buildings. Seemed like it was going all the way around like a belt. All these explosions. The building was blowing out on all 4 sides. We actually heard the pops. You know, you heard the pops of the building. I thought the terrorists planted explosives somewhere in the building. That's how loud it was. A crackling explosive. Another loud boom at the upper floors. And then there's a series of smaller explosions which appeared to go completely around the building at the upper floors. And another loud earth-shattering blast with a large fireball that blew out more debris. The lower level of the building. You know, like when they demolish a building, that's what I thought I saw. Did you see any flashes? I said, yes. I thought it was just me. He said, no, I saw them too. Everybody, I think, at that point still thought these things were blown up. So I was fully expecting anything else to blow up. You were there when the planes hit? I said, no, I was there when the building exploded. Oh, you mean when it fell down? No, when it exploded. They try to lead these witnesses. How many of these witnesses, Alpha, do you think that NIST included in their draft or final report on how this building came down?
I would guess zero. And it's crazy because coming from someone whose career was in investigations, witness statements are so important to painting the picture of what happened.
And they claim to have interviewed over 100 first responders. So like they missed every one of these. And there's 186 of them. Let's look at the South Tower. Does it go straight down? Go ahead.
And it's important, Richard, that people understand that these are first responder witness statements, because these are people who have the training to recognize details and remember details in chaotic situations when a lot of people are stressed. These people are trained to listen for the specifics and the visuals. So like their witness statements are so important.
Excellent point. And it was totally ignored. And of course, they were abused after that without proper medical care and financing for that. Well, feature number 3, is there a straight down symmetrical progression? Let's take a look at the South Tower. It's an anomaly. It begins to fall over, actually. In fact, it's falling 20 degrees off of the vertical. So we have asymmetrical loading from this upper section of the South Tower. We have asymmetrical damage from the fires. We have asymmetrical damage from the plane impacts. How do we get complete symmetrical damage, just like the firefighters described, all the way around the building like a belt, all these explosions? It makes no sense. That upper section should have fallen off. Let's zoom into the leading corner of this destruction and let's examine what we're seeing here. What I'm seeing is a series of about a dozen independent explosions, about every third floor or so, leading down the building, in addition to this squib, which we'll get to later, and the lowest level there. In this looped video, what we're seeing is not a nuclear weapon going off. It's not directed energy weapons. It's individually placed explosions that are easily isolated and determined and heard by the witnesses. Pop, pop, pop. So this is an incredibly important testimony to lay to rest these alternative theories that don't explain all of the evidence that we're looking at today, or any of it, actually. Feature number 4, is there isolated explosive ejections occurring? These are called squibs in the controlled demolition industry. Well, they're occurring 20 stories below, 40 stories below the zone of destruction. And these isolated explosive ejections even occur 60 stories down below. How can these possibly be explained in the official narrative? They're obviously mistimed explosions. They're not nuclear weapons and they're not directed energy weapons. On the left side of the South Tower in this looped video, you can see a dozen of them or so going off all at once. These isolated explosions, which then gives us a clue what's happening in the South Tower. Its internal rigidity, its structural steel frame is being taken apart by many more of these explosions. So it loses its rigidity and it cannot maintain that reaction against the lower, stiffer part of the structure and then fall off as we would expect. So it just sort of settles back in on itself, as we've seen in the video. Feature number 5, is there a near free fall acceleration? Well, this is documented again by physics teacher David Chandler. It's falling almost at free fall, 2/3 of free fall, 64% of free fall. meaning at least 90% of the resistance of the columns had to have been removed. Well, these are the columns in the exterior of this building. There's more steel than glass. How can it fall at free fall through 236 perimeter columns, 14 each 14 inches by 14 inches? There's more steel here than the glass. As I mentioned, it's an incredible structure, solidly constructed. It's an incredible heat sink. Also, it can take a lot of heat and still persist, but ultimately it did come down by what we've seen incendiaries. Feature number 7. Let's look at the lateral ejection here. In 4 and 8 ton structural steel sections laterally ejected at 80 miles an hour, clocked by physicists, landing 600 feet in every direction, impaling themselves on skyscrapers all around the World Trade Center, destroying the winter gardens of the World Financial Center 600 feet away. Again, freely flying. This is not like a banana peeling. These are independently ejected. Look at this one. It's about to hit World Trade Center 7. Back to, forward to, back to. So they're ejected laterally with a lot of force. How does gravity work? Down. What's happening here? Out. Where's that force coming from to eject it out up to 600 feet? In this case, about to hit the World Trade Center. By the way, trailing thick white smoke clouds. Well, if the ends of these columns were embedded with incendiaries, that is the only thing that can heat up a column to burning. Columns are not flammable, steel columns. It's not like wood. No office fires in history, absent thermite, has done this to steel columns. We don't see this. And there's enough lateral force to hurl a 200-pound cannonball 3 miles. So, by the way, if 100,000 tons of steel framing is distributed outside the footprint of these buildings, what's left to crush the building? This is nearly 3/4 of the weight of the building, the steel, 100,000 tons, at least more. It's 2/3 really. That's an incredible percentage of the steel. And yet that amount of weight was used by Zdeněk Bazant of Chicago University, Northwestern University in Chicago, by Zdeněk Bazant to prove how the lower part of the building was crushed. But if all of this steel is well outside the footprint, it was providing literally no resistance. This is pretty incredible. There's a 1,200 foot diameter of debris. The building is only 200 feet wide. The debris went well beyond the boundaries of the World Trade Center. Well, if it wasn't the steel that crushed the building, maybe it was the concrete, because we have pulverized concrete. We're going to be looking at here. We had 110 concrete floors, each of them an acre in size, 4 and 8 inches thick. An incredible system these floors were, with that concrete over metal decking and lightweight steel trusses. Well, what happened to them? We don't see them. At the bottom, there should be a pile of 110 pancakes. We see pancakes on the right in a real gravitational collapse in Mexico. We don't see that. We don't see 50 of them. We don't see 10 of them. We don't see one nearly acre-sized floor at the bottom. It is missing. Where did 110 floors go? Where's the concrete? Oh, I see it now. 90,000 tons of concrete is pulverized in midair with what must be high energy explosives, in addition to the thermite and nanothermite. 90,000 tons of concrete pulverized to 100 micron particles spread throughout lower Manhattan in these incredible concrete dust clouds, laying a blanket 3 and 4 inches thick from river to river across lower Manhattan. By the way,
you can't get that with fire.
Yeah, you can't get that with fire. And guess what? If 90,000 tons of concrete in each building is spread from river to river, what's crushing the building? It's not the concrete, and it wasn't the steel. So we're missing more than 3/4 of the weight of this building, concrete and steel. And yet all of that weight was used in this fraudulent crush down, crush up theory, which was peer reviewed and produced in the American Society of Civil Engineers Journal of Engineering Mechanics. In fact, they had to double the mass up above and decrease the column strength below by a factor of 3. It was totally rigged in favor of a collapse. It is absolute fraud on the American people. And structural engineers have missed it across the country, but not Tony Zambodi, Richard Johns, Gregory Zudolinski, who submitted their own paper, their peer-reviewed paper, refuting this work. And it was rejected as out of scope by the American Society of Civil Engineers. How is it out of scope to challenge and refute a paper that's the whole purpose of the scientific process and peer-reviewed papers and journals that publish them? Well, what about the evidence? Easily the largest and most perplexing structural failures in history. 400 truckloads a day we have taking this material out, starting just 2 weeks after 9/11, put on the landfill and then put on barges sent to China for recycling before investigators could get their hands on it and do a proper forensic investigation. This is the illegal destruction of evidence in a crime scene, prompting Bill Manning, editor-in-chief of Fire Engineering magazine, to cry out, "Crucial evidence that can answer many questions is on the slow boat to China, showing an astounding ignorance of government officials to the value of a thorough scientific investigation. The destruction and removal of evidence must stop immediately." But it didn't.
They could have even done minimal effort, because if you use the excuse, well, we just don't have the capacity to store all that evidence, you could still take samples from every lot that's going to be taken out there.
Yeah.
That at least gives you something. Like, that's completely reasonable, and they didn't even do that.
No, they didn't. They wanted to get rid of it. It had all the evidence of thermite incendiary burnings on it, as we saw from the 3 pieces that were saved and analyzed by FEMA and put in their Appendix C of the 2002 Building Performance Assessment Team report. That gives us all we need to know about what happened to this steel, but we have so much more. We have all 10 key characteristic features and some very uncharacteristic features with thermite of explosive controlled demolition with incendiaries and with high energy explosives. So there's not one of these features can be accounted for by fire, as you mentioned earlier, Alpha. It let alone all of them with additional circumstantial corroborative evidence and testimony like we've seen from the expert witnesses. This is proof of controlled demolition. And we have, since 9/11, an incredible cost that we've paid for the reaction to 9/11, the rush to war in Afghanistan and Iraq. And Brown University actually did quite the study. They found that the Afghanistan 20-year war cost us $14 trillion. And the post 9/11 wars altogether, because there were about 5 or 7 of them, depending on how you count it, $8 trillion, 1 million deaths, 38 million refugees and displaced, 7,000 U.S. soldiers killed in the course of combat, and many times that, 4 times that, have taken their own lives since coming back. You have a comment on that, Alpha?
That's what I was going to say. There are people still losing their lives till this day as a result of 9/11 because of the aftermath and trauma that they experienced when they went to Afghanistan or they went to Iraq. That we still have service members in every single branch that are committing suicide because of that. So that's a number that is continually growing.
And why is that happening?
The stuff that we had to do and expose and saw out there, it does something to the human psyche, and not everybody is capable of surviving that, and they become victims where it's too heavy of a burden, and they do self-inflicted injuries and take their own lives because it's a burden they just can't carry.
Wow. I mean, I can't even imagine. And that cost alone exceeds these numbers of dollars. So, and this is why we have to expose this. It's not just about buildings. I mean, 3,500 architects are testifying. They signed publicly the petition demanding a new investigation based on the obvious evidence of explosive controlled demolition of these buildings. But the cost of 9/11, the false flag operation, the complete manipulation of the American people and people of the world with enough control and capital and mainstream media domination to drive many nations to war, even under circumstances in Iraq where it was obvious very quickly that Saddam Hussein had no ties to Osama bin Laden and no weapons of mass destruction, that this was all ruse to inflict the agenda of the Project for a New American Century, a neocon think tank, who were brought in with the Bush administration, but before they were brought in, they established their goals: regional hegemony in the Middle East, a vast increase in the military budget. But they said in their paper, Rebuilding America's Defenses, absent a catalyzing and catastrophic event like a new Pearl Harbor, these goals will likely take a long, long time. And Bush wrote in his diary after the night after 9/11, today we had our new Pearl Harbor. So they tell us what they're going to do, and then they do it. And we've seen it happen again in the last 3 years with COVID and the false solution to the false problem. So I'm trying to wake up the American people to the incredible scam that's been put upon us, because once you get this, you start asking yourself, well, what else have they lied about? Turns out, yeah, they lied from beginning to end, every aspect of COVID and the quote vaccine. So Gail and I, in our efforts to expose this truth, have developed a presentation on the parallels between 9/11 and COVID, because we have to reach the health freedom movement about 9/11, because it reinforces everything they're doing. Because what happened after 9/11 with the Patriot Act, the Military Commissions Act, the National Authorization Act of 2012, paved the way for what they could do with COVID, with surveillance. And for instance, any of us can be arrested now without a right to a lawyer, a trial, a jury. We can be tortured and even assassinated, American citizens, and it's been done. So that's what the Patriot Act, et cetera, gave us. And that's what they're doing to us. And I'm thinking reaching the freedom movement about 9/11 and reaching the 9/11 truth movement about the truth about COVID, because many of them have swallowed the blue pill about COVID, and they need to wake up about that also. It's very interesting phenomena. You can be awake and alert about the scam of 9/11 and buy right into the vaccine, and many of them have taken it. So we've produced documentaries on the 9/11 side, 9/11 explosive evidence experts speak out, with 24 high-rise architects, structural engineers, metallurgists, chemists, physicists, controlled demolition experts, all laying out this evidence. The movie 7 by Dylan Avery, exposing the 4-year study that the University of Alaska has done, which exposes the NIST lie. And then the 15-minute documentary just on Building 7, narrated by actor Ed Asner. All important tools in the wake-up process, all available on our website, richardgage911.org. And again, I encourage people to help us make this film, complete it, and get it distributed widely, because the truth about 9/11 is a very dark truth that we don't want to wake up to, but we have to. Sometimes the truth is painful, and it forces us at some point to draw a line in the sand. And each of us have to ask ourselves independently, where do I draw my line in the sand? Do we wait for the next 9/11, which has already happened with COVID, and is happening again, starting in Gaza on October 7th, which threatens a widened war in the region, which they're trying to drag us into, and they being the deep state, the puppet masters that are pulling the strings of the Israeli government and the US government. They have to have increasing chaos in order to get the control that they need. And I have also, therefore, engaged in an article series, 20 articles long, about the parallels between 9/11 and Gaza. And they are numerous. We've documented 20 of them already. We can review those if we have time. But I want to encourage everybody first to speak the truth about 9/11. It's not so difficult. We may only be, for instance, 1 or 2 millimeters high compared to the deep state. We may be the first domino, but if we tell many others, then our leverage increases.
Boom.
I like that.
That was 13 dominoes. If I had 29 dominoes, the last domino would be as tall as the Empire State Building.
And that's the deep state that we intend to bring down by our collective action. If each of you shares this video with just 2 people and ask them to share the Alpha Warrior podcast with 2 others, then by God, we will win. Even though they seem to have all the money, they seem to have all the media, they seem to have all the guns, and they do comparatively. But guess what? There's a million times more of us than there is them. So wake up, people. It's time. Don't let your friends and relatives and neighbors be the last to know. Do something. Go ahead.
First, phenomenal work and information there, Richard. I mean, it's math and science that you don't get to ignore it. That's what we've been taught, even though we're in a part of society where it's, my truth instead of the truth. This is math and science. And through war and even law enforcement, when the fire department gets called out somewhere, we're always the first ones on scene to secure it, so the fire trucks and they can do their job. So I've had the chance to see, large homes and condos and buildings, have some really tremendous fires. Obviously nothing to the extent of the World Trade Centers, but nonetheless, you see these other structures that don't have near the sophistication or the strength of the World Trade Centers. And I've seen fires that go on for hours with wooden and very weak steel frames still very much standing and holding their structure. But it also shows that, how much of a science they have manipulation and propaganda down, because, I consider myself a fairly common sense person. And yet I bought it hook, line, and sinker to the point where I signed my life to a contract to go to the military. And why I think your work and work from others like yours is so important, because I remember, 20 plus years later when I learned the truth, and those emotions that I felt on the attack of our country, I experienced them all over again, because I realized we never really went after the people who did it. And I think as people find this truth, there's going to be a new motivation to be like, there's people, we lost Americans in that day. And then as a ripple effect in the years to come and still losing them, are we ever going to hold people accountable? And I think when people learn the truth, that not only did they did this to our country, but lied to us and used us, the motivation to have accountability, how does it get any stronger than that? And I think that's why it's so important that people go to your website, share the shows, learn these other information, support the work that you guys are doing, share this podcast, because it's the truth. And when people say, well, it was 20 years ago, it doesn't matter. Once you pull on the thread, then everything starts to unravel. And this is such a significant event, because like you said, you look at, October the 7th with Gaza and in Israel. Look at our border, look at COVID, look at all these things, especially when I went into, detective work and doing undercover work, and informants. It's psychological. That's all it is. It's all psychological stuff on a smaller scale. And I see that stuff unfolding. I see the predictive technology and stuff that they're putting in America's with movie trailers like Civil War, to get people to start accepting these phrases as a normality. Like they hate us. Like, they hate us. And we have to get to the truth. One question I have is, what's the speculation or the theory of why also Building 7?
Oh, well, there's different speculations about Building 7. People may not understand that the 23rd floor of Building 7 was the center, the emergency operations center for a major problem like running a hurricane and the response to it in the city. It had a commanding view of the city, and that floor was built up with great strength and hurricane resistant windows, et cetera, et cetera. And some speculate that was where the entire operation or substantial portion of it was run from Building 7. It also had an incredible view of the Twin Towers. Now, when the first plane hit the towers, they did evacuate Building 7, and and there were people that came into the building and heard explosions inside Building 7 before the towers were ever destroyed with the explosives. So that's important. They obviously intended to bring it down. And we also have the Securities and Exchange Commission, for instance, on the 12th and 13th floor, which lost thousands of cases which very high, thousands of files related to hundreds of cases, very high profile cases like WorldCom and Enron, which were still going on at that time and which were fatally sabotaged by the fires, which many suspect were arson on those floors. The fires were caused in some instances by the molten iron on the ends of the columns that were ejected out of the North Tower. But they were most severe on the Securities and Exchange Commission by far, those floors. So those are a couple of thoughts about.
And if I remember correctly, I think it was either on September 12th or the 13th. Wasn't there supposed to be a huge press conference about trillions of dollars that were missing?
Well, I don't know about that press conference after, but a press conference before 9/11, the day before 9/11, commanded by Donald Rumsfeld, Secretary of Defense, he announced that $2.3 trillion was missing from the Pentagon budget. Well, it's unaccounted for over the decades. And he said, I'm going to war against this. So he must have felt compelled to admit this problem publicly so he could kind of get it off his chest a little bit. But also, on the other hand, knowing that the next day history would change and that this would all be forgotten about. There was also, people don't know this for some reason, a major biochemical attack drill going on and prepared for the day of, or before 9/11. Hundreds of police officers, firefighters, all kinds of defense and other first responders in New York's Pier 92, a building that was set up and only used, huge building, thousands of people in it actually altogether. And that was for a biochemical attack drill that was scheduled to take place on September 12th. But they were in place and ready to go and take over the emergency operations center that was abandoned in Building 7. So they had another place to go already set up, and that's where it was run from, the emergency operations.
How convenient. Wow.
Yeah, it's incredible. When they have drills, you could start to get your hackles up, because that's exactly what happened with regard to NORAD and associated Air Force and defense drills. 43 of them before 9/11, many of them on up to the day through 9/11, several of them anticipating attacks on buildings by aircraft that have been hijacked. So the radar techs of NORAD had false blips on their screen, completely confusing them, paralyzing them as to how to respond to a real world event. In fact, they're saying to each other, is this real world or is this the exercise? And others demanding the end of the exercise, which was going on all the way through all of these airplane events that morning.
My next two questions, and they kind of line up with each other's, since you guys have this understanding of demolitions and the process it goes through on a regular demolition, like the stuff we see in Vegas and some of these other clips that we have, how long does something like that need to be coordinated and planned, for that to take place? And with that being the idea, what's at least the concept of like how long it would take to plan something like this to take these buildings down? And then the second half of that question is, do we have any records or witnesses in the weeks or even months leading to this of just unusual construction or people present? Because I would think this is something that is a pretty, not, you just don't go and secretly put some C4 here, C4 there. I would think this is something that's really sophisticated to put together.
Yeah. It would take months to pull an operation like this together. And it doesn't happen on the day of 9/11. For instance, in Building 7, Larry Silverstein is kind of caught with his pants down. A year later, interviewed on PBS America Rebuilds program, and he says relative to the collapse of Building 7, I was talking to the fire commander, and there's been such terrible loss of life. Maybe the smartest thing to do is pull it. And so they gave the order to pull, and we watched the building come down. Well, pull it is the term used in controlled demolition industry. And firefighters don't pull buildings. They fight fires. They save people. And so this is a completely ludicrous exclamation. And he says later, well, I didn't mean pull the building. I meant pull the firefighters out of the building. Well, that's not how you refer to firefighters. Pull it. And the firefighters weren't even in the building. They were never allowed into the building to fight the fires. They were told it was going to come down on its own. And so they're standing around waiting and watching the fires. And sure enough, they hear explosions, and then the building comes down. So that's relevant to your question. Equally relevant is the largest elevator modernization in the world going on in the Twin Towers the 9 months prior to 9/11, which would have given operatives under this modernization, because Ace Elevator came out of nowhere to get this contract. They somehow grabbed it from Otis Elevator, who had built the elevators and had been maintaining them up to the time of this contract. And Ace Elevator has very suspicious origins, and 85 employees were in the building until the morning of the attack. And they fled. And this is a scandal documented in USA Today in March of 2001. So the hoistways only have a couple of inches, elevator hoistways, of gypsum board. And so from the elevator hoistways, you can get to all of the core columns and beams in the building and set those charges. And there was a number of complaints of white powder on people's desks and everywhere, coming through the ventilation system. So connecting those dots, we can make a reasonable speculation, certainly, that's how they got their access. Also, this building, by many researchers' estimates, was only a half occupied. And also, they've noted that tenants were moved around quite a bit in the building. So that would free up floors themselves, entire floors. We also have, to do such work, but we also have some research by Kevin Ryan of digwithin.net, digwithin.net. And he documents the placement and the upgrades of fireproofing on certain floors of the building, both buildings. Interestingly, that were associated with the locations of the plane impacts, which were different on each floor. 30 floors down in the South Tower, 15 floors down or so in the North Tower. So could that have been an operation designed to not fireproof, but to lay charges or coat the beams, the underside of the floor slabs, with a nanothermite mixture, which was obviously applied fluidly in a fluid application due to the multi-layers that they find on these red and gray chips. Red is one layer, gray is another. So if we try to connect these dots, we can speculate with greater reason.
Well, I mean, The elevator upgrade is just, as soon as you were mentioning that, I'm like, that is that is an extremely well planned way of doing a covert operation, if you want to, given the access to all those floors and everything you said. The last question I have, Richard, we've seen these horrific videos and images of people hanging out from these windows, atop of these buildings. I mean, with the amount of heat that they argue was present to take these buildings down. I mean, this is after some of the, the breeze flying everywhere. I mean, does that just add up? Because we've all been close to a hot barbecue or something like that. And like I said, I've been near house fires that, are nowhere near what they're saying the heat needed to be at. And I mean, you feel that from a good distance, and we see people that were on these floors. I mean, does that add up to you?
It's a complex question, actually, because there are also people 300 people jumping out of the building. And I could see heat being the source, and smoke being the source of that motivation. So perhaps there was more heat on some floors than others, because we do see, for instance, Edna Citron, a woman hanging out of the hole that the airplane went into. So, yeah, I could see it both ways.
Understood. Richard, what do you need from the audience? I know we asked them to share this, but what can they specifically do to help you continue with this work and the stuff that you're doing?
Yes, I would encourage people, one, to share this with everybody every architect and engineer that you can find, your political representatives, and everybody. What's it gonna? I mean, this is better than just sitting on this information and doing nothing with it. Now you have the information. You're responsible. Hopefully your conscience will guide you to do something and what you can best accomplish. And emailing this link to this AlphaWarrior podcast can accomplish a whole lot, because guess what? There's 4,000 to 6,000 of you. And I can talk to you, but what if each of you can talk to and share this information with 2 or 6 or 10 or 12 other people? All of a sudden, we've reached tens of thousands of people. You can be a part of that. I mean, what are you going to do when we're living in a totalitarian nightmare because people did not share this information? And your child asks you, Daddy, what did you do about all of this? You don't want to be sitting on your thumbs at that point. You want to say, I did everything I could.
Absolutely.
And I know AlphaWarrior is doing everything he can, and I am too. So join us.
I will keep doing everything I can to help until the day that these people are held accountable. And I don't care how old they are now. The people that did this need to be held accountable. Richard, it's been an absolute honor to have you. Make sure your wife understands that we appreciate her just as much, because we know she's also behind the curtain making a lot of this work. You guys, we run this content commercial free to the end, so make sure you stick around, support the people that support this channel, and I will see you guys tomorrow, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. God bless and Semper Fi, everybody.
President's former National Security Advisor, Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, pleading guilty today to lying to the FBI.
Flynn knew exactly how the system worked. He knew exactly what the intel world had been up to. He understood its funding. They had to get rid of Flynn.
There was a moment where I just felt like I was drowning. So I'm in there with these other political appointees. They're all supposed to go in there and tell what they believe to be the truth. What they did was they took my assessment and they wanted me to change it. And I was like, I'm not changing it.
He was, by definition, the most dangerous possible person for Donald Trump to hire.
President Obama said, but I do have one specific recommendation. Stay away from Michael Flynn. He's bad news.
Over time, instead of being pounded down below the surface of the ocean, we started to fight. I'm now above the surface.
My towels solved the problem that we've all had with towels. You go into the stores and they feel lotiony and soft, but then you get them home and they wind dry you. That's why I made my towels. They actually work, they're soft, and they absorb. And now I'm excited to announce 2 brand new lines of my towels. What makes them the best towels ever is they're now made with 100% long staple Shapir cotton. This is a combed ring spun cotton that makes my towels even softer and more absorbent than ever. And now you get a 6-piece set for an amazing introductory sale price as low as $29.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get my towels for only $29.98. Or you can get my designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% now on all my towels. They actually work. What a concept. This offer won't last long, so please order now.
MyPillow.com.
Are you worried about the effects that higher inflation rates will have on your investments? Are you trying to secure your retirement savings against losses, but you notice that inflation is a hot topic these days? But how dangerous are low inflation rates on your retirement savings? An inflation rate of 2% may not seem like much, but it means that prices will just about quintuple over the lifetime of the average American. And 4% average inflation rate means that something that costs $1 when they're born will cost $23 when they die. That demonstrates the danger of even low inflation rates. So when it comes to gold and inflation rates, many investors want to know whether inflation rates have an effect on gold prices. What history indicates is that over the long term, increased inflation should lead to correspondingly higher gold prices. From September 1971 to August 2020, gold grew 7.5 times as much as inflation. Not only can an investment in physical gold help protect your assets against the damage done by inflation, it can also help grow the value of your retirement portfolio over the long term. If you're looking to protect your retirement assets, why wait until stock markets crash and gold begins to rise in price?